Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. Hi, Oh, you know what? I just realized I never changed the stream, name of the session. I never even opened up Stream Manager thingy, channel, Twitch. I never did any of that. So.
Oh, yeah. We're still in our bonus session.
Yeah.
Failure, your name is Daelric. Thy name? Failure, thy name. It's not really failure. I forget. I mean, I don't even remember what exactly I'm quoting.
Has anyone ever called you Failric?
Actually,
has that been used on you yet?
Good.
Actually, no. That would have been a good emote for a while.
Huh.
That could have been a great emote. Oh man,
How has no one landed on Failric? It's right there.
Maybe somebody said it in passing. Some ass like Ano or something. I'm sure maybe, but I don't remember. Does anybody else remember it? All right, let's see. What is the session called?
Is it a Shakespeare play? Something? Thy name is woman or something? What am I thinking of? Someone smarter than me.
Everyone here?
Yeah. Of course.
I don't know if
Biggs, do not spoil my fucking blueprints, especially here, you son of a fucking bitch. Also, I know I figured that out eventually.
Oh, is he giving you blueprints?
Literally coming here to spoil my fucking game. I'm playing in the privacy of my own recordings.
Wow. Right away, too.
Okay, I got one, Giselle. Daelric, more like Failric. Got him.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
What?
Man, I've never heard that one before. Oh God, what am I gonna do? Oh no.
I know you
Bet
said
you
that.
fucking haven't.
Oh no. Oh, I'm scared.
Yeah.
I
Probably turned your camera off.
I
Let me be the first to announce it here. You were the first audience to know this, and I'm not even told everyone in this call. Two of the three know. I'm getting a car this weekend. It's finally here. Car will be real. Meme can be dead. 4 years of it was enough. Fuck you all. All right.
So hold on. You're finally getting a vehicle?
I am.
You no longer have to ask Molly for rides?
I do not, though I still will. Marriage.
But it's different when you have a choice, though, right? You know.
I mean, is it though?
Oh, the car. Yeah.
Is there ever a choice?
I mean,
I asked permission for both kinds of rides.
Hey, hey. Oh, hey, hey,
that's good allyship
I
there.
mount thee?
Oh, it isn't.
No.
And the answer is always no when I ask like that.
Yes.
If I ask if there's room for another passenger, it goes downhill quick.
Oh, well, I mean...
Wade's got a weird list
There's
of
no such thing as a
rules on
one
his
door. It's
fridge.
always at least a two. So, like...
Oh, jeez.
Anyway.
I will say, if it's an EV that you're getting, you want to make sure you turn off the regenerative braking when you're going downhill quick. That way you can, make use of
I have a
gravity.
feeling I might not have brakes after the things I've said. So I'm not too worried about it.
Are you getting an EV or a like a plug-in hybrid, or are you just sticking with good old gas?
The SUV Molly got is a hybrid.
Mhm.
What I am getting, I don't think is, I don't know, BMW 850.
Cool. So just straight up gas car. I mean, honestly, if you
guess
if it's one of those things where if you guys frequently go on trips. So first of all, thank you for the 10 gift subs. And back to you. If you frequently go on trips where it's like in a single direction, you're driving, say 100+ miles. If you do that at all frequently, you definitely don't want an electric car. Like, it's just too much of a hassle. Like, it works for us because the most we drive in one direction is like 50 miles. So on a general month,
So hers is not a plug-in hybrid, but it's a normal hybrid. They don't sell a lot of plug-in hybrids in Ohio because there aren't a lot of charging stations here, and a lot of the dealerships cater to what is in the area. So like when we're talking to like different, I went to every car dealer in Cincinnati, I think, before I was able to find a car that was in my price range, I fit in, and I liked. Those were apparently 3 really hard criteria to fit. But they not many places here sell plug-in hybrids because there's just not the infrastructure to support that for whatever reason.
Well, So
any kind of charging station hybrid is like it's hard to get here.
But plug-in hybrids, the way that they generally work, there's so many different formats. But the general way is you plug it in, and the car will use the battery if it has charge, unless you're accelerating in such a way or it draws power in such a way it needs to switch over to the gas. Again, though, plug-in hybrids are great. It's like we have a plug-in, our minivan is a plug-in hybrid, and it's great because its full range when it's at full battery is like 36 miles. So if you like have to go to the grocery store, drop Rory off at go to school, then come back home, charge it for like 5 hours so it gets a couple extra miles back on it.
I get it. I know people with plug-in hybrids. I understand. I'm just telling you that it's hard to get here.
Well, and it makes sense though, because Ohio is more sparse than where I live. So like a plug-in has less.
Ohio as a whole is.
Yeah. It has less overall function, I think, for you guys, unless you have a level 2 charger at home.
There's also the saying that Cincinnati is always 10 years behind the rest of the country. So it's like only 2015 here for us.
Is that why you guys are still using the Ohio is everything meme?
No, we've just always believed that.
Oh, okay.
Always
look at you guys with your hybrids and electric vehicles. We're stuck with coal-powered cars over here, mate.
I thought you just hopped in kangaroo pouches.
I honestly was going to make...
We're coal-powered now.
I was genuinely prepping up a coal joke behind whatever you said, and you just went straight to it, which is awesome. But is it beautiful, clean
coal is king here, right?
Is it terrible? My first image was like a pickup truck and like a kid just covered in soot shoveling coal in while you're like driving away.
Oh, you
go to the same hell, because that's what I thought of too. There's my dog.
Our first thought is coal powered. It must be child labor.
Yeah, I mean, what do you all think of?
Child labor laws.
Do you guys have good child labor protections over in Australia? I almost said Texas.
Yeah, but let's be real. All the tradies and the laborers that work over there, they're all like kids anyway, right? So
yeah, they're just young, like late teens, early 20s. Is that what you're saying?
Either that, or they just always want to be young. You know what I mean? They just never grow up.
Oh, well, that's a whole different conversation.
Or you're like me, 13 in the head and 86 in the body.
I mean, come on, Wade. That's rough.
Well, these guys are forever 18, but they're 40.
I'm 36, man. Look at the amount of gray I have.
Ooh, we just completed level 3 hype train. Let's go.
I didn't even contribute for once. What is this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So, I mean, yay.
People got paid, I guess.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. So, where were we? Brain is not working.
Leshev.
That's right.
Peace. Dwayne, we're going to Hodwin. Want to tag along? Sounds good to me. Let's go.
Wait, who was that?
That's Dwayne.
Oh.
He was eating. His mouth was full.
Oh, okay.
Shoveling down one more warm meal before we hit the road again.
It sounded almost like, what's that video game, Sims?
Simoleon, yeah.
Is that the name of the language they speak?
I think Simoleon or whatever.
The only Simoleon I hear in my head is the sound when they're about to fuck. Some trivia for you.
Okay. I didn't know it was a specific one, but okay.
Oh, you can tell when they're flirting because they're like, wow. They have a whole, like, you can tell, man.
Something about me proving I'm 80. I just didn't play Sims. It was a boring game. The idea of playing a video game where my job is to live normal life does not sound like a fun game. Like imagine if our Dungeons and Dragons game was something like you went furniture shopping and had to pay taxes. That would be a really boring D&D game.
In your defense, I would spend like 3 days building a house that was awesome. And then the rest of my time playing the game pissed off because the house was too big. And by the time they got anywhere, they were like, I have to piss again. It's like, for fuck's sake, just play pool. I just want you to play pool. Oh, I got to go to work. I got to piss. I got to eat. It's like, stop having fucking needs and do what I want you to do.
That's it. Into the pool.
Yeah. Remove the ladder. Put them in the pool.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Do you guys kill your Sims?
Sure. Roller Coaster Tycoon, you know, way to get your ratings up, you drown the unhappy
There's
customers.
better ways to kill your minions. If you've ever played, what is it, Dungeon Keeper, where your job is to build a dungeon that kills adventurers, and you get to like spank the dominatrixes and torture your minions and level up as like Satan. Like that's a much better game for abusing your minions, and you get to kill paladins.
You
and
either
convert them.
what was the something lakes or something, was a really big annoying map where everyone got lost, just drown them, or you build a roller coaster that launches them out of the park.
Yeah, that did happen.
All right, so
And-
we're leaving the chef. Sorry, go ahead. Can you-
Oh, I was just gonna say, screaming at your needs because you want to do something else is just living with undiagnosed ADHD for a long time for the most part.
I don't want to
Yes.
pee.
Yes, like,
Man, since my mother started
it's not even inaccurate.
watching Gwen, the number of times she's like, why do you always run upstairs like you've had to pee for hours? And I'm like, because I was ignoring it while I was finishing a work thing.
Yeah,
I've been there.
I forgot I had to pee because I got distracted, and then yeah, it's rough.
As I got distracted, then I realized I was 2 minutes late to a call, so I had to hop on that call. That call was supposed to be half an hour, but it ended up being an hour and 15 minutes, and I really had to pee.
All right, well, now that we've discussed old games and piss, let's get back to the game.
Woo!
So,
was my
Dwayne
fault
did
today.
say, though it wasn't clarified definitively one way or not last time, he did end up saying he would travel with your characters as you're heading out of the area to go south and head to Hod Gwen. Any last second details? I just want to. I'm almost.
Yeah,
like
I want to make
remiss
sure
to-
Aldo doesn't get fucked over, so I'm sure he tasted the wine and reported his findings.
Oh,
Yes,
oh
he did.
yeah,
The
shit.
fox wine.
That's
Yeah,
that's
definitely
actually
did.
a really good point. Thank you for bringing that up. Jake, why don't you go ahead and roll me Profession Sommelier real quick?
Profession Simoleon. Gabagoo! Da-bada!
That-
Oh my, we just met.
That hurt.
Yes.
That hurts.
This
That's
was.
what you say
Well,
after.
20 is not working.
Is it? I'm sorry. You said it's not working.
Yeah, it's not working.
Oh, we complete level 3 hype train, by the way, guys. This is very exciting. So,
Nice work, chat.
yeah.
10 seconds left. I don't think we're completing level 4, unless...
Yeah,
Probably
no,
not.
unless it was like a giant bomb dropped, and it hasn't. So, we are good. Let's assume level 3.
It's 2 plus 3s.
I wish I knew what it was between, because like sometimes it gets here and it ends, and then all of a sudden somebody who is trying to be kind and drop like some crazy thing or whatever, it happens seconds after it ends, and I'm like, I don't know if that counts as what would trigger it or not. I genuinely have no idea. So, but
There's a cooldown. You can only have like one per hour or two or something.
I think it's 2 hours for the cooldown, but it's more like
Yeah.
I'm not referring to the cooldown, I'm referring to like whether or not somebody's trigger coming in late, whether or not that would get it over the hump were it in on time.
That's
I-
hard to say because every level gets it
Slightly
increases how
more
much
difficult,
more you need. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's hard to
Yeah.
tell.
Yeah, it's as you said.
Hmm.
It's just in good taste to pretend it would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's like if it's like a big thing, then yeah, absolutely. Or if it was close to it and somebody doesn't, yeah.
Or
Agreed.
you
That's
could be
pretty
like
roll.
Sale and redeem DM's dice.
Well,
Yeah.
Giselle knows who's boss. You're welcome, Giselle. So, you finally rolled. Oh, professional sommelier. Okay.
You finally got to use that professional drunk trait. Like we've been waiting.
That's right.
Did you?
You know, when you guys were all picking up those trades, there, that's the one I got.
Did you?
You guys thought I
all
got
his
nothing
money
at
on it.
all, but you know.
Oh, good. That means you don't have to get one later on. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
All right,
that's right.
awesome. That means you'll get nothing later. All right, so you memed your roll. It was actually a 9. Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Oh yeah, dice are no, they can see the dice.
No.
I see
I
the
had to
professional
scroll down,
sommelier.
and for some reason,
Oh,
it
I
was-
must have
it
looked
was
right
scrolled
after
up.
you did it because I was like, no,
Yeah.
I see everything.
Yeah.
It was for some reason it was kind of stuck up, but that's fine. So
Like
you
our
got 9
DM.
total. So you give your advice to with your notes or whatever it is over there, but maybe your character was just a little bit intoxicated when it was you gave your advice. So it wasn't a matter of which one tastes the best; it was a matter of which one you had last. You know, one of those like
Yeah.
last out the door gets the say kind of situation. So you end up giving some genuinely bad advice, which is sad. You know, could have gone somewhere well, but unfortunately. So you send that advice in, and you are able to grab Dwayne and start heading out. As you guys are leaving Leshev, just to finally pull the attention back in. When it's finally the morning, now it's like the end of spring. Summer is here. I should probably check the calendar at the end of the session to see what month we're in and all that. But at the end of spring, summer is here. You're leaving Leshev to finally start heading south. The weather is nice, but humid as the day goes on. So you can imagine your characters are leaving just to get, a jump on how rough the day is going to be. So maybe at the height of the day, you can take a bit of a break. And before, continuing afterwards, you're going to leave kind of early. And Dwayne himself is also an early bird, so he doesn't mind leaving at the kind of like the crack of dawn with your characters. More or less like as the sun is coming up, you have dim light, but the sun is coming up, you're heading out of Leshev down the southern way. Another perk of heading out this direction and the way that you're going is that you're going to be able to, during like the really peak hot times, you can stop into the river if you want to cool your characters down, which again is just like a nice little aside. The question I didn't ask you before was, as you're heading south, are you doing so inside of the rivers or outside of the rivers? To reiterate, you have, to explain further, you have Leon hired additional guard and stayed outside the rivers. He never crossed the bridge for safety, for the sake of, all the supplies. And so he will not pass by Forvin, because Forvin exists inside. So to the east of the rivers where you are, or to the north of the rivers once you head southward. Or are you going to cross the bridge yourself? That way you can pass through Forvin. What was the plan here?
Can we investigate the bridge before we make a decision?
Well, I'm sure you would have made your decision. The bridge wouldn't be the fully dependence thing, but sure, we'll say that your characters made the decision, but you finally pulled the. Yeah.
As
we'll
we
get
came
there.
in.
So as your characters are heading down to that spot, trying to get to what's going on. Again, it's early in the day. You're heading over, and you actually have Dwayne will kind of call over and be like, "Oh, hey guys, I think I got lazy this past month. That's not good. Koa, I think you made me feel extra lazy," he says, patting himself on his belly, knowing that he has not been doing the exercises that you were, and that Mikhail was doing up until him and Curve Rock became like bestest of friends in the whole wide world.
You think that got him out of it?
Hmm?
You think that got him out of it? He wasn't sleeping over at Curve Rocks, so he had to pass by me.
That's between the two of you. I'll let you guys argue about it.
Mikhail's grumpy, but go ahead.
Okay. So you guys are making your way down that way. When he's like, "Did we ever decide if we're crossing the bridge or not?" And kind of as he's asking that question, you're thinking about, oh shit, which one are we doing? You look over and you can see that the bridge actually is, as you're approaching, has people around it and on it. It is not unoccupied. You can see that on this side of the bridge, there is a number of, instruments and kind of like set up tables, better than ones Koa makes, set up over here. Some tools, some measuring stuff, details kind of set up over there. And you can see a couple of individuals on the bridge itself, starting to get ready to do measurements. It was said beforehand that there are going to work on the bridge. Something as massive and as old as this, and with the equipment and skill that they have available, fixing a bridge like this probably will take a couple of years in its entirety to complete. I mean, I can tell you just where I live with modern engineering, when they fix a bridge, it takes like 3 years, and that bridge is like as long as my desk. So with talking about a project like this, it's definitely going to take a couple of years for them to fully complete this project, but that doesn't mean it's inaccessible in the interim, at least at most points in time. So as you guys are approaching, you can see there are a couple of individuals here, not a ton. Looks like 4, maybe 5 people moving about, analyzing the bridge. You can make your decision here, choose to engage. I'll leave it to you.
Well, that means the bridge is still raggedy.
So. Yeah. It's going to take a long time to
so
fix a project like this.
How much supply are we bringing? Like, do we still have a cart of stuff we're bringing right now, or just the horses?
You don't have a
We got
cart
a
anymore.
cart,
You
but
gave
it's
the
not-
cart to what's his face? He used
Oh,
that to
Leon.
bring stuff to Leon. He used that to bring the other way
Okay.
with more, and then he brought wagons back. He traded your cart, bought wagons, and you don't have any of that stuff. That's all with him.
Yeah, okay. So it's just us and our gear and our animals.
Well, we could try crossing one at a time, or I guess we could talk to them and see if they think it's safe to do so. Otherwise, we're going the long way around.
I mean,
Bridge has been here for hundreds of years. It might not be in the best condition, but we should be fine.
didn't some stuff fall off of it when we crossed it last time?
It did, but we all crossed together and we had the cart, so perhaps a little bit less at once would be.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll just go one at a time. Be careful.
Perhaps
And if I
that's
fall, I don't
over
have to
there.
do exercises in the morning.
I will follow you to whatever the next plane is to ensure that you do.
Well, yeah, I guess we'll see.
I have my doubts. Do you think it looks sturdy enough for a horse?
I mean, I guess we could ask them. So yeah, I guess we'll just ask them if they think it's sturdy enough for us to cross one at a time. Scott?
Yep, you absolutely can. So as you're going over, you can see that the person that seems to be, it takes you a moment to well, actually, why don't you vibe check for me? Sense motive, DC 20 for a hunch. Less than that can get you lesser, but still some information.
Just hope it's not the assholes from Spaceballs doing this.
I haven't seen Spaceballs in so many years. I sadly don't get that reference.
Yeah, way
Is
less
this all
than
of us
20.
or just Mikhail?
All of you, everybody's here.
Up to you, Aldo.
All right.
Up to
Shouldn't
you,
have said
Mikhail.
anything. I shouldn't have said anything.
So,
that a
Mikhail,
two?
you're the one calling the shot. You go walking up, and as you look about, you're not entirely sure who's in charge. There seems to be a degree of disorganization. If you had to guess who is the person in charge, maybe it's the one with. It's hard to see because it's so dark. You know what I mean? Koa has a much better line of sight, but Koa is honestly distracted thinking about how the horse almost fell in before, kind of like looking at that spot, and more focused on the bridge and the travel at hand, and seeing Gwen than he is about like looking at the people walking about. You, however, are looking. You're guessing maybe it's the person that's dressed nicely compared to the others, but honestly, they're significantly younger than the others. And while you can see that they're saying something to the others don't seem to be listening. It's more or less like how you'll see the extra young foreman trying to tell their employees it's time to get in the trucks to head to the site, but the old union guys are still finishing their donkeys in the morning. They haven't had their second cup of coffee yet, and so they damn well aren't going to be getting up yet until they finish that second cup of coffee. But yeah, it's you're thinking maybe he's the one in charge, but you're not entirely sure because it doesn't look it.
I'm just going to start approaching the bridge, and I'm going to see who seems to pay the most attention to my approach.
Yeah. As you approach, one of them comes waving over, and they're like, hey, you probably don't want to come over this way. It's not exactly safe. And somebody else calls up, and you can actually see that this other person, older, probably about 50 or so, because they definitely have age to them, and they're clearly Perrin, right? They can see you guys clear in the dark light there. They call out and they go, hey, no, they're good. You see who that is? And he comes walking up and with a big beaming smile and says, heading out of town? Ah, shit. I didn't get to see you at the tavern this past month. You play?
Just a little bit, not as much this time. Had a lot of research to do.
Ah.
I'll kind of reach out to shake his hand.
He shakes yours. He goes, listen, when you come back in town, please play. I know I've seen you live twice, but the missus hasn't seen you once yet, and she's real cross at me. I promised her I'd bring you, but now you got calling me a liar.
Oh, well, we can't have that. Okay, all right, that's a promise then. Next time we're in.
Who are they? The guy's like, and rolls his eyes, and then he looks to Koa, and he like beams at Koa for a second, and then he sees Aldo, and he like, Aldo, and he like walks over and gives Aldo a big unexpected hug, and he's like, oh, I haven't forgot what you told me.
Leshev is just the place of unexpected hugs for Aldo now.
Right?
Aldo's like, Shh, you better keep it to yourself. We don't want anyone else finding out.
He like blushes a little bit and chuckles, and then goes to step to the side, and he'll actually kind of like walk and make small talk with your characters as he's walking you up the bridge. You can see like he's making small talk with you. The other person is still goes over to another one of the workers that's there. Is like, who are they? And the person's like, you really don't know? You're an idiot. And finally the young person says, oh, that's the valiant few. I know who they are. The heroes of Leshev. He says, like, has, you know, a much finer tone, clearly the pronunciation and what have you, has a much better upbringing than the others, but is at least informed of who you are, and was kind enough to inform the other person who the three of you are, or four with Dwayne there, but the three of you are. And unless you guys say anything to the others, they don't really interact with you crossing the bridge. It's up to you guys.
No, I'm just imagining either this universe or another one where they like have this introduction, shake our hands, and the bridge collapses and we all die.
Yep.
All right. Alchemic Academic, can you go ahead and roll me a D100? If it is a 1 through 3, bad things happen.
Well, all right. I guess.
I mean, Wade, you injected
3%
into
of the
universe.
universes we die in.
I not necessarily die, just bad things
Can we use
happen.
luck on a D100?
Only D20 rolls.
God, I saw the 2 where it just sail typed, and I thought that was the roll. Oh.
Looks like Alchemic Academic does not want to. Oh, there it is. Oh!
Hey, there was only a 3% chance of that.
Apparently, that's all we needed.
Can
So-
we luck that?
Nope, only D20s. So he was excited.
Plus 3?
He was excited to see Aldo.
Right.
So we'll say he's actually walking with Aldo across the bridge because he's like buddy with Aldo. Like I said, he's making small talk. Aldo, one of the things that you should note is that the small talk that you're making with him, he's talking to you like he knows you.
Oh. That was a D20 roll.
Oh.
'Cause that was an exclamation point roll, not exclamation point D100.
Oh.
Steve called it, not me.
'Cause
Wow,
oh.
Steve for the save. Holy shit.
Oh. Well,
Yeah, that's still a D20.
still waiting for Alchemic Academic
Watch
to
this one be the one.
D100. 76.
Okay, that's a lot.
Okay.
We
Yeah, so
just saved
continue.
our lives.
Yeah.
Damn it, is Steve. Sometimes Steve.
Appreciate you, Steve.
I
Appreciate
wouldn't have caught that.
All
I
the
didn't.
rappers diss me. Say that
We
I'm
were
a
all ready to
sissy.
lose our horses and
Why?
everything.
Why are you singing Flight of the Conchords?
Because Steve. Did Steve tell you that perchance? Steve.
Oh.
I
Oh,
drank,
here.
Steve. I did. I looked at you. I held this up. I drank.
Okay, so I have a coffee here, but this is a water, and then the biggest one's a water too. So I'll drink water. All right, Aldo. You're crossing with him, and as you're walking across, he's making conversation with you as though you guys are old buddies. You're getting the impression that you've spent either you had one night hanging out with him where he like took it way more to heart than than the average person probably would, or like legitimately this is a drinking buddy of yours you've encountered multiple times and have no recollection of. But this person seems to be like genuine buddies with you, and he's like joking with you, and he's even making jokes where like you get the joke, like the inside joke. You're like, no, I get that joke. Like that reference makes sense to me. Who the fuck are you? You know? But either way, he's joking with you or whatever. as you guys are crossing the bridge, there is one point in time where the horse that's with you, the hoof hits a rock that actually like cracks because it's near the edge. And he's like, ugh, that's why we get this project going, huh? And then we'll keep walking across with you. I don't know if you retort or not.
I don't. I just get off the bridge.
Yep, you just cross the bridge, happy to be on the other side. For the two of you, do your characters interact with any of the people on the backside, or are we just happy to get out of Leshev and keep moving?
Nah, he's probably just polite nods, waves, that kind of stuff.
Cool.
He might. Nah, actually, Mikhail would probably take out his lute and be playing as we cross. But that's it.
All right, cool. That's nice. And so
that way his wife can miss a third performance.
Wow. Does Koa make that joke?
Yes. 100%.
Okay. He like the ball busting actually lands very well, and he laughs hard, and will end up being a strong enough of an audience that like Mikhail as a performer feels the twings of, we left extra early for our own convenience, but like it wasn't necessary. I could probably play through a couple of songs before I go. You know, like it's up to you, Kiken, if you want to, but you feel those twings of performance. If you like, you're like, I could get through like 2, 3, 5 songs. You know.
Nah, he fights it. He definitely fights it. It's time. We're on the road already.
Aldo turns to you and he says, it's hard work fixing this bridge. You know, they'll be talking about this performance for a while.
What's been a will save?
What's a couple of songs, Mikhail?
Too much time on this bridge. This thing scares the shit out of me. Let's just go.
I tried. The elbows are gone.
The other guy says, you can see like an appreciative look. The older parent guy, an appreciative look, like you did try. You can tell like he saw what you were trying to do there, and so he says to you, "Next round's on me." You know, like as like a thank you.
Starts trying to commit this dude's face to memory so he can collect on that later.
Now he knows him, his name, his wife's name, his parents' name, his children's names.
It's all coming back.
For one beer.
Koa hums Dan along the way.
Wow, that's funny. All right, cool. So as your characters are making your way out of there, you can see like Dwayne is kind of like, you know, as you're properly, you know, removed from the scenario, maybe a good 200-300 feet away from the bridge, on this side making your way. Dwayne is like, you know, shaking his head and kind of like sucking air through his teeth, you know, like a tisk of what's going on, and kind of chuckling to himself. He again doesn't say anything unless you guys bring it up. But otherwise, is happy to keep we're able to keep the train moving.
Keep it moving.
Cool. Yeah.
And then you guys are able to make good time. I mean, this trek is not exactly a surprise or anything. You know how far it is. You know how to make this journey. I don't know if I have you guys directly on the map. So let me go ahead and drop you in on there, and we can actually use the measuring tool. Screw it. Let's actually bring chat in on the map too. That'd be fun for everybody. So Leshev to Forvin, when you cross the bridge, let's go ahead and do the measuring tool to see how far it is. We're going to no snapping, broadcast to others. And we more or less is just going to kind of stay on the side down here. And you're looking at about 94 or so miles, 90 plus miles to get there. Mikhail, or I should say Kiken, not Mikhail. I am so sorry. You have pinged me probably 11 times. Spent lots of time working on this like badass travel.
You put the overland thing?
Yeah, and you've asked me to look over it, and I'm a douche and keep forgetting to do so. I have not done so yet. My apologies. I will click this, but I'm sorry, I totally did not check that out yet.
No worries.
Because this
just like his birthday, forgotten.
Yep.
So
what
your
makes
characters
Kiken different than the rest of us? You answer our DMs. That's kind of weird.
I DM back to we DM each other.
Any perceivable difference with Kiken? I don't know, guys.
Actually, I can't say we DM each other. Kiken has never DM'd for me yet, so But then again, neither have I.
Oh, it's that my light's broken. Yeah, my
That's
light's
what
broken.
it is.
That's what it is.
I was gonna say
yeah.
bald, but like,
I mean, that only happened like today, but you know, whatever.
you have the least beard.
Yeah, that's true. I do currently have the least beard.
I don't know.
All right. Well,
But who did
Black
I lease
shirt.
it
So
from?
does Jake. So it can't be the black.
no, Keith.
Nah, I don't think it would be that. Not the black. Not the black. Especially like that.
I don't think so.
That would be weird.
I'll keep thinking on it. We'll think something.
Yeah. They'll figure it out. Either way, you know, for now, it's fine. He'll look at it one day.
Wow.
Maybe we've shaved
Maybe
him
I'll
enough
still
where
be
I'll actually
young.
remember this time.
Anyways, 90-ish miles, which even if you do like a normal travel, which is 8 hours of travel, with one of those hours being a hustle, you have to move at the slowest horse's speed, which is Jacobo/Simon, which is 36 miles, meaning it would take you 2.5 days or so to get all the way to Forvin. Your characters can push yourselves if you wanted to get there quicker, say maybe get there in 2 days, whatever it is. I don't know how much you care to do that. So let's talk about the first day. At the very least, the first day, would you want to try to push yourselves so you can at least get to, what would that be? At least 45 miles. So an extra hour of travel is it 3? What is an hour of travel? 6 miles? 3 miles? Brain not working. I think it's 3 miles.
I think it's a little over 3. If we're 30, we're moving 32.
Yeah. So it's 3 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
So-
3.2 in that case. Yeah.
So you would want to force march yourself 2 times each day. It's up to you if you want to have your characters kind of like push your limits, or if you're happy to move at a relaxed pace.
I don't think we're in a particular hurry right now.
No.
Yeah.
I think you just move normal.
Cool.
I mean, I imagine we use our hustle, but like other than that, no.
Yeah. All right, perfect. So your characters make your way about a third, a little more than a third of the way down there. Let's say 40% of the way there, and eventually they're going to take a break. It is, as I said beforehand, there is a gap in the middle where you actually stop and relax, and let the horses drink by the river. Take a snack, get the peak of the day where it really gets hot. Because whereas everybody here is willing to suffer through the summer, there's no reason, like you said, you're not in a particular rush. So you have a bit of relaxed time. There's no big notes towards the journey here. That's anything beyond you have a successful day of travel. And the same thing happens the next day of travel, where you stop kind of within the outer boundaries of Forvin, not the boundaries being like the actual town limits, but the limits of where, say, its farms are. You can, when you eventually kind of like that second day of travel, settling up, you notice that you have off in the far distance, you're like, I'm pretty sure that looks like, monocropping for an area. I know that Ancient didn't do crazy monocrop, but you'll have fields of, say, corn versus fields of, right? So you have those kind of ideas that, like on the edge of your sight. You're like, okay, we're at the outer rim of where Forvin's influence is as you're coming to your second day of travel here. And the cool thing about that is, whereas your characters aren't too concerned about having fires in general, because you're all very capable of handling yourselves, you have a fourth person to help watches and so on. Being here, having a decent sized fire is even less of a concern, and maybe you'll even bump into other travelers along the way, or what have you. So kind of like focusing on in that second evening of hanging out, we'll bringing it down to the camp and the time that you guys are able to, spend time relaxing. We're going to bring it over to Dwayne and some of the chat that he has with you guys. So as you're kind of like there at the camp and sitting about and having food, which he kind of fell into the role instinctively without anybody asking or expecting. He just kind of fell into the role of being the person to set up the fires and break them down in the morning and do at least prep work, if not all of the cooking, depending on how much your characters are individually interested in participating in that task. This kind of falls to one of the roles that he's always had on the road, beyond being like an actual adventurer, if you will, himself, like he was with you guys going into the keep. He's oftentimes just a guide on the road, somebody that will lead other people to where they need to go. People, of wealth will be like, hey, I need to get from A to B, give me a shortcut, keep me safe. He does that work as his predominant work. So he kind of like instinctively falls into that role. At one point in time, while he's, just finishing getting the last of the ingredients that he has, to make whatever soup he's doing that evening, fortunately, some crop had either he found the edge of somebody's farm or accidentally off the road, there's little bits of extra vegetation that's growing there. Like, oh, I found, I don't know, carrot or something like that right off the road, plucked it and is making a decent soup. He's actually gonna kind of like look over to the group of you going about your own routine. It says, we spent a lot of time together in Leshev, but I don't think I ever properly expressed my gratitude to the three of you for what happens there. That place is kind of a shit show, the keep or whatever we were in, but each one of you, you kept your cool, and none of you fled or I don't know. I ain't never seen teamwork like that before. It was, I don't know if I got the word for it, but it's almost like, Thalindra herself watches over you when you travel. Just kind of fall into your routines and keep things going. Anyways, it helped keep me alive. And so thank you.
Well, I certainly hope the Linder's watching over us. But you did as well, Dwayne, despite your reservations and your fears and lack of eagerness to go closer to the keep. Once there, you were a vital member of the team, and you helped us in every way possible. If one of us were to have faltered, I don't think any of us would be standing. It took all of us.
I second that, especially on the approach, helping keep the animals together and all of that. That made a lot of a difference. I definitely couldn't have done it.
Yeah, he. Oh, God, Jake, look like you're unmuted.
Aldo just agrees more or less. I'm giving him a pat on the back.
Cool. Yeah, he says, yeah, no, thank you. It was definitely a group effort, right? But there's a difference between me, who is, I'm used to leading others. And sure, yeah, there were points in time where I gave direction and whatnot, but when I lead others, they may be a group of people, but they're not people of a group. No, that sounds stupid. But you know what I'm saying. It was inspiring, and so I just wanted to say, if you're out there doing jobs or whatnot in the future, and I happen to be about, I'm willing to work with you, not for free, if you're getting paid, I'd like a cut, but I'd like to work with you guys in the future if there's opportunities. It's you never know who's going to turn tail and run or leave you in a tight spot just to save their own ass. It's just nice to know that even if it's a shitty thing we're getting into, someone I can rely on,
Yeah, understood. We'll keep you in mind.
Certainly keep you in mind. That does bring me to a less pleasant conversation where you could help us. I won't ask you to go, but there's a good chance we'll be visiting the keep that you were at prior.
Oh, shit.
And as I said, I won't ask you to go, but anything you could tell us to help us prepare for what we're walking into would be beneficial.
He says, oh man, I already told you that there was the goblins or whatever inside there, right? So there's that.
We were talking about that. Mikhail, can you remind me what the curse of Wraith Blade is supposed to be?
Supposedly, it causes people to turn on their allies. That's what we were worried about.
Something about in game we know about the soldier or whatever, right? That you mentioned.
Yeah,
That
I've told you
defeat-
about the curses. Yeah.
So there was like some kind of soldier that possesses people or something. Is that right?
Yeah, supposedly it's the grave of a fallen hero. Let me pull it up real quick. Dear. Yeah, it said it's a home. It was the home of a great warrior. Now their spirit is restless, and the curse is supposedly that people that have returned from here would one of the group would like turn on the rest and kill all, if not, or many, if not all, of their companions.
Yeah. Aldo, you got that wine?
I sure do.
He'll take the wine.
Aldo
and-
takes wine out of Mikhail's backpack.
He's just watching you do it. Sure.
I assume you take a swig before you hand it to him.
Of course.
Yeah.
Comes
And
to-
he'll take like 2 long draws, and then finally he'll say, "Yeah, I suppose soup's not done yet. Time for a story." I hired to check the place out. It was there's a man that's around the region. I think we may have talked about him before. Have you guys ever met he kind of stands out. He's hard to miss if you've ever met him. You wouldn't forget him. He's tall, a tall man. Skin's kind of a pallid, almost gray color. Emerald-like eyes.
Oh, Kethrel.
Yes,
That's the real
yes. Kethrel. So you have met him.
Yeah.
Well, Kethrel, I've seen him a bunch of times around here. He's not from around here exactly, but he's a good, kind man, and we've spoken before. And he had expressed interest in checking up that way, and so he said he was going to the direction of that keep, and went that way, but never came back that I heard or knew of, right? And I was not, too concerned about him. He looks like he can handle himself, but he did disappear, and then shortly afterwards, a month or 2 later, I don't know how long it had been, another group of people had expressed interest in getting into there. Rumors that, there's still treasures hidden inside there, kind of like what you lot were interested in, but, you had more of a fairy tale perspective, which turned out to be the closer to the truth. They were getting together to go and invade the place, and they needed somebody to help guide them up there. I mean, to me, it was easy pay. Walk up a river. That's an easy job. But then, moreover, help keep their camp, get their supplies, maybe even do some scouting, that sort of a thing. So we get up there, and the first day they were there, it seemed quiet, nothing, going about. There's, nighttime. I do some scouting. There's no lights or anything like that. No fires, no firelight that you see coming out of the place. If you can notice it, no smoke or anything like that. So we figure, hey, maybe it's abandoned. The next day, we, go checking it out, and I end up finding this spot that you can kind of climb up and get in. And it's not an easy climb, but if you're decent at climbing, you can get up there pretty safe. Maybe toss down a rope for the others, whatever. So that was the plan, was to go and check it out. And we sent up one of the we had 2 Hafue with us. I think they were siblings. It doesn't matter. One of them was a decent climber, and so he said he'll go up there and check it out. But he didn't like the idea of going out for the daytime, wanted the cover of night, just in case. So went up that evening, climbs up there and tosses down the rope, and we start trying to investigate the place. Anyways, it becomes mayhem. There's goblins all about. They don't move like goblins. Like they move like goblins, but they felt organized. Again, I don't know if you've encountered goblins before. Talked something about this like some couple of weeks, whatever ago, but they seemed organized to them. There was this one goblin that I swear was almost commanding the others. That's what it felt like. Anyway, it felt like a trap, like we had been lured in there. And as I said, the others, they kind of turned tail. You know, one could argue that they were just trying to save their own ass. I was in this like pit in my stomach, like we were lured in there. I swear, even at one point in time, one of them was calling out for help. When I went to go help him, Hafue, I've known some decent people, but god damn it, they can slip away. They're just so small and wiry, you know? I wanted to go help out where I heard the calling from. It just wasn't there. And then I was cornered. I ended up jumping from the wall. Luckily, the area down below, there was bushes down there, you know, not too brambly. I didn't break my arm or anything on the way down, but you saw some of my injuries. It was quite the hit. I don't think I got knocked out from the blow, but eventually I scrambled to my feet and fled myself. I stuck around at a decent distance, went back the next day to see if I could find anybody. All I found was one body. I buried it because, you know, Mama raised me right. But the others, I don't know if any of them survived.
Did you kill any of the goblins?
I mean, I got a nice shot off. If that thing survived, I'd be surprised. It was a solid hit, you know, left shoulder. It was dark. It was hard to tell. It looked pretty close to his heart. So I'd be surprised if he survived, even if I did miss the heart. So, but other than that, you know, mostly I was wild shots, just trying to give myself an opening or get away. And goblins
Do you know
are
what happened?
goblins are not something you want to really engage with. I mean, I'm not really one to get up into the meat of it anyways. Koa here, you're a monster. You are a beast. Like, I mean, I could only imagine what the Del would do if they had you in their ranks. But the goblins you don't really want to get close with because they'll just swarm around you. They just come at you.
Your companion, did he die to a blade of some kind?
Oh, the one that died?
The one you
Yeah.
buried, yes.
Yeah. I mean, yes, but there were other injuries too. I don't know what the actual cause was, but there definitely were. Because, you know, goblins, they'll use knives, swords, whatever they can pick up. They'll use anything.
Not super familiar with them, so...
You see a goblin holding a spoon? That's a knife to them. They will jab you with that spoon.
Well, I'm sorry you went through that, and I'm sorry more for making you relive it. Anything else notable that stood out to you? Anything else weird?
Any of your companions start acting funny? beforehand?
I didn't know them well enough to know if they were acting funny.
Yeah.
I mean, you would think, I think those two are brothers. If they were brothers, you would think there would be a little bit more, I don't know, effort to help one another. Like I said, it almost felt like every man for himself, which was, I get it. It was a chaotic scenario. It was dangerous. Shit went everywhere. I understand. But, you know, you have to have some degree of, you know, fallback, some degree of come together. We had pre-planned a fallback point. You know, we discussed it before we went in. I fell back to the point, not directly at it, but close enough that I can keep an eye out. Maybe it's my fault because I wasn't hanging up the spot. I was a little too exposed. Maybe somebody did come back, but they did the same thing as me. We didn't notice each other. I don't know, but listen, I know what I'm saying here sounds almost like I'm pointing the finger at the others. I'm not going to pretend like I'm some sort of hero. But
No. We're not blaming you for any of this. I'm personally contemplating whether this is something to do with the curse that broke your teamwork or made it impossible for you all to see each other or something. I don't know.
Right. It may have fooled with your perception of the events or each other.
Some kind of mind control or an illusion or just the chaos of the moment.
I mean, at one point you said you thought you could hear someone yelling for help, but when you got there, it was an ambush.
I mean, yeah, I swear I saw him too. It was one of the Hafue. I don't know. It felt like they're probably dead, and so it sounds like it feels like I'm speaking ill of the dead, which you really shouldn't do. And he it feels like if I'm going to go that way, it feels like I was called over there to be left stranded. But I don't know, maybe I just heard things wrong, or it echoed off the stone funny, or I don't know. I made it out alive, so martyr have mercy. She kept me safe that day. But
yeah. Well, praise be the martyr that you made it to help with us. We may not have made it out of that place without you. I'm just trying to think of where the rumors of this curse would have come from. An experience like that. No mention of anything like goblins.
Yeah, I've heard rumors of curses over the years, but for the most part, it's it's ghost stories. It's in one ear and out the other. You don't pay too much mind to it. You just be wary when and where needed. You make sure that you wave frantically and say, "Hey, Patrick Static, how you doing, sexy big boy?" As is necessary.
Must be an Enderian thing.
Oh yeah. Well, Patrick Static is one of the kind of the local gods here. He's known for just being really fucking badass.
He's not among the gods I follow, so while you speak of him, I will go take a leak.
Oh wow, taking a piss on my god.
Next to, adjacent.
Pissing next to my god. You're gonna splatter on his shoe?
That.
That's fucked up, man. It's fucked up.
Well, for the most part,
Watch?
the other curses, when we've come to the epicenters of them, there's been something that made truth of what people said. They weren't all completely accurate, but we understood why the rumor was what it was once we laid eyes on it. That one seems very different than what people say.
Shrugs. I don't know. Goblins are a difficult thing because they move so quick. Like for how little they're not much. They're a little bit smaller than Hafue. They're small, but they move like Koa. They move so fast, and so it's and you don't usually encounter goblins out in the middle of the plains. And if you do, they're probably hiding in the grasses, right? So it's really hard to keep track of how many of them there are. There could be 6 and it looks like 16, or there's 16 and they're sending a small number at you just to make sure that they're going to be on top, or, they move as like ambushing, if you will, if you want to give it that kind of level of sophistication, is their approach to doing things. But this felt above that. It felt coordinated. It didn't feel like a couple of them throwing rocks at you at the same time while someone's trying to stab. It felt coordinated. I don't know. I don't have military background, so I can't really speak to it too much. But it just, I don't know. It felt like rocks were intentionally missing you to pull your attention one way so somebody can sneak up behind you. Another, it felt coordinated. I
think I know what you mean. I mean, either way, definitely sounds dangerous, even for us.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't think you should go in. But let's say you do. I wouldn't send everybody in at once. I would elect one person you think can faithfully get back to go and explore. Maybe two, so one can give them backup. But you send everybody in there and things fall to shit, they have nowhere to fall back to. Everyone's going to be in a scramble again. I wouldn't want that.
Huh. Yeah, worth considering. Thank you. Yeah. Huh. Had you encountered goblins before you went there?
Oh yeah. I mean, not. They're aggressive, but not overly violent, right? Like if you encounter goblins, usually you've come across whatever patch that they've at least for now claimed to be their own, and they'll like hiss at you and they'll throw rocks at you, and they'll like mark their territory. But for the most part, if you fall back, they leave you be, or if you show yourself as be big enough threat, they fall. I mean, goblins are kind of like, imagine if you stumbled across a pack of wolves, right? Like, wolves are going to assert dominance. Maybe wolves is a bad example. It's more like yotes, right? They're going to exert dominance until you show that it's a bad idea. Then they'll back off, right? And they're going to be a bit more territorial for, like, their homestead, if you will. There's, like, den. Than they will be if they just encounter you elsewhere. They're kind of like yotes, but they'll carry a knife if they find one. They can't make things. They're too stupid. They're animals. But they can use them because they got thumbs.
Okay.
It's like when you see a raccoon unknotting a like a burlap sack to get the fruit or whatever on the inside, right? Like that, but their hands are big enough to actually use a knife.
Huh. Okay. And you didn't really know much about your companions either.
Jake said, nope.
Had any of them been there before that they said?
Nope.
It's first for everyone?
Yeah, they didn't all know each other very well either. I think it was one of those, you don't ask too many questions. Sometimes you ask questions, you start to know things about people that you just don't want to know, and then you regret even being on the job with them. And then you have to, like, question yourself, like, ugh, Now, like, let's say, for instance, I got hired to do a job, and then I find out that somebody that I'm traveling with is like a true Yovansian, like a true Yavin, right? Like somebody who, like, believes in that ideology. And then you're like, oh, right. Great. Now this is the person that I'm being paid to protect and keep well, even though you're kind of hoping that they stub their toe and fall in a river, Sometimes it's best to make the soup and, oh, shit. He gets up and goes over and checks it. And gives you guys, like, a moment to talk amongst yourselves if you want.
None of that really lines up with the rumors of the curse in that area.
Not particularly.
I missed it. Did they actually get as far as getting into the keep at all? Or is this all just outside of it?
They got in, didn't they? And
it's not like they got, like, to it, but...
Weird.
Yeah. Right, it's got, like, they got, like, to the keep, but it didn't sound like they got to, like, explore
they climbed up a wall.
They
climbed up a wall and got in. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I knew they were on the wall. I didn't hear. He didn't seem to mention, like, rooms or anything like that, like what it looked like on the inside. So I wasn't sure if they actually got inside of the keep.
He did not make mention of any being inside of any rooms or anything like that, if you will.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, the mountain keep. Everything we heard about the curse just we think ended up being the gnolls. So
Yeah. But that made sense, right? You know, we could match those two things up, the rumor to the evidence. Whereas with this, I mean, they just don't really match.
well, perhaps either this spirit was possessing the goblins, or perhaps people turning on each other was more so just confusion or illusion or whatever was going on during the battle, where they couldn't really find or help each other, and they all ended up kind of being every man for himself. I don't know.
Yeah. I think what I'm taking from it is it's probably just one of those places where things are not what they seem. I don't know if we're going to get a lot from asking around, unfortunately.
Whenever I was in the hospital in Hot Gwyn, I had some wild dreams I think I've spoken of, but I don't know. There was a whole ritual performed, I think, to heal my mind as well as my body. You've worked in the hospital a bit. Have you encountered that? Whatever it is they do, could it help us sort through this stuff, or perhaps help us with the other keeps?
Potentially. It's not something that I've had personal access to. Most of what I was telling you about the dream catchers and all that was what I'd figured out, extrapolating from established information. I haven't got to go and specifically work with those and, you know, unravel them and figure out how exactly the magic works. But from what I do know, it's possible, but I would need to, I would have to see if I'd even be allowed to attempt it.
Well, perhaps if Aldo's gonna be trying to learn more about the uncouth in the ruins, be beneficial to see if you could learn anything more about the hospital's way of dealing with, I mean, mind and body, I suppose, while we're in Hot Gwyn. Which buys me extra time to do the important things I have to do, you know? That I'll think of.
Yeah. I'll see if I have time. I do still need to try to develop that spell. Yeah, it's in the same place. I can at least make an attempt.
Well, stew smells good.
Yeah, he comes back and he's like, you ever tried that herb paprika before? And he sits down, kind of like shaking his head, having poured, you know, a bowl for himself and handing one off to whoever's next to him. He's not serving everybody, but he got 2 bowls while he was over there, so whoever takes the one that's out of his hand.
I didn't know it was an herb. I thought it was like a dried pepper or something.
He nods. He's like, well, more of a spice, if you will. But yeah. Oh man, we could really go for this. Could use some of that. Oh man, some paprika, smoked over some, you know, some coals and thrown in here for some flavor. Oh, it would go a long way. Oh well, it's okay. I did what I could, what I had. When you guys dig in and eat it, God damn it, you honestly, Dwayne's legitimately decent cook. It's actually nice having him around because when it's Aldo's turn to cook, Aldo's one of those people that thinks he can turn everything. He can make every meal out of vodka, but like he doesn't cook out the alcohol, so it just tastes like vodka. You know what I mean? And
They're eating a lot of prestidigitation. Okay.
Koa,
Aldo, why
make
is
sure
this soup? It was supposed to be chicken nuggets.
Koa is the person that's like, you need your protein, and so it's like more or less like mid-rare meat. and then some carbs on the side. Whereas Mikhail
Bread
will
and
take
condiments in the middle of the two meats.
Mikhail will take a balanced approach and knows how to genuinely make simple meals because he grew up in such a way that he would have had to learn to like make meals or whatever when he was young, but probably never took to the craft. And so he's not good at it. He just knows how to go about the basics, right? Like the person that you're not going to make fun of for burning toast, but at the same time, you don't want to host dinner, you know, like, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyways, so he brings over and you guys are happily enjoy the meal. I don't know if there's any more RP you want to get out of him at this point or we continue on.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So you guys finish the travel that night for whoever is on the various watches. You'll notice that Dwayne tosses and turns a bit that evening. You can see like he is still a bit thrown off by this. I don't know if everybody here takes watches or because Dwayne is a person that will participate. If one of you, so I don't know if you want to split it 4 ways or if one of your characters just takes advantage of this and sleeps a bit more. Like it wouldn't surprise me if Mikhail takes extra time in the evenings not doing watches so he can actually start reading those books to study, or if Aldo takes the extra time to like pass out drunk. I don't think Koa would ever be the lazy person when it comes to watches. He just doesn't strike me as the type. So I'll leave it to you guys for this.
Nope, Koa watches.
All 4 watch, or there's one lazy guy?
Oh, if
So,
I
go
mean, Aldo's pretty lazy, but depends on what Mikhail's doing.
Sadly, Mikhail still feels somewhat guilty about being the only one to sleep when we were back at the keep. So, he would probably continue to offer to watch. So yeah, he can be persuaded to continue to research, obviously, because that was supposed to be a thing he's doing.
Yeah, Aldo's not going to persuade you to do that shit. So
I don't think Aldo's going to do that, yeah.
So why don't you 2 of your characters go ahead and roll me a vibe check real quick? Give me a sense motive. That's a good roll. Oh,
Good
I
one.
thought that was Koa for a second. I was like, whoa.
I can't get that. Am I supposed to roll 2? I think you said those 2.
I was
Three?
you were awake. Aldo was not. I was looking at
Yeah.
the raw die number as opposed to the. Hey, both of you guys got it. That's awesome. You can see that. You can kind of get the. Not that you would go and disrupt him and his broken sleep, but definitely like the conversation you're having, kind of like asking about the details and making him like air quotes relive it, as one of you had said it earlier in RP. He's kind of like, if you will, reliving it in his dreams, and seems to be like really shook by this in a way that like maybe like you probably feel a little bit bad about it, whatever it is, but you know, maybe there's a little bit more to the story than he shared, not because he was trying to hold things back, but maybe because he himself wasn't aware of it at the time. You know, your brain, when you go through like panic or bad scenarios, it's not abnormal to block out certain memories until it almost like triggered back to the foreground. And he seems to have had some degree of triggered memory because he's having a rough evening this night. With the total of the 20, I'll give that to Koa, but giving Mikhail, because he was able to beat a little bit higher, you also get the impression that maybe don't press it so soon either. Give him a day or few to almost like recoil from this, avoid the topic, and then you could probably approach it again, but be respectful of his own mental well-being. You yourself have gone through some emotional turmoil and understand that a couple of days can go a long way. So Koa doesn't quite get the give him time. Koa's like, oh, we should probably check. I'm not telling you, Wade, how to play Koa, but
No, you're
you
good.
wouldn't get that safeguard. Anyways, cool. So morning comes and everybody's getting ready. Sorry, were you gonna say something?
Mikhail, like, noticing the restlessness, he would probably start using the lullaby spell while he plays his lute, just to see if it offers any kind of like
Ooh, I
assistance.
like this. I like this a lot. I'm going to roll my will save. I'm not going to use the daddy's DM's dice on this one. That almost sounds counterintuitive because it's neither screwing you over nor aiding you. It just feels like a lame place to use it. So I'm going to break my own rules and not apply it here. And you're welcome, Giselle, because that's kind of a lame place to apply it. Okay. So he the lullaby, you start playing it, trying to see if it will lend him some aid. And at the end of the day, maybe it did, maybe it didn't. It's not definitive. It could be that just simply that he resisted the magics behind what it was that you were trying to do, or it could be that this kind of magic doesn't have the impact that you were hoping for. You know what I mean? So at first you don't know, but you get the impression it might be worth trying in the future if he has another rough night like this. It could be helpful to try again. Maybe just too fresh, but maybe like once the true like edge of it is off, you can help him as he's on his down, turn from this hill, right?
Okay.
Why's your spell save DC suck?
What? No, that's solid.
13?
Yeah, it's based off of spell level, which is 0, plus his modifier, which is 3.
Do better, dude.
That's it. That's all of it.
Yeah.
I know. I'm not
You
even
roll
as
against
strong
fucking
as
like
pneumonia
16s
yet.
and shit.
No, what? No, you guys don't have to roll against 16s. You guys typically roll against 11s and 12s.
Oh,
Roll
pneumonia was a
against
15.
16s
Pneumonia
and
was a
shit,
hard
yeah.
one. Pneumonia was a 15.
Yeah.
That's an exception. That's not the rule.
Just saying.
Oh, when
mine's
do we get that
magic.
spell DC at 16? When's our exception?
Oh, absolutely. When you cast let's say he casts a 3rd level spell,
Which I will never
and then he has
have.
a +3 mod, so that would be a DC 16.
Which I will never have a 3rd level spell.
Okay, maybe
Just
he
because-
takes the feat.
18.
He could take the feat to increase his DCs. There's feats to increase the DCs of your spells. He just chooses not to. We're gonna blame Keegan.
Oh, neat. Yeah.
Yep.
I definitely haven't chosen feats that have benefited us in other ways. Okay.
Happy birthday, and also fuck your DMs, but also this is your fault.
Keegan, you made all the worst
Belated
choices.
birthday.
Started with joining this campaign. Okay.
Well, that was the first.
How are you
Oh,
born
yeah.
like this, dude? I just want to.
Why did I start watching Lost Initiative? Why did I do this?
You know what? I like to blame it all on Mathis. It's his
It's
fault.
his fault I'm here. He's the one who reached out to me.
Damn.
I think
that
Jake
works. We'll blame
found
him.
this channel through Mike. I think Keegan found this channel through either you or Mike. You came here through Mike. Nobody's here because of me. Not a single person was like, I found Daelric in and of himself and made it over to Lost Initiative. Everybody is, I came to Lost Initiative. Giselle, you are now cursed. A pox on you and your family. Your children will grow up with the mother's curse. I hope one day when you grow up, you'll have children just like you. And that will be your kids. That's what
Aren't
you
you
get.
so glad you gave him DM dice?
Yeesh.
All right, cool. All right, moving on. Will, you're also not here for me.
When you grow up.
All right, let's go back to game. So anyways, that's what happened. So in the morning, he gets up a little bit early and he goes about the routine of like making breakfast or whatever. And I assume, Mikhail, you give Koa the warning of give him space.
Yeah.
Eventually you guys are going to break camp and spend the rest of the day traveling to Harrod. It's one of those things where your characters can do. Yes, Wade.
I would just say to Mikhail, like, I'll give him space. But I would say, like, if we talk to him, maybe the hospital wouldn't be a bad place for him to go to get relief from this when we do talk to him.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. He agrees. Basically, he'll bring it up, but just after a while.
Because that's what Leon basically went for with stuff going on inside. So it's like, maybe it'll help him too.
Yeah.
So
That's it.
it's I did math before wrong because I'm a dummy. It's 4 miles an hour if you're not hustling that you guys travel. So maybe it's one of those things where even just to like break the moment for him, it's like, hey guys, why don't we like have like a strong start of the day? Let's actually start the day with our hustle. Like let's push
A
hard.
non-Daelric start.
Yeah. What?
Because you're small and weak. That's the joke.
Oh, he was waiting for you to explain it. Okay.
I think so. You look confused.
That makes sense.
And so you do your hustle the first hour of the day. So it's about 20 miles to get to Forvin, and you bang out the first, 8 or so in the first hour of getting there. But I imagine your characters don't want to take a break before getting to Forvin. You're just going to make your way the whole way there, which is fine. So all in all, it takes you, what's that? Instead of 5 hours, it takes you 4 hours, I think, to get there, because you hustle for one of them. And eventually, like about halfway through your day of travel, you're a little tired, a little sore because you guys haven't been in the saddle or this kind of travel in, over a month now. But, it's nice to, break in the, the soles of your boots and kind of like get your muscles ready for like proper adventure again. And so you come into Forvin, around midday. You get like a good travel. It's around, 1 o'clock or so in the afternoon as you come into Forvin. As a reminder, when you're coming in from the northern edge, you can see there are 2 sets of docks as exist in Forvin. There's the docks out the west gate, out the west side of Forvin that goes to where the river is, and there's the docks on the southern edge of Forvin that go directly to the lake that's there. No Morse code with your eyes, please. But when you get into Forvin, it's also kind of like nice because, unlike Leshev, Forvin is a bit more bustling than Leshev is. Leshev is pretty small, but is built up. Forvin is more built, is more populous, but not quite as built up as Leshev is. So when you go in, there's a good number of people, and it's nice to be surrounded by people. It's nice to have a different scenery than Leshev, et cetera, that's here. And you guys have some air quotes friends or acquaintances or whatever in the region. I don't think there was anything that you cared to touch on here. So I imagine your characters spend the rest of your day kind of like, swinging by, grabbing like a place to spend the night, and then...
The only thing we might check in on is to see if there's been any movement on the prisoners.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and roll me a GI check on this one, Wade. It's done with diplomacy, but the DC is not particularly high because you have contacts here.
Run that. What am I rolling?
Gather information is diplomacy.
Yeah.
Okay. He said, roll me a GI tract. And I was like, what? Gastrointestinal? What?
Hey, Koa.
That's solid.
So you go up and you speak to the interim captain of the guard, if you will, that's over here, and try to get some details from her. A couple details of what you're able to acquire is, for one, I think you guys sponsored for this beforehand. I could be mixing my lines here, but she actually did permanently get the position of captain of the guard, at least for now. You could always, nothing's truly permanent, right? You can always get stabbed in the eyeball. But she is the actual captain of the guard as opposed to an interim one now, which is great. She did push for the initiative that you guys had wanted for, which is the option to have the prisoners, move. And she will say that the town, as previously stated, is willing to make that kind of deal if the right offer is made. And that, as far as she understands from her removed perspective, there are early talks of that happening. So Leshev has already started taking the early steps to have this happen, but nothing has been solidified for this actual transfer.
That's fine.
Yep.
If I remember right, we'd only said, please not Hodgwin, if anywhere, Leshev. Pretty sure that was our conversation.
Yep. It's like
Basically,
keep them here or bring them to Leshev is the overall goal that you wanted, and she is in alignment with this with you.
Yeah.
And so,
does she know if there's been any interest at all from Hodgwen?
yeah, that's actually a great check. With Wade's GI check there, she will have a conversation with him. It's one of those things where when conversations happening, and as he's asking, it's almost like you see it like the cop movies, right? Like you're having conversation with her over inside of like where her office is, because I did describe as her having a proper office, or at least the captain of the guard having a proper office here. She like gets up and while maintaining conversation with you goes over and like shuts the door. It's like one of those, the sergeant or whatever shuts the door to the office and closes the blinds, right?
We call that a GI joke.
And she will inform you. She says there is some degree of interest that she has heard, that there's an inkling of interest in acquiring them from Hodgwen. However, it's not anything that's been too entertained yet, because with what part he played in the whole slave ring that transpired, and the fact that was more under Hodgwen's kind of domain that it transpired, that they're not too interested in sending him in that direction. that actually would be the wrong kind of message they want to send throughout to their own town, their own citizens and whatnot here. So there seems to be a degree of morality there, and that's kind of like what you're immediately getting. Go ahead and roll me a sense motive, Wade. I know that this is Koa's best trait. And that's kind of the end of where it is, right? Is she says that that's the the stake of the matter, and Koa is happy to hear that that's the case. That that's where things land. And she does seem like she's not fully convinced that that's the case, because she is always concerned when money is about. But luckily, Leshev does have deep coffers. And so, she's hopeful that things go the way that you guys had tried to push for them to transpire. Beyond that, there is, what was the other thing I was going to say? Oh, there was one other thing that transpired here. Hold on. Oh, she says, but I do have a bit of news for you. So the captain of the guard, when he fled from here, that he had a couple of others that were with him, right? When he fled, he had a couple others that came by and sprung him out or helped him out, and he has his crew that he's known to spend his time with. We got one of them on lockdown with him, but the other one, she got away and has some people held up with her. You know where she's holding up? You know what I found out?
No. Go on.
She's AC trained. And apparently she has herself, I don't know if it's permanent or close enough to it, like maybe a rental or whatever, but she has herself a nice comfortable spot at that university down in, not in Meshtez, but, not too far outside of it.
I thought a mage was one of the ones brought in with the broken fingers. You're telling me there are two of them that could do that?
No, she ain't no mage. She's one of those, the bards. One of those people that are trained in that university down that way.
Oh, that might be more Mikhail's specialty than my own.
I don't care whose specialty it is, but I know where she is. Not that I can keep eyes on her, and not that she's staying put, but it's interesting to know that she has a home not too far from here. I mean, that's still quite the travel, but it's not far enough off to make me feel confident. I wish she'd shove down all the way to the coast or some such, but that's where she is.
Well, as far as we know, the only thing that the mage and that she participated in was helping the former captain get out. I don't believe, or at least we don't have any reason to think, that they were involved in the slave business. So
she leans forward in her seat and gives you like a hard look.
I agree that what she did was wrong. At least it wasn't as bad as what he did, so I'm glad that at least he's in custody, is what I'm trying to say.
Koa, if Mikhail got himself into some trouble, would you not be there to just try to help him out? I'm not saying you go so far as to break him out of some prison or whatever, but would you not just immediately take his side?
That's a complicated question, but in most cases, probably, yes.
How long have you known Mikhail?
Better part of a year or so at this point.
The Tillermen have been working together for the better part of a decade, maybe more.
Right.
You've bled with Mikhail. They have bled together 10 times as much.
I don't disagree, but unless there's something we know that she did.
No. I'm not saying that she participated, but she had to know some shit. There's no way that you're that close to somebody like that for that long, and they're a part of something like this for that long, and you don't know anything, and you're okay with it. In my book, she's just as guilty. If she knew something and just swept it under the carpet because that's what made it easy for her to live her life day to day, then she's just as guilty as he is. Yeah, okay, maybe she's not quite as guilty, but there's still some guilt falling on her shoulders. That's not somebody I'm going to be willing to trust. That's somebody I'm going to want to keep an eye on if I hear they're in town.
I understand that part, and if what you're saying is true, then yes, I would also have some suspicions, but I still wouldn't go so as far as to arrest every acquaintance a criminal has for possibly knowing something. We don't know that for sure. I don't want to live in a world where we do make those assumptions and just assign guilt.
I didn't say I'm going to be throwing manacles around her wrists or having anybody attack her. But no, I do want to live in a world where I'm making those assumptions. It's my job. It's my job to make sure that people are kept safe, and she's suspicious. As someone I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, a very close eye on.
I don't disagree, and we know she helped him get out of here, which is in and of itself bad. But that is the extent of the crimes I know that she's committed and her knowledge she had. The way every town in this place works and the way that everyone that we've met seems to be, there's shades of gray everywhere, and knowledge, non-knowledge, looking the other way, or accepting payment or such. There's a lot of corruption and terrible things around. I just hope all of that starts to clean up and get better, much less get worse. So, having the slavers gone and stopping this troop from helping him escape or whatever have you, or the other one buying their way out, I'm very thankful that Forvin has stepped in and held a high moral ground. And a lot of that is thanks to you, so do not take me as insulting you. I'm not trying to. Just a bit guarded and protective of my opinion, I suppose. Maybe too much so.
She nods and says, she nods and says, well, I just wanted to be known that Kazakh won't be going anywhere anytime soon. I've got him locked up tight, so she ain't going to be taking him unless the only person. Sorry, she says Kazakh's locked up tight. Only person I'll be taking him out of this place will be Tariq, if the deal comes through.
Well, we've been in talks with the people in Leshev, and I'm hopeful that an agreement can be made, or for the betterment, whatever that may be.
She nods and shrugs and says, well, anyways, it's nice seeing you, Koa. You staying around for a while, or you passing through?
Unfortunately, passing through again. Of all places, Forvin's one that we never seem to spend enough time in. We always have business everywhere else, but one day we'll be here for a while, I'm sure.
She nods. She says, well, if you do decide that you're going to stick around for a bit, let me know. I'm sure there's some odd jobs I can find for you and your crew to take care of. I mean, you're known as the heroes of Leshev and the heroes of Hod Gwen, but here we are in Forvin. Ain't no heroes.
Hopefully that means we could actually get paid to do something here.
She stands up abruptly and says, well, very obviously trying to make a joke of it.
Yeah, he laughs. There's always hope. To go to shake her hand or whatever.
Yep. And you can go your separate way. Was there anything else in Forvin? I imagine you want to speak to Mikhail and Aldo about that in general, but was there anything else in Forvin your characters wanted to do?
Is there anything Forvin's known for selling? We're a little bit low on some supplies. Are they better at selling some things than Leshev or Hodgwin would have been?
So Leshev gets a lot of imports down from Vala and anywhere above there, like Taziendale or Caldaria. Hodgwen's going to be bringing a lot of imports from the central part of Paradel. Forvin actually is where a lot of internal trade happens in Adir, or at least this part of it, because they also do lots of trade for that in Hodgwen. So there'd be a lot of internal trade here, but Forvin's actually a great place for gathering up supplies. So they have a significant amount of farmland. They have lots of fishing. There's lots of hunting that can be done inside the woods that's there. They're a place where it's great to get your more mundane supplies. This is a pretty solid place to go to. Also, if you're looking to hire a person like a Dwayne, this is a great place to go to find those kind of woodsmen or people that might cross the river, however, and go into the plains beyond. Great kind of finding that persona. But overall, no odds and end pieces. You'd be better off in Leshev or definitely Hod Gwen. Okay. Here is more mundane items.
Then I don't think so for me.
Cool.
Yeah, nothing from me. I do have a question though.
Sure.
How much is Dwayne's going rate? What to hire Dwayne? How much are we talking?
That's a good question. Give me a second and I will come up with that for you. I'm pretty sure Pathfinder 2e has hirelings for rules. Let's see, a skilled hireling normally goes for 5 silver pieces a day. But because that's somebody that has like a lot of skill to them. However, Dwayne tends to be kind of abused by a lot of the people that are here. He tends to undervalue himself, so he's a bit of a steal. Where he goes for cheaper than that. It's closer to say like a silver a day or what have you. You know, Koa is more expensive, or at least when he was, you know, our earlier levels would be more expensive. So he goes for the rate because he undervalues himself at closer to an unskilled hireling's rate, which is, you know, appropriate. What was I going to say? But the thing to note here is those rates are assuming you're in areas that require either expertise or there's a degree of mild danger. If there's extreme danger, it goes for more. And if it's somewhere that doesn't require too much expertise, it can go for less. Like if you're like, hey, I need a porter to run around town for me for a day. That's not going to cost you a fucking silver, right? That's more like a couple copper pieces or something like that. But if you're like, oh, I need a porter to travel from town A to town B, all right, well, that's different. That actually costs more, right? And you get the idea.
Aldo's gonna bring up to Mikhail and Koa at some point. He's gonna say, we're getting close to Jedda's. You know, I was thinking, the people there, we have them training. I mean, Leon's there instructing and all that, but you know, it might not be so bad if we maybe hire Dwayne to teach them some basic survival skills. Could be useful if we need to, you know, camp out or, you know, if we're gonna ambush like something somewhere and, you know, not leaving tracks, just things like that, things he's good at.
I don't disagree, but can we afford to hire him? That would be an extended period of time for that level of training, I imagine. I mean, we're talking at least probably weeks, not a month.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what his rate is, and well, he might be even willing to, you know, give us a bit of a discount. But I was just thinking if he could, if we could increase the skill of those we already have there, why not give him something to do too? I know he has his own demons and things he's seen.
Yeah. I mean, that's not just asking him to like accompany us somewhere. That's a task, you know, wanting him to train people. Maybe he has an idea of how much he'd want to charge for something like that.
Yeah, well, I definitely, you know, want to talk with him, but I thought I'd bring it up with you guys first.
I don't dislike the idea. Mikhail and I were talking the other night. I think you slept through the night, but we had done some watches, and after speaking with him, he was having some rough sleep, tossing about, and it clearly seemed uncomfortable. I know you don't ever want to go to the hospital in Hodgwyn, but after it helped Leon and myself, I thought perhaps it could help Dwayne. So perhaps after he gets himself a little bit more right in Hodgwyn, going back to Jedda's.
Sometimes people just need a bit more of a purpose to set things straight. You know what I mean? He's part of a crew, you know, that was unfortunate what happened to them. He's probably got some survivor's guilt there. Maybe, you know, putting himself to a good cause, helping people, you know, teaching, be all the help he needs.
Koa gives like Mikhail a look.
It could, but I mean, think of how he's spent the time this far. He's been putting himself into work. I mean, it's easy to distract yourself from that kind of thing, but it doesn't go away. I think that's what he's that's what he's dealing with at night, especially after having to relive it.
We're gonna wait to bring this up a little bit, perhaps soon, but I don't know if we got the full story from Dwayne.
We didn't.
There might be more that happened that either he couldn't remember or he's buried deep and tried to forget. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, you guys know, or at least have a feeling that that's the case. Why not talk to him about it again?
I think he's given us all he can at the moment, or at least is willing to. I think it's good to give him some time. I'll bring it up again whenever it.
Sorry, my internet dropped. I don't know if you said anything to me.
Mhm.
Oh, mine did too, apparently.
Oh, that's weird. But you want to just reiterate that last little bit for yourself, sir? Keegan?
Yeah,
Just literally one sentence.
I said, oh shit. Sorry, that threw me off. Oh, he's given us all he can or is able to at the moment. If he's not sleeping well, I want him to have at least a good night's sleep. Maybe stop tossing and turning first.
Well, we can spend the night here, and then I don't want to walk around the lake. We can just catch a boat over, right? The Harad. Go on foot from there.
With the horses, cost a bit more, but yes, we can. I still won't be happy, so I'll make sure to give her an extra bit of food.
Yeah, I guess we can do that. I don't mind either
Maybe
way.
bring it up to him. What, in Harad?
Maybe. I'll have to see.
It would be nice to know before we get to Jurda's what kind of aid Herod was able to provide. We did give them some of the stuff, right? We gave them some stuff to help provide food, and we gave the rest to Leon to get weapons and stuff. So some of the luxury went to like necessities. Is that right?
We gave
Yeah.
Harad construction material or something, because I remember.
Yeah, we did that originally too. Yeah.
Yeah.
They've
That
gotten
wasn't
stuff from us
finished the
twice.
last time they were there.
Yeah.
I
Herod
thought
is
whatever we decided to do.
sorry. Herod is very much your friends in this scenario.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember. I think whenever we last left Jurda's, we were like, well, we talked to Jaaek about the fact that the supplies were so low.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also had Leon going to get, like... Yeah. Okay. So hopefully things are better off there between Leon and Jaaek.
Mm-hmm.
As far as which place to stay, what's the captain's name in Forvin? What's her name?
Actually, somebody in chat gave her name before, and I can't remember.
I thought her name was Yahanka, but I guess that was somebody else.
No, that may have been her. I honestly,
No, that's the counselor, because I wrote it. I don't write things down, and I wrote that down.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I
had another
Erla.
name that it might have been. Not Ma'Erla.
Ma'Erla.
I saw another name that it might have been. Give me 1 second. Where did it go? I have a note that says helpful guard in Forvin was Kiris Hallow.
Kiris Hallow?
Yeah. This is how I spell.
Probably the same guard. That seem right, Scott?
Kira's Hollow could absolutely be it. That sounds familiar. But I don't remember. I never wrote that one down because I think chat named them. So
Yeah, if it was either that or Yahanka, and if Jake's got Yahanka as the council person, then this is the only other name I have in reference to a guard in Forvin at all.
What was the wife's name? My husband could do no wrong. Lady.
Lenore.
Lenore. Yeah.
Yeah, they're on the same notes. So.
I took good notes once.
Oh yeah, milk toast.
Mm-hmm. I have the Tillerman. You have a handout in roll 20. But that the Tillerman, I actually don't have the wife. I don't have Lenore in there. I have Jaaek, I have Blackguard, Bruiser, Milk Toast, Face, Bear Trap, Captain, and then I have, as though he's not technically a Tillerman, I have Julius in there as well. He was the merchant that you guys captured up. I know for a fact that you know for a fact that Milk Toast died. And you know that Captain and Julius are both imprisoned in Forvin. And you know for a fact Face or Freya is a bard at the university. That was confirmed. It was actually mentioned multiple times, but this is the full time that you got like full confirmation. However, I don't think you know what happened, top of my mind, my memory. I don't think you know what happened to either Blackguard Bruiser or Bear Trap. I think all
Which
three
one
of
was
them.
the one that jumped off the bridge? One of them like tried to escape and haunt Gwen. I don't remember which one that was.
Escape and did they die?
I know somebody jumped into the water at Hogwin.
That
but
wasn't. I think that was
a
just
slaver. Some random.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
One
I
of the
don't think
people
that was
were
one of the
from-
Tillermen because they're actually like, as you can see on there, they're like legitimate like classes too. Like they actually have because I just have my notes on there. For you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so those are not like nobodies, right? Even Julius is like the closest to a nobody because he's an expert, which is an NPC class. But the others are like fighter or ranger, you know, stuff like that. Like they legitimately have training.
And so who is this? This is the group that what's his face was a part of.
This is the group that
Yeah.
Captain Kazakh, or the captain of the guard here in Forvin.
Yeah,
He was a
his
part of
group.
two
Okay.
groups. He was a part of the Lashes, right? But he was
Yeah.
also one of the Tillermen, which was
This
a
is
known-
an adventuring party.
Exactly.
Yeah,
this is, like,
exactly.
Okay.
you know, better part of a decade or more.
Yeah.
And of them, you know, two of them are locked down, and you're pretty confident they're locked down. You know, one of them's dead. So it's the other four that are in air quotes concern, if you will.
Milk Toast is locked up, right?
No, Milktoast is dead. That's the one that
Yeah.
Oh,
says
Milk Toast is dead.
that's the wizard.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, I thought they broke his fingers and like imprisoned him.
One of them they broke the fingers. Yeah, they broke the fingers.
They broke
of the
the
caster.
fingers of the caster.
The tree people
Is this
delivered
these are the
two
same people?
prisoners.
Yeah, these are the
Yeah.
these are the same people. Oh, that's right.
Okay, then yeah, Milktoast
Oh
is in prison.
shit! No, you are very much correct. So Milktoast is in
Yeah.
prison with Kazakh and Julius.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that means somebody else is dead.
I'm gonna put updated.
Yeah.
notes
I don't
Oh,
know who's dead.
Oh shit! Which one of them
Bear
died?
Trap.
there. Man.
What was it?
I'm gonna say
I don't
bear something.
Bear Trap may have been the one. I honestly don't recall. Oh
Yeah,
shit!
we
they
actually
broke,
took
they
names,
broke
too.
every finger of the wizard and delivered him to Forvin.
No, you are very
Yeah.
much. You are very much correct on that.
We got their actual names too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Blackguard is Jaaek.
Milton, all that. Oh, that's all written
Yeah.
right here on this as well.
Yeah.
This is where we say, "Where the fuck is forensic?" You know what I mean?
I don't
Hammerhead, we
there-
ask ourselves that every stream.
I don't remember there being one confirmed dead.
No, there
Uh,
was one that was confirmed dead.
I
Oh, I-
believe the tree folks
I
said that they
believe you.
did kill
Yeah.
one.
I just don't remember who it was or finding
the
out
tree
who
folks.
specific it was.
Yeah, I don't know that we know that.
'Cause I didn't take a note of it, whoever it was. But we know.
Forensic, these are old. This would be old news. Like,
Yeah, this was from
is-
what freaking session would that be from? Hold on, let me
Oh
go find
God,
my notes again.
probably 20-ish. No, yeah, maybe.
I have the
20-ish.
session notes pulled up, so it's around there though. Yeah,
This was either on our way. No, this was
It's
on our way back to
24.
the Chev.
yeah. This is
So
session
we
24.
discussed the prisoner transfer stuff. That's when we
Yeah.
got that information.
Yeah.
Yeah, session 24. At least that's where that's when the notes I have from are logged.
I should really get back to taking notes.
I thought they
Mine was,
broke the
deteriorating.
fingers of the caster, and it was like
Uh-huh.
you know probably one of the melee guys, right? That they killed.
Yeah,
Yeah, no. It's funny because you say Bear Trap. It
Hmm.
could be Bear Trap. I'm just not entirely sure, and
so we know
I'm not entirely
Blackguard is
sure which
unknown.
which one it was.
Bruiser unknown.
I'm updating the
Milktoast, we
notes
know is
myself, so hopefully
imprisoned.
you guys are updating the notes inside of Roll20.
Oh, and roll 20 now.
Okay, cool. I'm updating the ones instead of Roll20. That way it's a handout for you. What you want to do beyond there, that's up to you, but I'm just trying to update it in Roll20.
Dog,
I'm
I
just
don't know
putting
if we
in my
know or
notes.
not. I think I remember hearing that they had 3 of them. One died. They broke the caster's fingers. The one girl got away, and that they had the captain. I feel like we heard that. I don't know if we heard who died or
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, that's the same boat I'm
That
in.
was 800 hours ago.
We know Freya's the one that's at the university.
Yeah.
Face. Sorry, I said Freya. Face is at the
What
university.
Face is her
and-
nickname? Freya's her real name.
and Lenore is headed there, probably there by now.
Yeah. She was heading there fucking forever ago.
Yeah, but wasn't Lenore there to go in there to meet up with her husband? But then her husband came back here.
That was the plan. Was she was hoping to be able to, but then he got captured.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. We were speculating that like she had some other method of trying to meet up with him, but
anyways, cool.
I don't think it's gonna work now.
I think it may have been Bear Trap that died because it would have been him that was leading them through the woods, because he was the ranger.
Mm.
So I think Bear Trap is one that makes sense to have died. So it's Bruiser and Blackguard that you don't know where they are. And I've updated the notes here. I just showed it to you so you can see it more easily right there. I can also add,
what was the captain's nickname?
Captain.
Yeah, his name is Kazakh.
His name's Kazakh,
Yeah.
but his nickname is Captain.
He was very presumptive as a kid.
He was just their leader.
Oh, cool.
And then Lenore, I'll add her on here, and she is similarly at university.
The captain used I think a cudgel. It was a blunt type weapon. Made a lot of crunching noises, and he made a cereal based on it.
Oh Jesus Christ, Wade! No, bad.
They call it Captain Crunch.
So I'm wondering if Milk Toast's fingers were all broken. Did they heal wrong? And then if so, could you then re-break them and then heal him with healing magic to have his fingers go back to normal?
They're less than 2 pounds.
Some,
Cut them off so they're objects.
something like that. What you're saying, Jake, is theoretically possible for somebody who is super skilled. Like a regular person couldn't do that. You'd have to be very skilled in what you do, or have a higher level magic, right? So it's like a high skill check or a powerful spell. Anyway, so we have it listed here. Forvin, Devin, Forvin. So 3 are behind bars, and then Bruiser and Blackguard are unknown. At the university, and dead. Right. So I have those notes there for you. All right, continuing on back to the game.
So just real quick, other than knowing that they are associated with the captain, have they ever been known to do anything bad? They were just known as adventurers, and then they helped the dude escape, who was their friend, which is that's bad. But these guys are playing a prominent role for literally never having crossed our path or even committed a crime that we know of, other than helping their dude escape.
Correct. You just have
no, but they might have a vendetta against us in a way. But more so, I think they're going to become more relevant to us if Leshev happen to get the prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
Then we might have to deal with another attempted break or a transport heist kind of thing, or something like that.
Yeah, or some kind of confrontation, or
because there are still 3 of them out there.
Yeah,
2 that are unknown, 1 that's at the university. But yes, 3 official members. Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Anything else in Forvin, or we good to move on?
not for me.
Not for me.
Keegan, do me a favor. Roll me a GI check.
Okay. It takes me a second every time you call it a GI check. Just. I should probably make a macro for this.
Damn.
Oof.
That is a solid roll right there. You get some very important information. It turns out that while you're here inside of Forvin, and you would have been angry if you failed this roll and was like, what the fuck, Scott? While you're here in Forvin, you do poke around just to see if there's any news or whatever it is. And there does happen to be one of those couriers from Edir is passing through. I'm saying Edir, my apologies. From Paradel is passing through. Paradel has its own courier services that are pretty routine and are able to transfer packages, parcels, as long as they're small, predominantly just like letters. Kind of like think of old America, you know what I mean? And its postal services. They're able to pass this throughout the network that exists in Paradel. By sheer coincidence, this river that you're on, so through Hodgwyn, Herod, Forv, and Leshev, is part of the path that they'll take going from Paranhia up until Vala, or from some parts of Bard up into Vala, right? So it's actually very convenient that you're along this path here, and so you're able to take advantage of a parallel network while here at Adir, because their network doesn't generally stretch outside of their nation, unless it's like, touching on maybe a major city that's along the edge of a nearby nation, and that's not even consistent, right? So it's convenient for you. Anyways, you sent letters out to 2 individuals, and you're able to check and see if any parcels came in. The third one went later.
Gotcha. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure.
Yep, to 2 individuals a while ago at this point. And so it's around now, maybe even a little bit earlier, you're hoping to hear back. And so by hearing that the courier service is in town, you go and you check with the courier service, say, hey, is there anything here? And they say yes. And of course, the person that's, the courier is expecting, it was delivered one way. They're expecting payments delivering the other way. So they are going to want 2 copper from you for you to take your letters, and they will give them to you. And they're more than happy to deliver details. Okay. I assume you want to read from Danley first. Sorry, sir. You go right ahead.
I'm going to pay them 3 copper.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
You rolled really high on your GI check. Is there any other details you're hoping to grab, or?
Because it was reflexive, I wasn't really thinking anything. No, I'd probably ask, did he have any kind of issues or anything on his way here, or expecting any on the way back? That kind of deal?
It says, no, the roads have been, the roads outside of Meshtez is always a bit dangerous, right? But everything seems to be going well enough. He leans in and says, Hodgwen's a bit weird lately, if you know what I mean. So I did actually cut from Westwood out to Harrod rather than going through there. I don't know. These small towns, they make you a little bit uncomfortable when they start getting a bit uppity. And Hodgwen seems to be a bit uppity as of late. Didn't want anybody rifling through my bags.
Yeah, Hodgwen is... weird's a good word for it right now. Unfortunately, I am heading that way. Do you plan on running through there the next time you're in Adir, or do you know if someone is?
Shakes his head and says, only if there's special delivery through to it. That costs extra.
Damn. How much extra?
Oh, you ask him that? Oh, he says,
yeah.
Oh, you looking to send out packages, or?
I want to make sure I can receive a response.
Oh, something you already sent out. It might not be me traveling through, so if I were you and you're afraid someone's going to be setting by, maybe send word down into Westwood. I'm not the only one, I'm sure, cutting that corner right there. So if you have some friends down in Westwood that can keep an eye open and carry that distance from Westwood to Hodgwen, that might not be a bad idea.
Got it. Okay, thanks for the tip.
Nods,
That's
says, tip? For another Dell? Give you the whole thing. He says, loudly and with a big smile.
Now we're kicked out. No.
Other people toss sideways glances.
Mikhail just kind of laughs at that, and that's probably when he'll give him the extra copper. But no other info I need.
Cool. When you finally crack open the letters to look at what's on the inside, the one from Danley asking about midnight milk. Give me 1 second, actually. So midnight milk, which is, you were looking into it because you were concerned about Aldo, right? Is you find out that midnight milk is in and of itself a kind of a powerful hallucinogenic. Usually when you take it, some people are able to resist the effects to pass out, but not everybody is. As to whether or not it's better to be awake or passed out very much depends on the hallucination and the individual, right? The good thing about somebody being passed out is, generally speaking, your body is effectively paralyzed when you're passed out, right? Your regular functions take over. And so even though you're going through a horrible situation, it's harder to kind of pull your attention from the hallucination. at least you're not a danger to yourself or others around you for the most part. On the flip side, if you're awake, sure, you might actually be physically moving about and doing stuff, but it's easy to, wake you up from that hallucination if need be, or at least pull your attention to a different hallucination. So again, there's ups and downs to both of them, giving this scenario. And then other people will argue that there's value in directing, like, do you want the mind to wander truly, like while you're sleeping, or do you want to try to give direction in the hallucination while you're awake? Again, different values here for different reasons, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing to note is that no matter what, it does just like wipe you out afterwards. You are just straight up fatigue afterwards, which sucks. But there is an upside to this. After you pass out for that hour, when you wake up, you tend to, despite the fatigue, you feel physically you're drained, but mentally, if you're don't go off the rails with your hallucination, you're mentally more alert, as though you've had a full night's sleep. As a matter of fact, like, this is a thing that sometimes students at the university would use, not just recreationally, but on occasion they'll use it as part of like properly studying their magics for late into the night, and then they'll just trip balls for like an hour, and afterwards they're still able to use their magics going into whatever exam or lesson is that they're doing. It's just a gamble, because if you trip balls and it's a negative one, oh boy, that's on your shoulder as you're going into the exam. But if it's like a light or a positive one, oh, holy hell, this could be a really, really good thing for you. So it has function as well as just being recreational. He does warn you, however, that when you take midnight milk, it's good if you use it every once in a great while. It's scary because it's very addictive. It is not uncommon that when a student uses it that one time to get the edge or whatever it might be, that, they'll just use it one more, and just one more, and just one more. And it can become a bad addiction because it's not inexpensive. It's not produced by people that are known exactly to be the most upstanding, right? This is not legal inside of Paradel. And and so it's again a slippery slope, if you will, except for those that are strong in mind. So it does raise some concern if this is truly what Aldo had, because he has an addictive personality, but he hasn't shown any signs of interest in it. Maybe the bad trip he had was beneficial for this. The last thing I will say is that there is midnight milk isn't always made the same. You've just heard about all the wondrous parts of it, but midnight milk sometimes goes sour. Now, Danley doesn't know if this is intentionally crafted this way or unintentionally crafted this way, or if it's good milk that just sat there for so long that it went sour, but it's called sour milk. And sour milk works kind of like midnight milk, except that you definitely pass out. Like there's no awake tripping, and you almost always have a nasty dream, like a really nasty hallucination. And that hallucination, the crazy part is, while that you're passed out, it doesn't last only about an hour. It can last anywhere between 2 to 8 hours. But for you experiencing it, people report saying that while others outside watching them are like, oh, they passed out for 2 to 8 hours, the person who is passed out, their nightmares are experienced as though they've lived a lifetime in their dream. Like a full solid, not like, oh, just a couple of hours, like a lifetime, like decades of experience there. And when they come back from having that kind of a trip, they're changed. Sometimes, on the rare occasion, if they're just a strong-minded person, they might come back changed, haunted, some mild PTSD, but could come back from their lifetime of experience knowing a new language or having a new skill that they didn't have prior. But more often than not, they come back with true blue PTSD. They are an altered person and need years of help to be able to come back. And that's why it's illegal inside of Paradel. Paradel's not anti, psychoactives in general. It's just if you have sour milk, it can just ruin who you are as an individual.
Yikes. Okay.
Yeah. So midnight milk, not necessarily a bad thing. Sour milk, it can be really bad.
Or really good.
Yeah, legitimate. Like if Koa went down and all of a sudden he comes back and he's like, I don't know, an architect designing buildings, like that'd be pretty cool. But if he came back and he was
You
a
said
babbling
strong
fool,
mind? I don't know about strong mind.
well,
A strong constitution, perhaps. Strong mind.
well, fortitude save is what resists the
Addiction.
the addiction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that's what resists the whatever else you were talking about there, the PTSD.
Hey Aldo, what's your fort bonus?
Fort bonus? What's that?
Yeah, exactly. The good news is addiction, I think, is considered a disease, and I think you have a +4 against that. So I think
No, you can roll twice, I think, can't you?
I don't know. Roll fortitude save real quick to see what it says.
Oh, from Heart of the Slums.
Yeah. So you have a +1 normally, and you get to roll twice against diseases. So you get advantage, which is nice. But
That's dope.
Just to pull this in for everybody to know, the addiction for this is moderate, so it's a DC 16. 16. It is a scary gamble to become addicted to it. When you become addicted, it doesn't mean like you fiend for it constantly. There's whole rules around addiction, but it could be bad for a while. So
you need a hero point, luck, and the bonus.
yeah. For him, yeah. But anyways, that's what
rough.
Danley. So Danley gives that to you in like, kind of like filling you in. But then it's also kind of like, I haven't heard from you in a long time. How have you been? It was weird not having you here this semester. I hope your studies for your thesis are going well. You know what I mean? Like,
well, here's your LSD notes.
Yeah, right.
I hope it's going well. But then there's like also notes in there like genuine concern, but like trying to play it off, not like genuine concern. So you're good at like reading between the lines. You know Danley very well, and so you know that there's like oh yeah, da da da, and like the warnings that he's putting in there. You're not entirely sure all those stories are real or if he's just like retelling you stories that he's heard because he's being concerned, trying to steer you away from it. So it's not the information is bad; it's that it's told in such a way to steer you away from wanting to use it, right?
Of course, yeah.
Because you and Danley, you're buddies, you're good friends, and
Yeah.
by no means is this like a big brother kind of person for you, but concerned. And he himself is a hard worker, work with his hands, not as creative as you are when it comes to like song and composition and that kind of stuff. More creative with his hands. Somebody that probably would get along a bit with Koa. Koa could probably get some like pointers from him on the finery in carpentry, which is kind of like you're realizing that to yourself, like, because his penmanship is like insanely. It's one of those like you're like, God damn it! If I had his penmanship, either way. Like I could be the scribe for a king, so his penmanship is like really good. His calligraphy is really good. You think him and Koa could get along well, but he's kind of like having this tone to it. I don't know if you respond and want to send anything out, or if you just let that sit for a few weeks or whatever before you worry about it.
He won't respond yet. He's probably gonna wait till he gets the other one. It gives him some time to think of like how he wants to respond.
Cool. For the
So,
third person.
and then- yeah, and then he'll just send. And then he can send them all at once.
Awesome. So with Cadero, the note is actually really simple. It's very short. It simply says it's a parcel, if you will. And there's a note on it. So they take the parcel, which has a little bit of a heft to it, and you grab the note and you open it up. And the note just says, "You owe me 3 gold." And then when you open the parcel, he actually sent you a book on sacred geometry. And so it's one of those things where you're like, oh, did they? It's a very used book, not like it's in trash condition, but it's a very used book. So maybe they bought it. or maybe they already had it on hand and lent it to you. Maybe they borrowed it for an extended period because of their connections from the library. You're not entirely sure. He says you owe me 3 gold, and then the parcel has a book on kind of like research around sacred geometry and so on and so forth. It's not exclusively about mole details. It's just the concept in general and how it is to tie the maths together and so on and so on, right? So something that you can use from a perspective that your character just has no foundational, your character is not exactly a math whiz. You're more of liberal arts than you are about, the hard sciences, if you will.
Yeah.
STEM.
Not like full into academia or any of that either.
Yeah, exactly. So this is like a really big boon. And the idea of like, you don't know if you're keeping it or if you're using it for a period, but because he didn't say that, you can kind of assume you're using it for a period and will eventually return it. The idea of 3 gold to have this on hand is so convenient because you would have been surprised if you could have found this in anywhere in Nadir, right?
Yeah.
So.
Sweet. Okay, I got that on my sheet now. Okay, so there's those. And then, yeah, he doesn't have... Yeah, like I said, he's not going to reply to these just yet.
Yep. And so that is literally the advice, is just that book, if you will, which is, it's kind of like on point because they are a mentor for you and somebody that will give sagely advice, but sometimes will also, as a mentor, say, do your own research. And so you can imagine the whole vibe of this is, I'm not going to do your work for you while you're writing your thesis, but here is a material you might be missing for you to do your own goddamn work, right? And so, very mentor-y. Right. So,
yep.
Cool.
Okay.
So I imagine you spend that one night because you have the latter part of the day in Forvin. You have your conversations. You get that. A couple of people realize that you're Del. You get a couple of side eyes, and you leave that bar and don't go visit that again for a few weeks. But otherwise, you spend at least one night here. I don't know if you guys want to spend the second night just to enjoy a bed before you keep going, or if you're just going to keep moving.
No, but I imagine if we go to the tavern, I would let the captain know that we were there just to have like a drink and be like, we're not staying in town enough for work, but grab a drink with us if you want.
Oh, yeah. She actually might take you up on that one because she knows, I think, Koa and Mikhail fairly well because you guys have gone and spoken with her a good bit, Koa mostly, but I don't think she spent much time with Aldo. And so a couple things here. One, get to know you guys a little bit better, but 2, it's also somebody new in her position, triangulating herself as being an ally. So she's not an idiot. By no means is she a politician, but she's also no fool and knows that like having the right friends can help her in the street. And so
we're doing the same thing back.
yeah, exactly, right?
He's our one person in Forvin, so I was like, yeah, we better keep buddying up.
Yep. And so right. that works out. Go ahead. You're going to say something, Keegan?
No, I'm just saying, right? Like, I agree.
Okay.
That's it.
Cool. And then so you guys spend the one night there or whatever, and you can start heading over to Herod, which Herod from Forvin is about let's call it a 2-day journey. It's actually a little bit shy of.
Well, Aldo wanted us to buy a boat, so we're going to take a boat across.
Oh, you can get there in one day if you take a boat. If that's the way you want to go.
What's it cost to get us in our... Yeah, I know. What's it cost?
It wasn't like 4 gold or something stupid.
It's more because you have more horses now, and you have a 4th person now.
Yeah, let's just walking it.
All right, I won't argue with just going around.
Yeah,
yeah. I think we'll just do that.
You keep having more and more.
That's like, wait, I already charged Keegan 3. I can take 4 more. Done.
For those of you looking at the map, there's Meshtez down there, where Keegan went to college, or I should say where Mikhail went to college, was just outside of no, my apologies, it's not outside of Meshtez. It's actually south of Meshtez. Meshtez is a separate city, and that's the university where what's her name is, and that's the university where Keegan went. It's
yeah, because Meshtez is technically in
Meshtez
is technically in Jovincia, whereas mine's in Bard.
Yeah, Bard, which is like it's south of where this map is.
Yeah,
because of the D.
The university's in is I think Derwin or Durin.
Yeah,
something
Derwin.
like that.
Derwin, I think it is. Yep, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, cool. Anyways, back to the game. You spend the one night. The next day, you'll end up. If you guys just want to go ahead and, for the sake of like rooms and drinking and all that stuff, just remove 1 silver from each of your sheets. Assuming you had a good night or whatever, because you're kissing up to the guard and da da da. And then the next day, you get up early. You head out from Corvin. You have 1, spike, whatever it is, and then the second day, Dwayne's there with you. I don't know if you want to speak to him at this point or you wait a little bit longer. Just throwing that out there.
That's based on the vibe check that Mikhail got.
Yeah.
It's up to you. It's up to you. He had a proper night in the bed. He's now removed. A couple days.
This has been a couple of days. Okay, not just one.
Mm-hmm.
Then yeah, probably would at this point.
Sure. So this would be after you. This is that one night. So you're a little more than halfway to Harrod. That one night you're going to spend out in the wilds before you get to Harrod tomorrow. So you're not going to be talking to him like in a tavern. You're going to talk to him out in the woods. That way, he has nobody around that he has to admit this to, right? And same idea. He goes ahead and he gets some food. This time when he cooks it, it's something rabbit or whatever he's able to catch. But there's enough like natural herbs or whatever in the area that he's able to season it pretty damn well, roast it up, and you guys can eat. So it's that evening. You guys are having conversation. I'll throw it to you, Keegan, to start it off.
Let's say, man, Dwayne, you can work some wonders when you have something herbal on hand here. This is much better than the stew. You weren't kidding.
He chuckles and he says, "You see how I am with Keith."
Maybe. It's not really my run. Wait, do you mean if you're on it?
He just chuckles, shakes his head, and takes another bite of food.
Wouldn't be the first time we've had to find a dealer.
Looks up, raises an eyebrow. He doesn't ask any questions.
Cool. Say, while we're chatting here, I do have to bring up the ruins again.
Looks down, takes a bite.
But before that, and I'll go and grab a wineskin, of course.
From Aldo's bag?
To him. I like my hands, so I'll just get mine. It's okay. Like, I can make my water taste like whatever I want to. I'll be alright. You can see he considers it. I imagine he goes over to Aldo's bag, looks over at Aldo's just beaming him. Yeah, okay. I'll get my own.
If you're swinging from a wineskin, you wouldn't even see the color of it. So you can literally just grab water, cast prestidigitation on it, and then just not let him know he's staying sober.
Yeah.
You make it taste like one of the Fox wines, so that way he thinks it's even better wine than what Aldo gave him.
Yeah. But no, I'll just give him wine.
Cool.
Yeah. And say, it's been a couple of days. I was wondering if you thought of anything else that, we might want to know, since as much as we appreciate your judgment and the warnings to the place, it is something we have to do. We will have to go there.
He shrugs and says, okay. Sure. Point.
So the question was, did you think of anything else?
No. You clearly know he's lying. You don't have to roll.
Yeah. Look, I see it's making you uncomfortable. I don't really want to press too much. It obviously affects you. But I wouldn't ask if it wasn't a matter of safety, right?
Where it seemed, Dwayne, as you said, and we were talking about possibly what you mentioned about looking for more work. Not this, mind you, but consider you a valid and valuable teammate, and so you can trust us, and we hope to be able to trust you. But if there's something important that you know that may help us or save us. We're not looking to judge or anything you've experienced or whatever. We just need to know what we're walking into, as Mikhail's trying to say.
Exactly.
Roll diplomacy. Wade, you can do an assist first. All right.
Oh,
That's
damn.
a plus
Okay.
2 unless you're one higher. I don't know if you want to luck it just to give him an additional +1. I don't know if that's really worth it.
I feel like the luck would be better spent on his end than
Yeah,
it would be
yeah,
for me.
agreed. But
Yeah.
if you also have +3s from chat. Actually, while you're rolling, it's going
that's
to
true.
turn off.
Would you say he's friendly at this point? We probably don't read much more than a 15 or 20 is what I was going to say.
Dwayne is
Yikes.
helpful, I would argue.
Yeah. I assume he's one of those two. I rolled bad. I'm probably.
three
I'll
to
go ahead
get
and lock
with
this
him.
one.
So is this
Or do you
17
want me
total?
to use the +3?
I'm just saying a +3 would guaranteed get you to a 20 if that's what you're trying to hit.
No, he's
I mean,
is
I feel like a 20 would definitely succeed
yeah.
with our
So in that
rapport.
case, just use the +3 and save the luck since
Yeah. Yeah, I'll use one of the +3s. We'll hit the 20 on that.
Okay. You guys are speaking to him. And it takes a moment because, like, at first you think he's thinking, but then the more perceptive of the two of you is, Koa notices that is actually, you see the little sparkle, by the bridge of his nose, by the side of his nose, where clearly, like, there's a tear that has fallen, and he's trying to be discreet about it, but the firelight has kind of like caught his eye, like caught it, and give the twinkle back to you, and it takes a few extra seconds to, like, almost like force down with, you can imagine, a tightened and dried throat, a bite. That way he can discreetly wipe away the tear that has actually fallen from his eyes. And he takes another couple of swigs of wine because he's trying to, wet his palate so he can actually get words out. He definitely has welled up eyes, but he's trying to totally play it off like, yeah, they don't notice. We've all been there. Yeah, they totally don't notice what's going on. I don't know if Aldo does or not because I don't know how much he's paying attention. Aldo, you're welcome to roll a DC 12 since I'm to see if you pick it up. But the others, obviously, you do notice you're locked in, so you definitely got it. Aldo does too. And he says, yeah, okay. I do remember. Things that night were chaotic. I told you before they were chaotic. Goblins, they were there. The Hafui climbed up. We went back. Like I said, there was an ambush. There were goblins all over. But it wasn't just goblins that were there. There were others too. There was this one goblin, I swear, like I said, he seemed like he was giving direction. He had this, like, sword, if you will. And he seemed like he was giving direction. The others had rocks or their claws or teeth. They had a knife or, a tin dish that they were eating, whatever. This one, he had like a proper sword. I didn't see it too close. He was a good distance, but that wasn't the weird part. I saw a woman. She also had a sword. And I saw this other man had one too. I'd kind of forgotten because they weren't attacking that I remember, but they were there. And the goblins are the ones that were attacking us. May have been more. I told you before that I took that shot and I hit that one goblin that was, on the left side. May have been a kill shot, maybe not. He takes several moments to steady himself. This time he can't be too discreet, hiding the tear that rolls down the side of his face. told myself it was a goblin because it had to be. I'm not so sure it was. It may have been one of the brothers. I think I panicked too. I think I may have been part of the problem. And he, wipes away his eyes or whatever it is.
Panicked and just that you took the shot, or
he goes, when you, and he looks to Aldo, when you take a shot, you don't just shoot your target, right? Like you look, you take it in. There's you don't shoot at the person or the thing. He says, like, very quickly, the thing that you want to hit. You shoot at where it's going to be when your shot gets there. But you take in the surroundings to make sure there's nothing else that might be there in its place, right? It's a lot of... Anyways... I swear when we were talking about this the other day, I thought it was a goblin I shot, but now I'm not so sure. My memory is a bit fuzzy, and I don't think it was a goblin. I think with it being as dark as it was, us all being as panicked as we were, I think I saw Fue and thought it was a goblin. I may have killed one of the brothers. He says, like, and clearly, like, he's even that last word, brothers, he doesn't even really get out the S because his throat, like, clenches up.
Okay. Mikhail, he nods a little bit, like he's listening, and he sort of looks into the fire for a bit there. He says, "You're thank you for telling us about that. That has to be hard to even think, let alone say."
you were in a place that was cursed, and we don't fully understand what that curse is. It's also possible that you did see a goblin, and whether or not it was may not at all be your fault.
He shakes his head and interrupts you. Marta, have mercy. I don't think it was a goblin.
To feel guilt means it wasn't intentional, Dwayne.
Doesn't
we're in
mean
combat,
it
we
didn't
know.
happen. Well,
No, but you feel guilty about it. That says something about your character. We all know when we get into fights that things could go sideways.
Koa, I was the scout. I didn't notice them. I made an accusation of leading me into an ambush. I may have led them into the ambush.
In a cursed place, Dwayne.
You can...
The things we saw in the Tangled Grove. Mikhail, Aldo, and I, this is the third one we've been to, and the one that you were at will be our fourth. Each of them vastly different than one another, each with things that are hard to explain or understand. And this place, what we know of it, could be a thing where you were controlled by a spirit, or an illusion was cast, or...
I'm sure that'll make his family feel more comfortable when they find out both of them are dead.
Of course not. But it should matter
You know
to
they're
you.
both dead?
He shakes his head and says, you have to assume with how things went.
Yeah, well, that's one thing to know and another to assume. So instead of beating yourself up about it, deal with the things that you know, not those that you don't.
He doesn't seem convinced, but he also doesn't argue with you because he doesn't. There's no argument that can be made against that. At least not in this state.
Dwayne, we can't force you to not feel guilty, but no one here is blaming you. Based on the rumors of that place, your story is probably not unique. The whole understanding of the curses that it makes ally turn against ally. There is clearly something at play. Maybe we can't put it exact pen to paper words that everyone would understand, but we do have the sense of it now, right? Clearly something that messes with perceptions. We've met you, we've seen you in action, even under stress. You would never take that shot if you knew it wasn't at the target that you intended.
He looks unconvinced, but you also know, like, something like this, words one time aren't going to be what solves the problem, you know. But he also, again, doesn't counter your point at all.
Yeah.
Whenever we got the nickname Heroes of Hot Gwen, it wasn't a great experience. The leader of the group we took down, in his last few moments, instead of attacking me or Aldo or Mikhail, decided instead to make sure he killed as many innocents as he could. And he looked me in the eye and slit a throat, looked me in the eye and slit a throat. And I was too slow to stop him until he'd taken 3 lives and was working on his 4th. It's not the same thing that you experienced, but it was a thing that haunted me, that I blamed myself for, even though it was out of my control. In Hot Gwen, the hospital I went to, physical injuries as well as mental, they gave me a concoction and did a whole ritual thing. And I slept and had wild, terrible nightmares. But after that night, I felt alleviated. And I know another very strong man who had demons of his own, who went there and went through some sort of mental healing. I think perhaps that would be good for you, Dwayne, to go and spend a night there and see if they can help you work through this. Perhaps you can understand better yourself what happened, so you can begin to forgive yourself.
Or at least comes to terms with the events. I mean, there's something to add to that. We know a person who also encountered the horrors of one of the keeps, or at least close to one. He looks at the others. Jaden. And what haunted her was, well, never fully told to us, but we saw some of the results. The hospital was able to help her work through that as well. I've worked there myself. I don't mind going with you, looking after you just in case.
I'm no stranger to the hospital. In fact, actually, I used up my 1 free pass a long while ago, several times under different names before they realized. He says, kind of chuckling. And he says, well, you know, each time I just used the name of the person that hired me that I kept safe. You know, he kind of like sheepishly, like, oh, they were okay. You know, like, he's like, as it stands now, I think I owe them a small tab, but something that I could pay off with the coin that I've gathered over the past couple months. So no concerns there. Yeah, I'm no stranger there. I can go visit the Chantry and maybe look into services I've never asked for before.
Well, once you do, Koa will kind of look over to Aldo at this point. Perhaps, well, do we wait till then? Do we talk to him now?
We should just wait till if that's what he's gonna do.
Possible work, Dwayne. But we'll give you the specifics once you're feeling better from everything.
Yeah. We won't head out until we talk to you about it. Head out of Hodgwen, that is.
He nods, and then he looks to the camera and says, "This session brought to you by BetterHelp."
Well.
All right.
So he
Yeah.
with that he doesn't even finish his plate. He says, "Well, early morning to get to Harrod before nightfall.
Yep.
We'll go to bed. You guys a moment to talk to yourselves if you'd like, but otherwise,
I will, but I'll start playing Lullaby anyway.
oh, nice.
Just over in that area by his tent where he's sleeping.
If we had talked to him about your spell before you cast it, could he intentionally fail his save to have it help him?
That is an
Yes.
option.
So
I think
so I
he's
start
trying to be
playing.
discreet, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to start playing, and I am trying to be discreet. But by which I mean I'm going to use my spell song feat, which I
Go
rarely
to
get to
sleep,
use.
little Dwayne.
It's the acoustic version of Dan.
Oh God.
I won't lie, almost every acoustic album I ever listened to has always put me to sleep. I'm like, oh my God, this is so boring. You ruined a good song. Why would you do like imagine acoustic version of like Soundgarden's Spoon Man. Like why would you do that? But I bet there's one that's out there. It's like why would you ruin a good song?
Yeah, that one's hard to but okay.
There's so many of them where you're like, why would you make this acoustic? Like, what are you doing? But
yeah, I'll just say I'll play something that might help you get to sleep.
what is it? Oh yeah. But you don't, not telling him it's magic or whatever it is. No problem.
No.
So I would have to. Well, he's not paying attention. These two can roll a perception or sense motive to understand what it is you're doing. I don't know if you're hiding it from them. I don't know if it matters, but either way,
I love this song.
I did actually fail my save this time. So he
Okay.
does go to sleep pretty easily, or at least gets quiet early on, and he sleeps through the night pretty soundly. You know what I mean? I can imagine even if your character takes second watch because Koa likes to take first or whatever it is. If you're even strumming along during like the middle of the night, it ensures that even if he was moving about a little bit when you were up, you pull out your lute and you strum a little bit more, and he sleeps pretty soundly through the night, giving him a proper night's sleep. Aldo does recognize what it is that you're doing. He recognizes there's more to this song that you're playing than you're playing it off as. I don't know if Aldo approaches or gives a shit, but he does notice it. Yeah.
Cool.
Makes sense. He froze, but it makes sense. Cool.
Oh shit, he did.
Yeah. There we lost Jake. Lost him. Clear!
He's just thinking.
Clear! Oh well.
There he is.
His internet's just a little down under the weather tonight.
Oh, come on. Steve, go to his house. Or who else is here? Roz, go to Jake's house. Wake him up. All right. Next morning,
My internet today.
next morning, you guys wake up and head out and make your way all the way to Harrod. There, you're friends with the captain, and you're welcome to chat with him. I don't know if there's anything you care to talk to him about before you move on.
Just ask how construction's going and how supplying the crack has been, I guess. But that doesn't really need to be RP. Just kind of like a general, things are going well, things are...
Yep. Yep. Hey, did Leon come through here? Yeah, he did, because he didn't go through Forfeit. Yeah, he did. He was at this point like a couple weeks ago. I think was what it was. He's moving slower than you guys are, but he left later. Sorry, earlier. So he'd be like somewhere between 1 to 2 weeks ago. He came through here. Had a couple of people I didn't know with them that he dropped off, and I think they all hopped on a boat and head back the other way. So Leon is kind of like, cool. It's nice to know that he is doing okay. It got at least this far. He's not far from Jarvis Crack at this point. Leon theoretically could maintain them through the rest of the way, but isn't going to do so for reasons XYZ. It's best to leave them here at Harrod than all the way down to Westwood, because that's pretty close. So either way, where were we? Jurda's Crack, they are providing supplies. They threw it onto the already pretty full wagons. Anything that they hadn't sent over yet but had collected. And so Leon was able to bring that with him. So Leon kind of looks like a superhero, showing up with weapons, armor, supplies for maintaining the place, as well as food and stuff like that. He shows up like, we're ready, to start our training, kind of a thing, which is a good thing for him. Again, anything else in Harrod you care to go over, or are we good here?
Yeah, I don't think anything in Harrod.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't think so.
In that case, we will see. I imagine again that second day you spend the night there, not a big deal. And so you get there that second day, like later in the day, you spend the night there. Then from Harrod to Westwood, it's one of those things where if you push yourselves 1 extra hour, you're able to get to Westwood in just a day's ride. You just have to push yourselves once. I don't even need to make you roll, because even if you fail, it's non-lethal damage, which will end up healing after, and you'll get fatigue even if you fail. But you're just gonna spend a night in the tavern, in an inn, and you'll wake up in the morning. The fatigue will be gone and the damage will be gone. You're already definitively there at Westwood, so you're fine with rolling. You don't need to do anything from here, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So you are good to go there. Just do me a favor, because you are spending nights in Harrod and in Westwood, which is cheaper than way up in Forvin. Just 1 silver from each of you to cover those 2 nights that you're spending there. This includes like food, lodging, bar, stabling, so on and so forth. Pretty cheap. And then finally, you guys, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days to get to Westwood. On the 7th day, you guys are able to finally take your last little trek, leaving from Westwood, going to the ruins, because you were going to stop by there on the way to Hod Glen, correct?
Oh,
believe
this
so,
is the first
and-
time we've stopped in Westwood.
Yeah.
Shit.
We have land here.
Oh,
never
that's
been
right.
here.
Yeah,
We
we
actually
have
haven't-
never gone to Westwood.
Yeah. And I'm also supposed to find a courier or something here.
Yeah. The courier part, go ahead and roll me a GI.
My sheet froze. Okay, you guys are still moving, so it's not my internet.
Is Roll20 also in Australia?
Oh, it rolled. Okay.
Unfortunately, he was stealthing and has a 30. He doesn't
Okay.
want to do his job.
Just a weird shaped tree, like a palm tree, just completely out of place.
There isn't one here, but you do find out that the one tavern that exists here, it is borderline sacrilegious for a member of that courier service to not stop by the tavern to grab a drink, because that's where people would go. Like, so Westwood proper, as well as all the surrounding farmlands, whatever, they would go here to have the tavern keeper, kind of hand that out or whatever it is. And the tavern keeper actually does that service of like collecting people's letters and giving it to this person for no charge. He just takes from them the cost as it is to send the courier, right? He doesn't charge people to house it, and some people will give him like slivers as tips or whatever it is, but so on and so forth. So you find out that even though there's no courier here, they always come through this tavern, so that's pretty solid. And moreover, if you wanted to ask him about, hey, what if I wanted to, have a courier come from here, like a more local person, run this up to Hodgwen? Is that feasible? He'll inform you, yeah, it's feasible. If you're willing to pay a hefty sum, then somebody would be willing to bring it direct to Hodgwen for you. But if you don't mind being a little bit patient, you can probably have one of the merchants that generally will head out of this area up to Hodgwen for one of their like treks to go and get supplies to use in the market here. They'll bring it for you much cheaper. It's just inconsistent when they'll go. It's not like somebody running there immediately, right?
Could they just have the package stay in Westwood?
Absolutely, you can do that as well, and he doesn't charge anything for anything that's kept there. He's like, if it's something big and obnoxious, then maybe we'll have to talk about, but it's, good luck getting Adele to carry something big, huh? Can't even carry their, some sort of insults he starts throwing.
Of course. Okay, no, that's good to know. Yeah, I would, if something shows up for me at the moment, I would like to have it ran over to Hodgwen. How much would he want for me to, like, what can I pay him now so that he'll just take care of that when it comes through, effectively?
Yeah, and you want it sent directly over? Like, you want a proper runner? You don't want it to be a, Okay.
Yeah, because I don't know how long we're going to be here, so I figure I'll do this for now, and then...
Give me 1 second. I'm getting this answer for you. So, for a runner to go straight there, fuck. Did I click the wrong thing? I think I did.
Hodgwen still has to be getting proper mail delivered, right? Like, that still has to be going through to it. It's too big of a city to not.
So it doesn't have its own proper courier service. It just makes use of so he's not using Hodgwen's. So there are couriers that you can hire personally, but he's using Paradel's network because it's cheap.
Yeah,
it's cheap comparatively. So 1 day, 32. Just give me 1 second to make sure. Oh,
32
sorry,
gold.
1 day's 24. What's up, sir?
Nothing. Just thinking about how much gold it costs Keegan.
Yep.
To have a piece of mail delivered. It's usually a sliver, but to Hodgwen, which is a close by city.
Well, he's asking for
64
somebody to
gold.
run it specifically there. So that is 2 days of somebody heading straight there and heading straight back afterwards. So it's 4 days of travel. And so you're talking about a silver piece a day for somebody's travel. Plus they'll have to spend the night there, so you have to cover their stay there. So you're looking at, for somebody to bring it straight from Westwood to Hodgwen, it's 5 silver.
Okay. That is not bad.
So if you're like, you're like, what would you suggest me? He'd be like, get somebody to do that. They're going to want a place to stay there. I don't know, 5 silver. I can get you a runner for 5 silver, no problem. So you can try to go lower if you want. Can't guarantee somebody will come. And don't go looking at me like I'm trying to keep a cut. I don't do that shit. I just care about the people around town.
I'm going to give him a gold piece.
You put a gold piece down, and he looks
Yes.
down and he does one of those. Whoo! I didn't realize
Did you buy
that we
Mother's
had
Milk? Or is it called Mother's Milk? What's it called? Midnight Milk.
Midnight Milk.
You buy Mommy's Milk? What are you having delivered, my guy? A gold piece?
Yeah, he does one of those like shoo. Like, what is this? He's like, I didn't realize that we had a proper noble in the midst. Please have a seat. Are you thirsty? Let me go and grab a good bottle. And he turns around and starts reaching up to a high shelf.
Yeah, Aldo like elbows Koa and he's like, "This is a lesson in how to get fleeced. Pay attention."
A lesson in how to get fleeced.
How hard a gold has been come by in the past. To do it for mail is certainly a choice. Must be a very important letter.
Partially. But he kind of says a little bit quieter, just seems like a good person to be on the good side of in the area.
Yes, but doesn't he say he doesn't take any of the cut?
Yeah. He wouldn't normally, right? He's not asking for one.
No, I know, but I don't know that giving... It's not giving him the gold, right? It's giving it to whoever the courier is.
he says as he's like right there because he just
looks
at a
up.
bottle. He cracks the bottle for you and gives you you guys 3 stone goblets or whatever to drink because he assumes you're sure to be sharing it with the 2 of them.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Welcome to town, my lord." So, he's like, I don't think I've seen your faces around here before. Must be some mighty important letter.
The letter's pretty important. And I'm not 100% sure how long we'll be in the area, so I'd rather make sure it gets to me before we head out. And please, we're not nobility. Some might call us valiant.
He chuckles and says, "Offering that kind of coin for a runner? Yep, valiant indeed. That or what's that word? Altruist or some shit? Yeah. Decent people."
Pleased.
Um,
Mikhail actually
Aldo
laughs.
nods along.
Mikhail just starts laughing.
he'll actually frown at that because that's a slight. You know what I mean? He frowns. He's like,
Koa still smiles.
oh. He's like, "Yeah, well, anyways, you take care of the people around here. Take care of you. Enjoy the bottle." And
He goes,
he'll take the coin.
He goes, "It was a slight at me. So please take no offense."
And it gives like a half smile, and one of those like, haha. And then well, he takes the coin, like I said, off the bar, and he goes off to go do something else around the area, leaving with the bottle. As for what the bottle is, at one point in time, this probably was actually a good bottle of wine. However, it's been there so long on a literal higher shelf where it's warmer in the summer that it has since turned into kind of vinegar. And so at one point in time, it was probably a pretty decent bottle.
Oh, Aldo's kind of drink.
Yeah. It is no longer a decent bottle of wine or whatever it was. So
Well, Aldo hasn't gotten drunk in Westwood yet. He's been drunk in every other town, so
This is the meme where like you see Fox's like well-crafted wine, you're like, and you see a bottle of vinegar, and you're like,
Right.
like legit drinking like apple cider
Friggin-
vinegar.
Right, yeah. Jeez.
So anyways, you guys drink. And again, it's not drinkable unless your character has like a sensitive palate. So I imagine Aldo and Koa are fine. I don't know if Mikhail's okay with it. It's turning to vinegar. It's not horrible yet. To me, in real life, that'd be horrible and I'd fucking throw it at the wall. But to your characters, it might be okay. So
At this point, he's had worse, so...
you also
Yeah.
have magic.
it's like
Yeah, I could
I've
use
been
it.
to a friend's house many years ago at this point. I've been to a friend's house. They're like, "Oh, you want a glass of wine?" I'm like, "Sure." And then they pour me a glass of wine and I take a sip and I realize it's the jug of Carlo Rossi they've had for 2 years. And I'm like, "The fuck did you give me?" You know what I mean? Like no thank you.
still better than Monkey Shoulder.
Oh my god, monkey shoulder is so gross. It is
It's
so
the worst.
gross.
It is the worst drink I've ever had. I've never had a worse
I
drink.
have no idea.
But monkey shoulder, you're referencing the whiskey, right?
Yeah, the whiskey. Yeah.
It is so fucking gross. Did we talk about this before, Jake? Is that why you brought it up?
We've talked with Nick about it.
We have some, or had. I don't know if I still have it. I might still have it for people I don't like. But like, it's so gross.
Are you inviting people over you don't like?
No, people come to my house I don't like. I don't invite them.
Oh, okay.
There's
One of the
family.
benefits of having a house is to be like, nah, fuck you. You're not coming in.
Like, I gotta call the plumber today. I know what to give them. Would you like a drink?
God, no. Like, if you have-
$125 for a service call. Yeah, here, have a sip.
if you have an event and like a cousin shows up and like that not a big fan of, it's one of those like, yeah, you can have some of this,
Oh.
oh, have some of this stuff.
So if you have an event where people that are invited show up,
Yes, people that you hope don't
only
show up.
you drink this.
It works. You can be an ungracious host. It does apply.
all right. So Westwood,
Yeah. All right, cool. We didn't make friends, but we're here.
Yeah, cool. Anything else you want to do at Westwood before you leave? Like check out your estate.
Yes.
you're
Isn't
gonna
it
have
an
to
empty plot of land?
you're gonna have to go find out from council exactly where that plot is, because it's not like you have the meets and rods, or the meters and rods of how to find where that plot is.
How old's the council?
How old is the council? You mean how old is the age of the council?
They meet at
Yes.
7 a.m.
How old
They
of the
only drive
people
on
in the council?
Sundays.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's not a horrible question. So Westwood is kind of a unique council from the ones that you've seen before, because it's only 3 people. But Westwood is also a very small town, so it's not
Yeah.
inappropriate. One person looks like they are the grandfather of somebody in Leshev, right? And like a councilman in Leshev, right? Like they are
A dead
so-
councilman in Leshev?
like they are Perrin, and they are venerable. Like they are older than Westwood is by leap and bounds. And then you have the other 2 are significantly younger. So a human in his late 20s, but clearly has a bit of money to them. And the other one being a hobgoblin that is in their 40s, which wouldn't be old aside from the fact that they're a hobgoblin. So that is a bit older. You know what I mean? I think that's technically in the old age range of a hobgoblin.
How old's Curve Rock?
Is this place named after the councillor Westwood?
His family, I think. Right?
Vice
Yeah,
versa. They were named
Oh, he's-
Westwood after this place because they're from
Okay.
here.
All right.
Oh.
Because
Wasn't he really old?
Yes, yeah.
But he was
moved-
human, I think, right?
He was human, and he moved.
Yeah.
He
How
moved.
old the
to-
parent lived to be?
100 and something. Yeah, let me look it up.
Like well into.
So their family
Hundreds.
name is like maybe 2 generations.
Yeah.
They're-
It's like more or less. Counts. I can't remember their first name of Westwood, hence the last name, because they just didn't have a proper last name. So they moved out
I
of
don't remember
Westwood.
it.
They just kind of adopted that name, right? As they became more affluent.
Also,
I believe
don't
they
we
were
know
vague.
that the property is next to Old Mates?
So hold on one second. Perrin become venerable at 125, and they can live for up to though not always 60 years beyond that. They can live to technically they die by 185. Just like a human dies, a human can technically die at about 110. It's rare that a human can hit 110, but it can happen. So a 70-year-old human is comparable to a 125-year-old Perrin. That's how old they live. So, they don't even hit middle age until 62. So, Anyways, what were you asking?
So it's like a generation old or 2 generations old, probably the name. Yeah.
Yep.
Normal teenage cycle, or are they like 10 years old till they're 40?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are they a kid till they're like 40, or do they have like a normal
Oh,
adolescence?
they become adults at 20, actually.
Okay, so
Yeah,
they just have
human-
like 30, 40 really good years then.
Yeah, absolutely,
You
100%.
get like 2.
Yeah, humans become adults at 15, and then become middle-aged at 35. They become adults at 20, and they become middle-aged at 62. I think is what I said before, right? At 62. Which is a big gap there. There's a whole other thing about that age 20 with Perrin of Paradel. They have a whole culture around Metahina. I described it beforehand, but the short version is you're not truly an adult. If you're a Perrin of Paradel, there's a cultural thing. And so some Perrin outside of Paradel, and rarely, but some non-Perrin inside of Paradel, follow this like cultural thing where you don't become a true adult until you turn 20, your 20th birthday. And the thing is, if you are the last born child of your family, of your household, you lose your family name at the age of 20. You no longer have that family name. You sever ties with the family. You lose the family name. You lose all access to family wealth. You can no longer make use of family ties and connections. So if they're like happen to be affluent or connected family, you cannot make use of them. You are excommunicated as though you were like some sort of person. Not that you have to leave the town that you came from, but you're no longer allowed to communicate or associate with your family, because it's supposed to promote you being the individual that now must go claim stake elsewhere and go start a new family line. So there is a cultural thing that exists with the parent of Paradel that you often will assist your parents in finding romantic scenarios that they will stumble into, like, oh, look what Dad did with all these candles, and that kind of bullshit, because you don't want to be the last born. And even if you do have a younger sibling, they are not considered a true child that gains the name until they turn 1, because it's just too high a risk for young babies. So Messi played a character in Aurora V1 where his character turns 20 like a couple weeks before his younger sibling turned 1 or some shit. And so there was like a couple weeks where he was a meta-hina, but was like secretly like couch surfing with friends or some shit just to make sure like he was okay. And then his younger sibling turned 1 and he's like, oh, dodge that bullet. Ooh. And then his parents kicked him out anyways. So, but either way, just back to game for a little bit backstory there. Mm-hmm. So the council is 1 hobgoblin, 1 human, 1 Perrin. The Perrin is very old, over 100.
Holds Curve Rock, because you said hobgoblins have shorter lifespans?
They do. Hobgoblins hit venerable, which Curve Rock is venerable. Hobgoblins hit venerable at... Where the fuck are you? At 60. So he is in his like late 60s, early 70s. So he is older. So like a hobgoblin's middle-aged 30, humans 35, Perrin 60.
Like they're like 80, like the end game for hobgoblins then?
80 years old is like to live to 80 is like living to 110 as a human. So to say Curve Rock is late 60s to early 70s, he is an old fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's like 90s for human. Then
he is effectively the same thing as High Councilman Rook. Rook being a human. Rook is in his like 80s or so, but he holds it together better than Rook does. Rook is like, huh? What? Whereas Curve Rock actually is kind of like more weird with it. Which is,
well, we thought we turned into a book burner on Scott's whim.
Well,
he was
quick about it though.
Cheap guy who didn't want to give up a nickel to a book burner Florida man in like one little fucking Trump card.
And it is going to be old guy Florida man that outlives everybody else. He's going to drink every day, smoke a pack a day, never exercise, and still live to 115.
A lot of people retire to Florida. That doesn't mean Florida men live to be old, Scott. The average age, like I think 30, if you're born in Florida, is end game. Okay,
you know what? I concede my point, and
Michigan and Ohio, when we get old, we all go to Florida. It's just the facts here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you do that. Well, not you personally, but people retire to Florida because of taxes, right? So,
yeah.
But,
and warm weather, because old.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's huge.
I don't know if you want to talk to the council or not, but I'm pretty sure we know that our estate is next to what's his name, Lando's.
Landor?
Yeah, that's right. Lander. Yeah.
Fuck is Landor?
Not
he's
Landor. Landor is
the.
I'm always going to call him Landor.
Yovan. How do you say
he's
that?
the dude that Aldo buddied up. He's one of like the 5 countries we think Aldo's from. Because he.
To be fair,
which Aldo are you today? Tasian Galton.
Oh wait, that one's a different language.
He's fucking the Tasian lady. He's from Galdaria, but we think maybe he's also from. Where's this dude from? Hi, Doc.
Yovance.
Yeah. Which is south of Jovincia.
Apparently, Doxy's going to start selling nudes on our channel. So
right now?
Yep. She says she hawks nudes here. So hawk means sell, nudes means naked.
Or it's just a bird with no feathers.
That, or she's trying to be Hawk to a Girl 2.0. She's going to make her own coin. Yeah. It's going to be called the Dirty Girl coin. And,
rug pull me, daddy. I like getting screwed in a different way.
You know what though? Has anybody tried making NFTs of like porn? Is there NFT porn?
Man, I don't know.
All right, so are we talking to the council, or are we just looking for Lando Travelrician?
I think we talked to the council to figure out where our plot is. I was joking about how old are they, just to be like, look, if they're old as shit, I was gonna be like, fuck it, we go to Hod Gwen, but then it became this whole thing. So,
Yeah. That's my bad.
you
I
know.
asked a question about how old Perrin get, and we went through about 30 minutes of that answer.
It was
Yeah,
explanation.
that's-
It was an important world building continue.
And so, yeah, I guess we're gonna talk to the council to figure out where our land is, and I guess we're gonna rob Lander's place. Was that the plan?
I just figured we could skip the council altogether, ask the bartender where old mate lives, and just go from there.
Yeah, if he knows.
Yeah, straight up. You can ask him. They're like, hey, where's Lander live? You know, where's his estate? And he goes, oh, you know that guy?
I think we've met him before. Supposedly he had a place out here.
It sounds so weird. Where's he live? Yeah, we met him once. Where's his house?
He goes, oh,
Yeah.
yeah, he seems like a nice guy. So what brings you lot here?
I just look over at Aldo and I say, I didn't meet him. Looking at Aldo.
What? Sorry. Just trying to buy Williams nudes. What were we talking about?
He's asking how we know Lander.
Mikhail led to the bartender. Hey, where's Lando live? Oh, you know him? We met him once. A really
Yeah.
suspicious
Oh, Aldo
way of
just says,
asking.
yeah, we're good
Expecting Aldo to chime in. Yeah.
friends. He's our neighbor.
Your neighbor?
Yeah, we own. some
Oh, you're
property
from
here.
Yvonne's?
No.
I mean, I
No.
noticed your accent.
Well.
No. We have a plot
Thank
here.
you.
We have some land here. Supposedly his is next to it. Just figured that'd be an easy way to find it.
You have land here.
Yeah.
Oh, when'd you
I don't
buy it?
remember who gave it to us. Like, I actually don't remember who gave it to us.
We got it from the Chev Council. It was Council Westwoods, I think. Something like that.
I mean,
Yeah,
it was
somehow
his.
Westwood died, and they were like,
Yeah.
well, you get all the shit. Here, have it. Except for the furniture and useful stuff. You just have stuff that you owe taxes on.
Oh. Yeah, it was gifted by the council in Leshev.
The Council
we
of
did-
Westwood gave it to you. Technically.
or
Oh.
the council in Westwood via deeds done in Leshev.
He seems to be thinking for a moment. He goes, "Oh, is this about that whole?" And he looks around, and he leans in. He's like, "This about that whole slavery thing that took place?"
Yep.
That was the Valiant joke.
Falls flat. He says,
I hate this guy.
so you guys worked for the slavers?"
Everything.
No.
Uh,
Aldo says as he looks at him.
Is it normal
The ones that
business for
stopped it.
council to gift land to slavers?
He just sits up straight and says, "I'm just trying to get a feel for you boys. Never seen you here before, and you roll in dropping gold and start talking about owning a bunch of land here. Just need to know who my new neighbors are. Welcome to town. What do you want to know?"
fair enough. Thought you might be getting us back for the fleece comment.
It was a joke.
Um,
We are the ones who stopped the slavers, the Valiant few.
Yeah. And rather than have to go all the way to the council, if apparently Lander lives next to us, so if we know where he lives, we can find our spot.
He nods and says, "Yep. Well, if you want to find Lander's estate, it's going to be," and he gives you some directions. And he says, "And I knew the land you're talking about beforehand. It belonged to Westwood before. Funny to say, I don't mean the town. I mean that counselor that moved out of here some time ago. He, that land belonged to him. From what I understand, it got divvied up a good bit. And a portion of it must have gone to you boys. So, welcome."
Thank you. Seems nice so far.
It's small, but we get by.
Yeah, you do a public service too. Can't complain about that.
As does Mikhail, and I will tell you as a thanks for your generosity, he will perform a song like none you've ever heard. Except for you probably have.
We really need to talk about me being volunteered for things.
He shakes his head and says, No. We don't need any minstrels popping up on stage. Listen, there's a good number of them that come up
hate
out of
this guy.
Meshtez, and there's a whole bunch of riffraff that come out of Meshtez and think that they're inside, some small place, so they get to make their own rules.
Have you heard the song
Meshtez?
Dan?
Yeah, Meshtez.
Meshtez, my good sir. I'm not from Meshtez.
He shrugs and said, Didn't say you were. I'm just saying that there's other people that come around here. Maybe you're from Hard Gwen. Or you're Vance.
Comparing a pony to an Adirian steed. Okay.
I understand that reference.
They would have no idea how to actually perform. Playing an instrument is one thing.
Dan.
He nods. He goes, Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we were gonna have to burn this place down if he also didn't.
He winks at the guy and thumbs over toward Mikhail.
Aldo steps in the way of Mikhail and says,
So you do a
then
good
steps out of the
rendition of
way.
Dan?
We made it because we caught Dan.
He scratches the back of his
Man, there's a lot of stories worth telling here.
He scratches the back of his head and says, Oh boy, I know people come in here trying to embellish who they are and what they've done, but you boys come in trying to tell all sorts of stories at once. Now I'm not even sure you even own
Mikhail,
that land.
please. Can you just, whip it out already?
Actually,
Taking way too long.
I take the loot out. Does he start protesting?
Yeah, he goes, I told you, we tend to keep things a little bit more quiet, a little bit more mellow here. Now, I'm not saying every night. Fridays and Saturdays, or that's not what they're called. They're called, what is that? Fridays, free day, whatever. I don't have my calendar opened up. The weekend, we'll say. We will do music and whatnot, because that's when...
Weekend.
That's when, the others will come out and offer their services too. Usually that's around when some travelers will be heading up from down south, and, everybody likes to listen to a little music.
This is a performance you will not want to miss.
Yeah, you know what? I've heard that once or twice before. There's some flute dude that comes around here sometimes, and he says the same thing.
Now that guy's
Sir.
from Meshtez.
I understand your
I'll-
protests, I do, but there is no embellishment. The valiant few, Dan, originated here.
The valiant few. Oh, it was at the tip of my tongue. I knew you were trying to make some reference with that valiant bit, but I didn't know what it was. The valiant few. Yeah.
Yeah, that's us. We're headed into Hot Gwen at the moment.
Well, safe travels, of course.
We'll see.
Why do you make every NPC the fucking worst?
It's just him being himself.
You guys,
I know.
You guys do so well
Every
in taverns
NPC is
usually.
just fucking Scott.
Every tavern you go to, you do so well.
I make one joke about Fleeced, and the guy's like, I will never be nice ever again. Guy got a fucking gold piece and is like,
He didn't get any
joke.
gold. He got 0 gold. He got 0 slivers. He got 0 anything. You gave him nothing. You handed him coin to give to somebody else.
Yeah.
He has
You
made
gotta say-
0 profit off of you. As if he lost money when he gave you a bottle to say thank you for being
then
kind
he
to
got
other people in
tipped
the
for
town.
it.
Well, that was never said.
Okay.
There.
So now
Here, he
now
likes
knows
this. I
who we
put
say
down
we
a
are.
fucking gold for the damn bottle of vinegar.
Ew.
Uh,
Wait, are you going to pay him for him to listen to you play the music?
No, but he got a tip for the wine of a gold piece.
Now? Just randomly put down the gold now?
No.
Or do you wait till you leave?
please
I
don't.
thought you want to hear Mikhail. This is 2 slivers.
Listen, I'll come by one of the nights when people are playing. It sounds like you've had some pretty poor excuses for music come through here. So,
More often than not.
which is an injustice I can't abide.
Oh,
By the way,
Mikhail,
that
this
gold
already
piece,
meshed his behavior of you.
Aldo. You wouldn't. Sorry, give me a second. God damn it, Jake.
Be careful, that joke. This bartender is now going to have negative 50 reputation.
I'm just gonna start shooting us. um. God damn it. He says, listen, that gold piece doesn't all have to go to the courier. And I weren't saying you don't take a cut. I was trying to show some appreciation for what you do here, since you don't ask for much.
He nods. He goes, no, I know. One courier, that's a bit much for one courier. I imagine they're going to want to take someone with them for safety. So it's probably going to be paying for two.
Ah, well. I mean, that's thoughtful. Let me, you know what? I'll show my appreciation with the performance, but since you are so adamant for it, I will wait until the allotted time, if I have time.
He says, very much appreciated. And again,
You still don't believe we're
Let me
the valiant
guess,
few,
it's
do you?
Monday morning right now to be as far away from Friday as possible, right?
No, it's
Yeah, you
fucking
clear
tomorrow.
This,
We're gonna
you
be
clear
gone.
this up right now, Mikhail.
Yeah, it will be tomorrow. If you want to spend the night, if you want to spend an extra night, you'll be able to do it.
Well, yes, Scott. For the sake of the audience, what we want to do is waste another day doing nothing.
So he says he does say to you, he reminds you of where the directions are if you want to go check out your plot. And he says, I don't know which bit of it's yours, but it's some nice land out that way. I'm sure you can set up a nice farm or whatever it is you do.
We still have to go talk to
Which
council, though.
part had the construction?
Oh yeah, and he actually will kind of like give you direction for which way the construction ones, which is kind of a different direction because the amount of land that was up for grabs, if you remember, that was talking about before, was a considerable amount of land, and part of it had some construction or whatever that was going on to it, and that is continuing to happen. If you remember, they're still putting up like some sort of a guard thing going on, and he's like, yeah, that place is like they're the construction's been slowed down a good bit, but it's still happening. They're making a nice guard station there. I'm actually looking forward to it. Hopefully they can have more than just a couple of neighborhood watch, if you will. Help keep an eye on the place for when people do get rowdy. It's like only so much so many of us can do. And Westwood isn't exactly a big place, but because of that, and the number of people that come traveling through here to Hodgwen, people like showing up and throwing their weight around and thinking that they get some amount of importance. I like it when people spend money. I don't like it when they leave their opinions like there's some sort of a fact.
Fair.
Is there anyone notable in town, like not from here?
Apparently you lot.
Anybody else?
Thinks for a moment, shakes his head. I usually talk to everyone that comes through, as you can imagine. He gestures at the bar, but not at the moment. Anyone you're looking for? Somebody I should keep an eye on? I can always send word up with the courier if it happens before they go running.
Oh, I was just wondering if Lando had visitors at all.
Thinks for a moment.
I'm lying, just so you know.
Yeah. Thinks for a moment. He shakes his head and says, "Oh, if he did, I imagine they went by his estate. I'm sure he's more than capable of entertaining there."
Fair enough. I didn't want to disturb him, but I guess it can't be helped.
Shrugs. Don't worry, I'll let him know that you lot came through. Asked about him if you don't see him.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, you know it is Landor, right?
His friends call him Lando.
Yeah, it's the accent.
Or, you're not his friend. He mumbles under his breath.
Transforms into a goblin.
Oh my god, it's been Scott
Oh
the
shit,
whole
we're
time.
at the keep.
Their Scooby-Doo moment. Oh man, Daelric!
Anyways, anything else with this NPC?
No, I'm tired of dealing with you.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's been real fucking pleasant to Koa.
He's-
One joke.
He straight up said he doesn't like it when people come through a small town and throw their weight around.
Doesn't like jokes. Doesn't like that. Doesn't like money. I get it.
Oh, he likes money. You guys, well, you find
Not if I offer it.
What is
you
a fucking bribe? What are you
you-
trying to say?
randomly in the meta mentioned that you put a coin down, but it wasn't set like when the coin was put down. So it's kind of assumed if it's a tip, you leave it at the end, right?
I'm just saying, dude's being a dick.
He's being protective of his town. More of a thorp, but or a village.
Yeah.
As I was
Yeah,
saying,
that's fair.
very you. I'm very protective of this. It's actually a thorp. Yeah, I'm actually bartender.
I am protective of my town. I have to go vote on Tuesday. There's so many elections in my town. It's so annoying. But
They really should.
If we're-
screen
if
who
we're
gets to
leaving
vote, 'cause
the-
I don't know that you should.
If we're leaving the bar, Aldo will say, the construction was on Beltran's land, right? That he'd received, and it seems to be ongoing. It's probably something we should check out while we're here.
no, that was discussed. You guys know. You remember that construction was supposed to continue because Westwood took over, and they were going to be turning it into like a guard station or whatever it is, like a positive thing.
I thought there was some tunnel being dug.
There was a tunnel between, but that's between
Yeah,
where
that's-
our estate is and the crag.
Were they not?
That's where it was happening.
Was it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I thought they were.
because originally it wasn't going to be
doing
our
the
estate.
tunnel.
It would have been so and so's.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's no construction then, more or less continuing.
Not that we know of. I mean, we can
In
find
your
out if we
estate,
go
you have
actually
no
check
idea.
our plot.
But
Yeah.
but for the one that was on Beltran's land, that then got kind of taken or whatever it is, because it was known to be Beltran's land. You guys figured that out. And they got taken. That construction is continuing for the benefit of Westwood. At one point in
Yeah.
time, it was debated whether or not you would want to use your supplies to give to Westwood to assist in this, and you said no, and later on chose to use your supplies as you just did recently with Leon. So like I said, the construction, that's why in the RP I said the construction is slowed down.
Okay. Well, if there's
so
nothing
that-
going on, then we don't need to go there.
Well, we still have never seen our land, so if there was a fucking tunnel started, then
Yep.
the
Oh,
only
we
way
should
to
we should
know-
definitely
You're
go
gonna
to
go to
our
your
land
land,
and have a look,
absolutely.
yeah.
So when
Yeah.
you guys finally do head over in that direction, why don't you go ahead and roll me a knowledge geography is the better roll, or the worse option is perception.
If we don't have it trained, we cap it at 10, right?
Oh, that was almost good.
Correct, sir. Except for Keegan.
Nope.
I'm actually trained in this one. I just rolled bad.
Would anybody like to modify any of these? You have 1+3 and you have luck dice. So
That is
like Keegan,
Aldo's decision.
Keegan can get Keegan has the better skill, if you will. So the difference there is 7, but Keegan's rolling against the better skill. So you could argue if the difference is 5, whatever it is, maybe Aldo's better, maybe he's better. Up to you lot.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I didn't realize you rolled geography. Yeah, well, up to you. It's definitely not me.
Mm.
We have another +3 we could use if you want to hit a
mean,
15.
19's pretty solid for perception, so that might still get you something. I don't know if you want to get past 20.
It is a lesser
Or-
skill here, so effectively the DC is different.
Yeah. And God, my dog is tripping.
We are
Did you
level
give it
3
milk?
now, so DCs are set to 30. 10 times level.
If we're gonna lock it, should be the geography roll.
Okay.
You get a
Do you want a luck
+3
or
and luck, or
+3?
just okay.
Just the luck.
And so with
I don't
your
want to do the
16,
+3 yet.
you spend some time looking around at the land, and honestly, it's for the most part, it is just like it looks like nice farmland here. There's nothing of note, so on and so forth. But as you're walking around, there's some area where you like realize that some of the terrain it gets a bit more craggy, and so you go over and you're walking, checking things out, exploring the spot for the time that you have in Westwood while you're here. And then, as the sun's starting to get a little bit low, you still have, time enough to continue exploring and get back to where you're going to spend the night. As sun's getting a bit low, you come around a hill and you look down and you can actually see there's a decent sized collection of just like natural stones that are over there. like, oh, there's a good number of stones that are over there. We can go and check out that spot and see if there's anything of interest. But while that wasn't an immediate pull to you, you're looking at the stones that are there, and you're like, there's actually a lot of stones over there from where you're standing, which feels wrong. It feels like there shouldn't be that many in an otherwise relatively plain, sure, large boulder, whatever it is, but that many stones kind of all piled near each other, and it does kind of look like piled. You're getting the impression that you want to go and investigate that because it seems a little suspicious. And when you head down to where it is, or go down to the trail that rocks, you notice two things. One, the stones that are here are all different types, and they're definitely piled up by person. You couldn't clearly tell from far away, but once you get close, you definitely tell they've been piled up. As the dirt has been dug out and the stones have been put over here to pile up kind of like around where the air quotes entrance is, but the dirt itself has been pulled away and down around another hill or mound that's over to the side. They've tossed the dirt to kind of like pile it up as they started doing their tunneling. There is in fact a tunnel here that has been started. And when you guys go in to check out the tunnel, light a torch or whatever it is that you're doing, or your magic, why are you laughing so much? What did I miss?
I'm petting my dog.
Wade.
What's
I've
Wade
been
doing?
quiet.
Read chat.
They are
Talk
really
about that
nice
fucking
and welcoming.
NPC.
He's
No,
really
no,
nice and welcoming. He's just protective of the people that live here.
Not even that. It's that I'd rather go back to the Tangled Grove at the moment.
I made one joke. One joke.
All right.
Yeah, yes, bud.
So, when you look inside the tunnel, magic, torch, whatever it is that you're doing, to go investigating in to see what's going on. You can see that they have set up the proper like struts to keep it secure here. So you have like the bracing with a wood on either side or whatever for the tunnel that's going in. They did in fact start a tunnel, but it's not like the tunnel went crazy far. The tunnel has thus far only gone about 400 feet because then it stopped, right? And this whole time since you disrupted their what's what I'm looking for, operation
organization.
Since you disrupted that operation, that they would have been digging that whole time, and they have not been able to do so because of this. So it does go in a few hundred feet.
So we stopped them too soon, and now we pay the price not getting the cool tunnel.
Well, you'd have to complete the tunnel yourself. Yeah. If it makes you feel any better, the tunnel was likely being dug through, ill-gotten labor, in which case you did a good thing by stopping the operation. So you would have had a tunnel, but at what cost, Wade?
Oh, this bartender wouldn't have noticed? You overlook that shit, huh?
It's not out on somebody's random land.
Oh, there's a
looking
lot of
shit.
weird mouths to feed. I better not say anything about that. It's like, oh, they're not making any jokes. I like these guys.
You think those people would have gone to the tavern?
Upstanding citizens, these.
Kind of seems like we should go beat him up now. I don't know. Maybe.
Anyways, so back to
You feel fleeced now? You feel fleeced now?
Koa's been looking for a bar fight. Hey.
Yeah. The bartender's like the final boss of the bar. Like,
True.
back to the thing. So it's gone a few hundred feet. You don't know exactly where the tunnel was supposed to come out on the other side. You don't know if the other side is directly inside of Jurda's Crack. You actually think, with the details you got beforehand, it would have pulled up short of Jurda's Crack, right? It would have pulled up somewhere well, because the whole plan is to use this as a location to ferret transportation through here to outside of where eyes are looking, so pretty much into the woods. So you don't think that this would have traveled the whole like fucking 12 miles or some shit, but
That makes sense.
it could have traveled a few miles when it was done. So you do understand like where is it starting, and it also makes sense that the tunnel would go a straight shot, that when they planned it, it would have been a straight shot. So while you do see it's only gone, a few hundred feet or whatever it is, and clearly it stopped many months ago, because you know where it's aimed and Koa can bust out, you could theoretically walk effectively straight in that line and look for if there is another side of this when you guys inevitably leave Westwood. which wouldn't be right now, right? You're going to spend the night here and then...
Probably a lot cheaper. I don't know how much it costs to dig a tunnel, but it's also probably a lot cheaper not to dig it all the way to the crack. Usually to go into the crack, they charge extra.
Yeah.
I'm not, no. All right, so you guys, I don't know if you say anything to one another about this, but this is what you're able to find here. There's no buildings here. There's no anything like that. The only thing that's here is this, and it's clearly been trying to be done, air quotes, discreet, right? But it's no longer looked after. It's no longer being worked on. That does mean that the work that was done to stabilize this many months ago is the only thing that's keeping it stable. They did a well enough job that it's still holding stable, at least to your ignorant eyes. You know what I mean? But you would need somebody who has profession minor that would be able to kind of like look into these details to see how well stable it is, or to continue the process, or so on.
Also, child labor is okay.
Okay, minor with an O and not an E. Wait.
Oh, okay.
No, no, wait. The other way around.
Just like that.
The other way around.
Task failed successfully.
Well. Turns out the bartender was in on this.
Dead all over again. Give us his name, Scott. I'm writing a song.
The bartender's name is Drake.
Schmeltrin.
Fitting.
No.
Aubrey.
Aubrey. There you go.
As
the bartender's
expected.
name is Aubrey. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Locked
As
in.
expected.
Locked in. You get it? Forensic dungeon master to forensic bartender of Westwood's name is Aubrey.
Now we just can't like him on principle. You know.
I'm fine with it.
I was way ahead of you.
Now, because we are talking about minors, I wasn't sure which principle you're referencing. Never mind. So we're
I think you are.
your characters, I imagine, go back into Westwood. You're not going to camp out by your hole. I imagine you're going to go back into Westwood and grab one of the few rooms that they have there, because they do have an inn here as well, because people do travel through to Hod Glen.
Yeah.
Okay. The two most built-up establishments
so.
are the inn and the tavern. That's pretty much where most of their commerce is going to happen, from people traveling through and doing some trade and going to Hod Glen and back, whatever, right? Cool. You do also find out that because of that, and because, you know, so on and so forth, the number of people that come through the area, it is, they also have, what is it? Ladies and gents of the night do have, you know, work here. They work in conjunction with the inn. You know, certain nights of the week, that's what he was talking about the other day. That's what the bartender was talking about. Certain nights of the week, they are permitted to offer their trade. And so that is services that are here. But you were here in the one night, or sorry, one of the nights where it's
Sexual
not
moaning Tuesdays and Wednesdays, music Fridays,
no, the sexual
child
moaning is on
labor
Fridays and Saturdays as well.
Thursdays and Mondays.
But either way, so
That
you
was
guys spend the
casual
night.
Friday.
Are you staying until to play music tonight, which is the music night, or are you guys leaving?
Oh, we're playing.
I think we gotta do performance.
Cool. Are you hanging
it's the
around
first
town
show
all
of the
day and
guys.
using this as a relaxing day, or getting to know people, whatever it is, or do you want to use this day to further explore the where the other side of this hole is?
We could tease the hole later.
Okay.
Yeah, and also, yeah, Mikhail hasn't done any studying so far, so he'd probably use it as a day to. I guess he would look into one of the orange books to actually look at the contents of it rather than just because it's already deciphered. But
Sure. Yeah, I'm no problem with that.
Koa
Go ahead.
doing?
What's up, Jake?
I said Mikhail's researching. What's Koa doing?
Oh, he's just walking around, meeting people, going hanging out at the tavern, just kind of getting a feel for the area. They have land here, so it's kind of like, one, getting to know people is probably good, but also taverns, people talk, so maybe he can hear something about like anything going on. Maybe there's news out of Hodgwin, just kind of like, you know, being friendly, but also keeping an ear to the ground of like, you never know what the fuck we're about to walk into in Hodgwin.
Yeah, okay. I guess then I'll solo the hole then. I was hoping we could double team it, but if you're
We
You're
can't wait
out.
it gets dark.
I'm out.
Are you going to
All right.
continue to solo the hole? Is that the plan?
Koa's like neutral good in the streets, a
Jesus Christ,
barbarian
Rick.
in the sheets.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
Okay, so checking out the this what you're looking for here is not an easy thing to do. You can borrow Koa's compass because that'll assist you, but it's going to be a survival check. The compass will assist you on the roll. So you borrow his compass, you get the +2. You don't have to worry about modifying anything. We'll just mental math it. And you can go ahead and roll a survival to try to find where it is that you're going to. Koa, you're trying to get a vibe check of the town, if you will. So you can either
Just making
GI
friends.
or you can sense motive. Your choice.
Isn't Dwayne still with us? Can
Dwayne is still with you. I forgot about that. He can 100% assist you on this. That's a good call out there, sir.
Yeah.
No
one in this town likes me. It's fair.
Does he assist there? No. Okay, cool. So he'll do this. All right. You want to say, oh, I get a plus. So you're actually assisting Dwayne. He will take the compass for the +2. You didn't add the +2 to yours, did you?
I did.
You did or did not?
I did. Because
Okay,
you told me I
so-
had a +2, so I added it.
So then we'll just say you got it. So you gave him a +2. Works out mathematically the same anyways. So he's going to slash R 1d20 plus 1d6 plus his survival modifier, which we know his he's now level 2. So he has 2 ranks plus 3 for class skill plus 1 for his wisdom score, is the grand total of 6.
Oh, and you have a daddy's dice, don't you?
That's included.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
I think Jasa already went to bed though.
Cool. I didn't include the +2 from you, Jake. So that's actually a 20. Cool.
Wait.
So using the compass and the two of you spending time out there exploring, so you and Dwayne get to have some decent time or whatever together. It's actually nice because Dwayne's not super chatty, and neither necessarily is Aldo. So you guys might have a little bit of chat here and there, but for the most part, it's like a day out exploring but quiet. And you spend the most of the day, because when you're exploring through a hex, it actually takes a considerable amount of time. It's one of those things where when you finally return back to the tavern, it's already going to be sun has set. Mikhail might already be on stage playing his first, song by the time you arrive back. So it's almost like perfect timing. But you do, in fact, find the other side of this. With the high perception you rolled before and the fact that you knew what kind of signs to look for based off of Mikhail's successful roll before Aldo, you guys are able to find the other side of the tunnel. And it was begun to be dug, and that side was actually almost triple the distance because they more easily had readily available labor from the other side going in. And so going back, it does actually stretch and, reaching, I said almost triple the distance. So it was quintuple the distance. So instead of being a few hundred feet, it's well over 1,000 feet, going back, maybe 1,500
How
feet or
far
so.
are the two holes from each other?
It's a great point. So they don't have like a proper measurement, but to bring this into a meta understanding, it looks as though their plan was this pretty grandiose project that they were working on, where it was meant to be a 2 or 3 mile tunnel, like this, like massive.
So it's 1,000 feet out of 15,000.
So
it's not even
I said
close.
1,000 earlier. It was a few hundred to begin with. It was like 400. I said quintuple, so it'd be close to 2,000 or so feet for one side, and the other side's about 400 feet. So if you're talking a 2 mile tunnel, was it 3,336? No, 5,336 per mile, right? I was forgetting.
5,280.
5,280. Okay, why did I say
If it's
36?
3 miles, that's 15,840.
Or
And they've
2
got
miles
less
would be
than
10,000.
3K.
So it's somewhere between 10 to 15,000 feet is what you need.
So
And
there's
it
somewhere
looks as
between
though
a
they
third
have
and a
about
fifth of the way.
2,500 done. What's up?
So there's somewhere between like a fifth and a third of the way there. A fourth. Okay, a fourth and a third, I guess.
Yeah. Well, a fourth or smaller. So, yeah. A fourth or a
yeah,
sixth.
Yeah.
Sixth to a fourth of the way. Correct. And that got stopped months ago.
Well, I bet it's cheap to have a big hole dug.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be easy.
But
it would give the guys in the crack something to do.
that'll build up their strength and endurance.
Well, it's character. My grandpa told me that whenever I had to help him with all kinds of stupid projects. And my character's perfect. So gotta be true.
So this would have allowed them to move things from Westwood all the way over to just inside the tree line on the other side, which would have given cover. And then this doesn't get you all the way to Jorda's Crack, but it was like a proper, like, you can, if you build your home on top of where that one hole is, like you built your estate there, you could have like a multi-mile, assuming you finished it the other side, you could have your own secret tunnel kind of a thing. But we'll worry about this later on. All right. That's what you're able to find out, Aldo. Kudos. Wade, with your diplomacy to get to know town. The people around town are, for them, they just see you as a passer through. So as you're like trying to get to familiar people, they're just kind of like, why are you talking to me? It's not that they're standoffish. They'll be polite, but it's like, almost imagine like Southern polite. They're polite to your face, bless your heart. You know what I mean? So, that kind of like a approach. And then you have...
This sounds more like Massachusetts polite.
Oh, no, we're
Southern
not
polite's
polite.
A lot nicer.
We'll be like, why the fuck are you talking to me? Who are you?
Yeah, that's what I'm more feeling.
Yeah. Mikhail, you go ahead and roll your perform.
I would like to use Barroom Tail Spinner as well.
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
This thing.
Oh, shit, that's
right. I think I've used it like once, and I can't honestly remember what knowledge check you had me do. I think you had me do history.
Yeah.
If I remember right.
You also use intelligence check, but hold on. No, do mole history.
Do mole history for this? Okay.
Yes, local region. Yeah, just do mole history.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Cool.
More than I needed.
So that will work. To be clear.
Okay.
You'll get that +1 trait bonus for anybody who to influence them. And to be clear, it's like Friday night or whatever it is, over at the tavern. You have the council members, not all of them, not the ancient one, right? But the other two will be here. You'll have like a good number of people. You have travelers through. A couple of the ladies and gents of the night will come here to find their clientele to bring over to the inn. So it's like a lot of the air quotes movers and shakers or influential peoples around town are going to witness this performance. And you're going to be able to, because of the performance, have this bonus to influencing in the future. However, hopefully you don't fuck up your performance.
Just had to add that.
Listen, I want you to roll well on this too. Let's go! Oh no! Oh come on! It was right there! It was right there! It was right there! Oh my god! It looked like it was gonna stop
If
on
you
the...
use the +3, the old counselor will be Miley Cyrus and Wrecking Ball and the chandelier in this bar.
I won't lie, you were so close to a 30. Like luck die is a more ready resource, and it's a 75% chance, or you can auto to a 31.
You guys think I should use? God damn it!
Use the +3, just do it. And normally I would argue against it, but like hit that 30.
Yeah, we'll use the +3, get to 31.
Since you're at 31, do you want to use the luck die to get to 35?
No.
This is the bartender's the fucking devil, and you're Johnny walking in with your fucking fiddle.
Okay,
Here,
I want to be
we'll
clear.
Keep the luck. This is already a lot.
In Hodgwen, in Westwood, in Harrod, in Forvin, and in Leshev, in each one of those towns, you have already rolled at least 130 on a performance check. And not like a forced situation, you know, like a natural organic, not like I'm going to keep trying until I get that 30. I will now expose to you, if you successfully do that 2 more times, once in Drazstone, good luck getting the opportunity, and once in Varen, good luck getting the opportunity, you will get yourself a hero point.
Okay.
That's all it takes, man.
It's not all it takes.
That's
There's
all it
many different
takes.
ways to get it, but this is you going around and providing the performance unlike anybody has ever seen in all of the notable towns in Adir. The free folk don't count; they're not people.
Yeah, what about Rid instead of Dresden?
Oh yeah, would Rid count?
Oh, Rid doesn't.
Too tiny?
But Westwood counts, but Rid doesn't.
Well, Rid's a sleepy town, Jake.
Yeah, that's never ever been resolved because you forgot why they were so sleepy.
Jake, Rid's a sleepy town.
Thank you.
Damn.
All right, let's get back to it. So you, Rid does not count, and thank you for asking, but Drazstone and Varen do. Actually, technically speaking, what matters was Drazstone, Leshev, Forvin, Hodgwen, Varen, and Harrod.
So you're saying Westwood and Rid equals Drazstone? Like, you know what I mean? We can just cut one out and like 2 for 1 kind of deal.
Unfortunately, Drazstone is too much of an important cornerstone of literally in the corner and surrounded by stone of Adir. So it is too important. And for those of you that want to see
It's
that
way
on the
over
map.
there.
Huh?
I said, man, it's way over there. I'm zooming.
All right, well,
I'm zooming
instead of
in
going
so
to
far.
Hodgwen, I think we go back to Drazstone. And
All
we go
right.
to Varen.
So your performance is so amazing. Like, as stated beforehand, a decent number of people do travel through here. And so you do, in fact, earn, like, people will buy you drinks. They'll offer tips to the table. Your performance is going so well at one point in time, because on these 2 nights, the bar will have an extra hands to help out, extra, like, serving folk. One of them is going to come up to you and say, hey, excuse me, before you start the next one, real quick, Aubrey was just asking, he noted that so many people were offering to buy you drinks. He was wondering if you wanted to, you know,
Get a blowy
the
behind
old
bar?
bard trick.
Oh.
He said you knew I was talking about.
I suppose Mikhail knows what he's talking about.
Um,
What is he talking about?
They're being so vague, you might actually not know what they're talking about. Feel free to roll an intelligence or a wisdom check, and or otherwise you have to inquire.
Roll sense motive.
Well, no, because they don't know. They're being vague because they don't know.
Intelligent it is. 10?
Yep. Are you happy with your 10?
Yeah, I'll keep it 10.
Yeah, you put 2 and 2 together. It takes a moment. You're like literally giving a blank expression for a solid, like, which might be a smile for Mikhail, but a blank expression for like a solid 2 seconds before finally it clicks because it was so fucking vague. But rather than taking the drinks, which are being offered, which you can totally take or redistribute to your friends as needed, you can instead split the value of that drink with the house and keep a half of the value for yourself as coin, and half the value goes to the house for them to keep as profit, for them to hold up like the put a little bit of beer and water it down sort of a situation. And that kind of like approach of you're drinking the drink, you're staying hydrated, you're not getting too drunk. Occasionally you'll have a real beer, but also you're lining both of your pockets and building a stronger relationship with the bar, with the establishment owner. You know what I mean? Like that's
Yeah.
an approach you could take, or you can just Koa and Aldo get drunk for free. You know, like whatever you want. So.
No. We'll do the trick. Aldo knows how to get drinks. Koa doesn't really drink that much, and we all like money, so
Cool.
yeah, we'll do that one.
Because again, lots of people traveling through. Why don't you go ahead and have Doxy roll for you first a D8 and then a D6, and then I'll round off the end. As a reminder, Doxy, exclamation point DX. 8. That's wonderful.
An 8?
Yeah. So that's 8. Okay. So it's going to be 8 silver and 2 gold from the people that are coming through, traveling on the road from either Meshtez to Hodgwen or Hodgwen back down, as this place apparently is really happening during these weekends times. You have a legitimate audience with money, and audience that it pays to you a combination through coin that's tossed and through what's done from the drinks being split or whatever, right?
Okay.
At the end, this performance is something that people are going to talk about for many, many, many years to come. And the bartender, once things kind of like, mellow out inside the place and die down a bit, he will go over to you and he'll actually put a glass in front of you and a bottle next to it of probably what is the finest thing he has inside of his place.
Oh no! How long has that been on the shelf?
And he will say to you,
Oh no!
and he will say to you, I think I owe you an apology.
You better be talking to me.
No, he's actually talking to Mikhail.
Me. He's a great performer. Yeah. Fuck this guy.
Well, if you hadn't compared me to people from Meshtez, he's kind of got a playful look.
Yeah.
But it's fine. You didn't know. I can't fault you for that.
They say
Which
ignorance
shelf is
bliss.
that from? Because which shelf is that from?
Private reserve.
The last one was nice, but I feel I was being tested.
You will see he's fighting a smile and doing well, but his eyes give it away. And then he says, now there are rules here in this establishment. If you're going to be playing your music, there's only the 2 nights you can do so for coin. But sir, you are welcome to play here whenever you damn well please.
That's what I like to hear.
Sunglasses and a joint show up in Koa's face.
Oh,
Is Koa drinking, by the way?
Oh, he's sipping probably a fucking bottom shelf beer that he was like, "Can I have a beer?" And the guy's like, "Oh yeah, you can have a beer." All foam.
I mean, maybe
There's like an old
beginning of the
radish
night,
in it for some reason.
but not later on, not as things went on, you know. So unless there's anything else you want to push, that's kind of where that will end right there.
No, he'll just kind of let it be. He thanks the guy, might make small talk or something, but
The 2 counselors that are here, will come over, introduce themselves, get familiar with who you are. The 3rd counselor tried to come in like a wrecking ball, but unfortunately they were too frail and smashed against the wall. And
Is naked,
Now
crumpled in the
third
corner.
council seat available.
yep,
right.
We killed another one.
killed another Westward councilman. Anyway,
Another estate, guys.
so they'll go and introduce themselves to you, and when they realize who you guys are, they're excited to see you. They're excited to talk to you about it. They're looking forward to seeing what your plans are for the place, if you're looking to build or what your plans are. But again, it's not one of those things where they're pressing too hard now. They are themselves tipsy, and so they're like being friendly chatter that where it's like, you could either lean into it or lean back or whatever, but they're just being friendly with you in general. But like, you can clearly tell right off the bat, you've already made friends with these council members, which is important because it's 2/3 of the vote for this town. It's just, aside from the 2 businesses that have been mentioned here, this place has almost nothing to offer, right?
Yeah.
Like, there is a tavern owner and there is an inn owner, and they are the most affluent businesses here, or noteworthy locations here. Beyond that, everybody else is like a farmer, or like runs some sort of basic market, or is independently wealthy, like Landor or yourselves.
Okay. But yeah, I don't really have anything to press.
You're good. Other people are very impressed with you, inviting you. You're not stay at the inn that evening is free. If you care for companionship, you don't need to say one way or the other. But if you care for companionship, your characters will be able to easily have. Sounds crass to say, but your pick of companionship of those that are available. Happy to it's the valiant few. It's the people that fix the besmirched name of Westwood from the shit that was going on. I knew some of them were up to no good, kind of a situation, as well as, of course, the quality of performance there. Everybody loves a bard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. Mikhail feels a lot better having gotten to show that he's not just some random performer.
Yeah, of course.
That was bugging the shit out of him.
Of course.
So, sweet. Oh yeah, money. Is it 2 gold, 8 silver?
Yes, that's what Doxy gave you.
Okay.
So you look down that camera, you lick your lips and say, "Thank you, Doxy."
Next time we roll for money, though, because of all
No,
your
not
20s
because
and 30s,
you asked. No.
you get to roll a d20 plus 8 for gold.
Wow.
After like 6 straight 30s, he's earned it.
You get to roll a D4
You know, I agree with Wade.
plus 8 minus 10 for gold.
You know, Scott, you can roll D's nuts.
I will. Right down the hill.
Got him.
Ah! Got him! Ah! Did you see that he remade that meme after like 10 years?
Yeah. Oh well.
Anything else you want to do in
It was actually all right.
Anything
Not
else
the
you want to do in
well.
Westwood before you guys boot?
It was actually all right for a remade beam. But I
I
think
think so.
that was it. Yeah.
I'm going to throw it to your characters as you're heading out of Westwood with Dwayne, heading north. I don't know if you intend to, I believe you intend to stop by Jordan's Crack. Any RP you want to have about what it was your experiences were that are there and the discoveries that you've made. And certainly you can pop by the tunnels and show it to him, Aldo, since you know where it is and you're going to be heading that direction. I will toss it to you guys to kind of talk about that or whatever you'd like. I'm going to run upstairs and pee real quick. So I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, I figured. Yeah. I was like, wait, he looks like he has to pee.
Owen never wants to talk about that fucking place again.
I never found out what I learned reading the Orange Book through the day.
You never will.
Otherwise, I'd have talked about that.
Well, I guess we can
Aldo told
improvise.
you guys about the tunnel. Yeah.
Yeah.
can't
Oh,
believe
I
you
can
found
tell you
a
about the
cure for
midnight milk.
Guinevere's ailment. Oh, the milk.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine. What about milk instead?
Yeah, I found milk. Milk is the cure. It makes your bones strong. And takes
And
you on a
your
trip.
hallucinations terrible.
Yeah.
Okay,
Um,
so but Aldo only had like the 1 hour experience, even though he had like the 8-hour symptom. Well, it wasn't really a lifetime. You still just had flashes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You definitely didn't have sour milk.
No, and
Um,
that's why Aldo thought it was so strange, because he was seeing things that, you know, were relevant that he didn't know about. So, yeah.
Did you guys want to RP it or just
Depending on how long
Let it
Scott's
chat.
gone, we could. I mean, whatever. Either way.
yeah, Mikhail will say, "Oh, I heard back from my friend about the midnight milk. That apparently it's illegal in where I'm from, but your symptoms or your experience was definitely unique. There's like a couple of expectations, a normal time with it. Yeah, it's hallucinogenic. It is highly addictive, but typically it's just going to make you experience a dreamlike a hallucination, effectively. Usually fairly lucid. You can have some measure of control over it. You may be asleep during the process, or you could see things while you're awake, but nothing that even comes close to, experiencing the actual literal past. There is a variation of midnight milk that he called sour milk. I don't know if he was kind of coloring the language to seem to want to ward me away from it, like maybe he thought I was going to try to get into this stuff. So I don't know if it's made in that second way intentionally, or if it's what happens when a batch goes off. But that one supposedly will pretty much always knock you out. You'll be asleep. The sleep will last, 2 to 8 hours or so. But during it, the experience you have is like living an entire other lifetime. Even though you're only asleep for hours, it can be years, decades in the hallucination to you, to your perception. The people that wake from it are sometimes if they're very strong of mind, can come out with new skills, a new perspective, as if they walked in someone else's shoes for, that whole generation of time. But most of the time, they come out traumatized with a whole new set of mental damages and fears and phobias. It can take significant work to get over those things.
It sounds magical, Mikhail, right? Like magic is imbued to it, like some type of alchemist spell or something, whatever they use.
Yeah.
I mean, learning a new language. Do you know what I mean? Like that seems strange.
Very. Because it still assumes that means that they're taking in information they wouldn't normally have had access to, right?
Yeah.
Perhaps Ashanti or Guinevere might have some more insight into it. I'm not sure that they know mother's milk exactly, but maybe they could understand some of the processes that could cause such a reaction.
Midnight milk, but yes.
What did I say?
Mother's milk.
Oh, we know what
Yes,
colours
midnight.
on the brain.
What would Cuntilla think if you heard me say mother's milk?
I don't know who that is, but sounds like we should really get you to Hod Gwen. But the information is, it's like it's adjacent to your experience, right, Aldo? Like it makes sense for it to have triggered it.
But it's different at the same time, I suppose. I don't know. It was very, very strange. I don't know, maybe... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe those people that get stuck are reliving somebody's life too. Like I said, it sounds magical. Like, whoever is making this, I don't know whether it's spoiling or it's purposefully made that way. But in saying that too, right, me and Dwayne drank the same stuff. And while I went one way, he went the other. So...
Yeah. And it can differ between people, but that seems like a lot based on the same batch. I get the feeling that what you experienced was because it was you. Because it wasn't an analog of either of the two explanations that I got for what should happen. And you should have had a more similar experience to Dwayne.
Yes, with the nymphs, which would have been much more pleasant, I think. Less individually
Agreed.
tailored.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
So,
yes.
So is the result of this, do you think... Is it a risk we should take to each try to experience it to see if we get a glimpse into some of this life? Or is this stuff so dangerous that we should be thankful that Aldo came out of the other end all right and that we should never steer toward it? Because the elder at one point mentioned he was surprised that we hadn't had any kind of, visions or anything, right? We were supposed to have some kind of knowledge going in that we didn't have. Perhaps this was Aldo's initiation, if you will, or his glimpse.
I mean, it kind of seems like it was, but I don't know. I'm hoping that maybe it's just we need something that helps us tap into a different part of our consciousness. Doesn't necessarily have to be this drug.
I agree. I'm not very fond of the idea, but that experience seems valuable, and on top of that, in recent times, Aldo has been able to see the Elder, whereas he originally could not. So perhaps his awakening is not only caught up, but surpassed our own.
Potentially. Look, my opinion on whether we should take that risk or not is unchanged. I think it's that's the kind of addiction that ruins people. Back in Bard, like hallucinogenics and such aren't banned just on a whole. But this one is only on the potential of what kind of damage it can do to someone. I mean, just the addiction alone is scary. That's not even to speak of what happens if one of us ends up on a sour batch.
I would definitely
Yeah,
want
I've
to be
lived
close
a
to the
hard
chantry.
30 years. I don't want to live a harder one.
No. I mean, there's like a coin flip. Maybe it's much better, but at the end of it, then you wake back up and it's time to go to another ruin. Doesn't sound great.
Yeah.
Well, I still say we pursue knowledge about it without doing it. See what else we can learn.
Koa,
I
could you
think-
imagine if you had some mother's milk or whatever, and this whole thing is just in your head, and like you marrying Gwen, and like you have children and settle down, and then one day you just wake up and you're in that barn that you were telling us about, and you realize everything's just been ripped away from you because you drank the wrong thing.
That is a terrifying thought.
Yeah. That's the reality of some people who've experimented with this stuff.
I suppose it depends on what life you live and also how you look forward to your prospects. I mean, if you live an entire lifetime and you think you're at the end of your life and you wake up and you still have your whole life ahead of you, that could be a positive. But if you were satisfied and happy with where you ended, and then you're alone and have to do it all over again, I don't know. I don't know how I'd look upon it.
Well, only one way to find out. Aldo walks up and he pinches you. I was like, "You still here, Koa?"
Yes, and that stung. Mikhail? He'll like hold out his fingers like in an almost threatening, like silly manner.
Nope, still here.
I was
Oh, well.
Look, I think it's not the worst idea to ask about other things that could have a similar effect. Maybe less powerful, less risky, less dangerous. I'm sure Gwen and Ashanti could probably point us in the right direction on that, and especially have pretty adequate knowledge on what's legal to obtain here. So they're still a good resource for it.
I once again point you to the hospital as well. Perhaps they have some idea because they in fact did get in my head.
Oh, yeah, I intend to ask. Oh, Scott, what did I learn from reading the book? I think it was volume 7. That's what I was looking at.
What do you mean by what did you get from reading it?
7, yeah.
Yeah, it's an alchemy book. What do you mean by clarify the question?
Was there? Oh, sorry. I'm looking at it to see if there's anything we can use as far as basically researching into like trying to cure Gwen's situation or stuff that she might be interested in learning.
That kind of answer, because the books have such fragmented information, they're not meant to be used fully independently. When you have all of the books completed, that's when you'll be able to like, okay, now let's work on a macro project. You know, each book, it's not that each book doesn't lacks information. It does. It has information that's valuable. But if you understand, say, the structure of, I don't know, the elbow and the tendons around it, and, you know, your foot and the tendons and muscles or whatever around that, and the heart, that doesn't help you do medicine on the whole body, right? You need to have the entire thing mapped out to understand how all the components interact with one another. And that's what it is right here. The book has important information, but without knowing all the other connected bits, you're only barely more aware of details. So
Oh, like without having them all for reference, because I've deciphered all of the whole orange set.
Exactly, you want all of them as reference while you do your research, and what you have determined from more than just 7, but the 3 that you have read so far, because I think you've read 3 that you have deciphered out of the oranges so far. I could be mistaken. I thought it was 3. There is a lot of relevant information from what you understand. You're no alchemist,
No.
right? But from what you understand, there's a lot of stuff in there that she would find useful.
Okay. Then I guess that's what I learned. Is we need the other one.
Yep. Are you missing just one of the oranges right now?
28. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. 28.
Cool.
Or
Wait.
no shit. I have 20. We have 28. Okay. We have.
Didn't you just rent that from what's his name?
No, those were purple. The rented ones were purples.
I know
We
that you
have,
returned one.
according to our list, we have 2 copies of 3, 7, 15, 18, and 2 copies of 23. I don't see.
Oh, that's
28
23. It is 20. It is 28. Yeah, I misread the Roman numeral. That's why I thought I was
28. I
that
thought
is
was the
28.
one that burned.
Yeah, 28 was the one that burned. Was the orange one that burned?
Oh, maybe we can
Yeah,
find
the
another copy
purples
in Hot
were-
Gwyn. Maybe there's a copy of the orange one somewhere here for trade.
Yeah,
They're uncommon, but not impossible to find, right?
Correct.
yeah. The purples. The purple one we have is 27.
Yeah.
And then the ones that I borrowed were 10 and 12, which I returned 10.
Yeah, if you're in Hod Gwen and you had, say, like, all 4 of the characters, Elliot included, searching through the different shops, locations, so on and so forth, over the course of a couple weeks or a month or whatever, inevitably you'll have to find one. You know what I mean? Like, they're not ultra rare. They're just uncommon. So it's like, yeah, there's a bookkeep there. Maybe he has 2 in stock, but has no
Yeah.
clue because their organization is trash, and so it's hidden behind a thing, and so you can find it. You know, it's they are about.
Yeah.
You could also find it the first time you looked,
Absolutely,
what.
100% with a good roll.
and that would be
Okay.
ride, right? A ride roll.
Yes. Yes, you are riding that line there, Wade.
Okay. I guess I find out that we will need the other book. But she might learn stuff by just studying what's in here.
Mhm.
Well, what we do have.
Is there a way to get a vibe as to, like, having read the cipher and having some of these books, are the alchemical processes, do they seem like clean, normal potion type stuff, or is this some like evil medieval shit where it's like eye of newt and bone of baby?
I mean,
Bone of baby.
they don't
Damn.
use terms that are the same as what modern Arcane Congress terms are. So, let me explain. I think you've played at least. I don't remember. My favorite version of Witcher Alchemy is Witcher 1. But when you're doing your potion building, there's things. It's not like you necessarily need Eye of Newt, Witcher, Witchbone broth, or whatever the fuck you were just saying, right? You need like X amount of Aether, X amount of, Selvista, X amount of Michaelium, whatever, right? You need it. That's how it needed to work. And that's kind of how their alchemy functions, is you need so much of these macro ingredients that have to go inside there. And then what each one of those macro ingredients are is a number of different items that take up that kind of like spot. And so different combinations do work better or worse. But, it's kind of like they explain it in the macro concept. Now, bridging the gap between what is an individual component and what kind of macro ingredient that is, that's where the Arcane Congress training comes into play. The book doesn't explain that for you, because it's kind of assumed that
Sure.
that
Mikhail has
difference.
some of that, right?
Mikhail does not, but
Oh, okay.
but Ashanti and Gwen have different aspects of that knowledge, right?
Okay.
Those
this
two
is one of those
are.
things where it's kind of like, before I start giving her hope, it'd be nice to know if this is another goop situation.
No. That what you're providing is like genuine knowledge with a couple gaps here and there, but gaps that are provided by other people around you. It's just none of your characters are alchemists, so
Yeah.
Right.
you wouldn't have that.
Okay,
knowledge.
so we have no way of knowing whether we're saying like, this could help, or this would help if you were evil.
Well,
Right.
I mean, so some of those ingredients, like let's just say essentia is the name of an ingredient, right? For argument's sake, that could come from, I don't know, baby juice, like the blood drained from a baby or whatever it is, or it could come from I don't know, honeysuckle, a flower harvested in early spring or some shit, right? Like
Yeah.
there's different versions, and I guess some have better and some have worse. Now, whether or
But
not
we're not.
God,
I was just saying we don't have the knowledge to know whether or not the vibe of this stuff is evil or neutral or whatever. Like it's not just like inherently obvious.
assume neutral,
Mhm.
for what it does, but also assume like if you now when we're talking about like what the items are, let's say for a potion to be successful, it must have a certain degree of potency, and so if you're in a situation where you're talking about like like literally blood of a baby, let's say that has a potency of a 10, whereas like honeysuckle has a potency of like a 2. If you need with all ingredients combined to have a potency of say like a 30, well, you're not really going to hit that with honeysuckle unless you have like insane quantities of it, like reduced down and concentrate it and concentrate it and concentrate it to be able to have it. It's a lot more work. Whereas like a lazy person might just be like, well, I got some, or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying to.
What
avoid
kind of
the-
baby do we need?
Yeah, trying to avoid that. Unless we can figure out
course.
time travel and get Beltran as a baby.
I remember seeing like a short or a video or whatever it is about that, and somebody goes back and they killed Hitler as a baby, and it made the timeline so much worse because Hitler, as bad as he was, he blocked somebody else that was way worse from coming into power. And they were like, and so somebody went back in time to kill the person that went back in time to kill Hitler to make it, because they're like, this will make the timeline better. And it was like one of those like, like there's, I can't remember what YouTube video it was, but it was like, no, it will always suck. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah.
But anyways, cool. So let's any other questions or what have you before you guys kind of, because you were in the middle of RP and then you pivoted to me for questions about the books and then
I think we got through our RP, right?
I think so.
cool.
Talk
In
about
which
milk.
case you guys are traveling then on your way from Westwood into where the ruins are. Now that trek overall is not particularly far. It's like 16-17 miles total from the proper center of Westwood, so let's say like the Tavern Inn area, all the way to where the ruins is. 16-17 miles, which your characters can get to in so many hours, right? Which is wonderful. From your actual estate, from your property, which is not in the center of Westwood. It's like well outside the center of Westwood, probably by like a solid 2 miles or so. It's an even shorter track. Blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. So you are making your way into the area. Could you do me a favor real quick and just roll me perception checks? I'm done. Oh, good. You all did. 3 did. Great. I just have to roll the Waynes. I'm sorry. I was sealing this up. It's homemade fried rice. Cool. Done healthy. I'm actually at the tail end. We had pre-planned for the family. We had planned this out for months in advance. The entire month of May is gluten and dairy free, as we're trying to figure out like talk about GI, like stomach issues that I've had for many years, and Rory seems to be having similar ones. And at the very tail end of this month of no gluten or dairy, and I won't lie, it has been at points in time very difficult. So
Does your tummy feel better?
It did genuinely feel a lot better. And then when I did this like Girl Scouts thing a couple weeks ago with Rory and her troop, I had forgotten food. Sorry, I brought food with me, because I knew I couldn't have what they were eating, and I forgot a fork, so I just left it in my car and just like stayed hungry. And then later on, when I went to somebody's house later on, I was like, finally, and I ate it with a fork after it sat in my car for like 6 or 7 hours of being very warm. And that same day I had alcohol for the first time, because I very rarely drink. I had alcohol for the first time since I streamed building my computer, and it was champagne. And so a combination of eating food that was rotting in my car and drinking champagne hurt my stomach until literally it started feeling better yesterday. So I'm still in the middle of my... Anyways. Wow, Kajitar! Wow! Yeah, I've had gluten and dairy-free ice cream. It sucks. It's awful. It's the worst. Ugh.
It's pretty bad.
It's just not even worth
pretty
doing.
bad.
Like there are other desserts like that I can make that are better. Like I will use Silk makes a dairy-free whipping cream, and I'll make hand-whipped cream with fruit and put that onto gluten-free like brownies that I've had that are pretty solid. Gluten dairy-free brownies, and that's a way better dessert than dairy-free ice cream. Ugh.
Yeah.
So Delicious is one of the best that I've found, but still not great. All right, anyways, back to the game. At least not great compared to real ice cream, obviously.
Yeah.
And it's just I love ice cream so much. Having something close is just not good enough. I want the real thing. But other stuff I'll be fine with. All right, where were we? We were rolling for perception checks, and you guys had rolled pretty fucking well, like genuinely really well rolls here with a 20 and a 22. Koa is maybe a little bit distracted, maybe realizing that he's spent almost no time with Night Storm, and so giving her a little bit of attention heading into the woods. Maybe excited, hoping that Gwen will be there, and so he doesn't notice, but Aldo does. 100% Aldo notices. Mikhail, you notice because you swear you heard the sound of a bird that doesn't sound like the sound of any bird you've ever heard before, and so that throws you a little bit off. But Aldo heard the creaking of wood that he knows all too well, having grown up in Galdaria. You know what the sound of a bow, whether it be cross or regular or standard bow, wood being creaked as it's drawn sounds like. The two of you realize pretty quickly that an ambush is about to happen. And because of that, you were able to act in the surprise round, whereas Koa is not. And so, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and have you... I'm going to switch maps right here to just our standard.
At least I'm already mounted.
That's what she said. Anyways, so we're going to have you guys go ahead and slow rolling my saying this line so I don't do it too soon. Have you roll initiative. I have to have Dwayne roll, of course. He has a +1. Where's your net? It's a 1. I don't really have a proper mini for you, but that's okay. I'll just do this. And we'll say that is Dwayne. He got a whopping 6. Good job, Dwayne. And then we will have our other guys here roll their nits. I'm rolling terrible. Okay, actually,
Really?
that wasn't super horrible. Okay, so initiative takes place. So what happens is you hear the sound of a bird that does not sound like any bird you've ever heard before. You hear the creaking of the wood as some sort of weapon is being kind of having its being drawn back, and then all of a sudden an arrow does let loose, fires out of one of the trees over towards your characters as they're walking.
Phil dies again.
As they're walking, not too terribly far away from your actual, what's it called? Jurda's Crack. You're probably about maybe 2 miles or so from Jurda's Crack when this happens. As for which PC I attack, I'm not going to choose. I'm going to let chat choose which PC. There are 4 of you here. And so I would actually say, because you guys have reputations, there is going to be, if it is I'm going to let Hammerhead roll. If it's a 1 or a 2, it's Koa. If it's a 3 or a 4, it is Mikhail. If it is a 5, it is Aldo. If it is a 6, it is Dwayne.
Dwayne.
It's a D6 Hammerhead.
Hit me.
6,
Oh,
Dwayne.
come
Oh
on.
boy. Okay. Thanks.
Jeez.
Oh shit. Slappy dice.
Trying to
Okay.
reduce the minions before they take on the main guys.
Bad news is, with a bow, I rolled a nat 20. The good news is, I rolled horrible on my follow-up, so I did not critical hit. That's very good news because it's ×3 damage with a bow. That was
Yep.
very scary for Dwayne for a moment. Okay. Let me go ahead and roll my damage. If I can get my D8 out. Okay. I rolled max 8 points of damage. It's the first time I think your characters have encountered a longbow. I rolled maximum 8 points of damage against Dwayne. That is a significant amount of damage against the poor gentleman. He is very much hurt as you hear that, twang, and it shoots Dwayne, and it hits him really hard in his side. So we're talking like, belly shot in his side, off to the side. So hopefully if it's able to be patched up or whatever, hopefully it didn't hit anything vital, like miss the intestines in an area that would cause infection, what have you. But he took a nasty shot, and he is not doing okay. It is Aldo who's immediately afterwards. Aldo, you heard the noises. You don't know where these people are without making perception checks. Sans, the person that just made an attack roll, you know exactly where that person is as per the rules of when you attack from a hidden position.
How far away are they?
Well within range of your 100-foot crossbow. Because they were able to shoot their 100-foot
how far away
longbow. What was that?
Are they 100? Well, tell me exactly how far away.
Yeah, they're about 60 feet or so away.
So I could charge them.
No, they're in a tree.
They're in a tree.
Correct. Yep, I said the shot came from the trees.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I mean, I've got to take the crossbow out, which is an action, right? Or can I draw and move?
Move action to draw it, which you can do while you're walking. You can load it, which it wouldn't have been loaded prior, as a swift action, and you can shoot it as a standard.
Aren't we riding right now, or is that?
I mean, you're traveling on the horse's back, walking next to the horse. That's entirely up to you. I imagine not everybody's, especially in the woods, not everybody's always going to be riding on the horses.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. All right. Then I will do that. I will draw the crossbow, load it as I'm moving to a position where I can get better sight of him in the tree, and I'm just going to return fire.
Cool. Thank you very much. And we will have you kind of like, did you say you're not riding, or you are? I'm sorry.
Jake, that was to you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was to Wade. I'm not riding. I was leading the horse.
Okay, perfect. Yep. And so you said you slipped off to the side and you're going to take that shot?
Yep.
Cool. Go ahead and make me an attack roll. Oh, you did. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Holy shit. Oh, shit. You hit and you crit.
Yeah, get ready for the double ones.
You rolled a natural 18, which is a critical hit for you with that crossbow, and you crit. Holy shit. Okay. 7 points of damage is really good. What's up, sir? Sorry, keep muting right as you say something.
No, sorry, I'm getting a phone call. But yeah, no, I'm going to shoot that person.
Yeah, absolutely. 7 points of damage. You shoot them, and you hear Wilhelm scream as he falls out of the tree and onto the ground. If they weren't dying before, certainly the fall from the tree uncontrolled would make things significantly worse for them. So yeah, they are removed from the combat at the very least. That was a good opening. Let me remove that person's initiative off the tracker. It is now another one of those individuals' turns. They are going to take a shot as well. As for this shot, I'm going to plan who it's against. So he just moved to cover. So trying to take a shot against him as he's moved to cover is going to be foolish, because he clearly went and moved to a better spot. I am now going to choose to take my shot at the known spellcaster, and so at Mikhail. Does a 14 hit?
Yep.
Yes.
Dude, you know,
Why
you have
would
to
a
know
14
we will
not
never
hit me?
have an AC of 14.
I rolled a 7, baby. So 7 points of damage as another longbow shot is taken and hits poor Mikhail. Now, Mikhail doesn't have as small of a health pool as Dwayne does. So 7 points of damage is a nasty shot. But though as nasty as it is, what happens is it pierces through his armor and ends up slashing, putting a gash in his side. But more importantly, the way it gets stuck inside the armor is as he's moving, they reversed, like the tip of the arrowhead, the reversed part, is kind of like jabbing into him as he moves. So he's going to want to remove that from his armor as he's going. because it's uncomfortable with where it is kind of like stabbing into him. But overall, just put like a nasty gash in your side. Didn't actually like, hit into you or anything. That was their shot, their turn. Koa, it is now your turn.
I don't think I get a turn this round. This is
that's right. You lose it this round. Mikhail, it's your turn. You saw where that came from. That came from a very different direction where the first guy was. This person happens to be 50 feet from you and off to your far left.
Okay. Yeah, so he sees Dwayne took that shot. He kind of reaches over, like grabs him just for a second. He's like, Dwayne, get to cover, get down. And then he'll turn and he's going to cast Sleep at the guy who shot him.
Sure. It's a DC 14. Okay. I will roll.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anybody near him. I'm hoping there is.
Natural 4. You cast a spell and nothing happens. And so you're like, oh, shit, I hope it worked. And then as you're like, it's doing whatever it is your character does to follow up, whether it's moving, whatever it is he's doing, as you're settling up and as we're taking the next person's action, which the next person is Dwayne, who's going to take a go.
I'd be moving to cover.
Yeah, you're moving to cover, of course. So you're gonna move to cover. You're like, shit, I hope my spell worked. Dwayne, pulls out his bow, knocks an arrow, and starts to take aim at that individual. But as he goes to like look through the tree, all of a sudden he sees the person falls out of the tree and hits the ground. You can go ahead and roll a d6 for damage that they take on the way down, which immediately wakes them up, but they're prone and injured. 3 solid.
Woo.
That immediately wakes them up, but they're no longer in the tree. They're prone and they're injured. So seeing them fall out of the tree, seeing them kind of drop down, Dwayne knows that that's not a good target right now for him to kind of like focus on. So he's instead going to, kind of like start looking around and listening and trying to pay attention to who the other person is. So, trying to decide perception to know where they are and call to you guys, or prepared action to counter shot.
I will say Mikhail also told him to get down and get into cover if that affects his decision making.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When that happens, because he already drew his bow as his move action, he'll have to spend his standard action going into cover instead of staying to fight. So he's going to not be able to attack this turn. He moves to cover. And that'll be his turn. He's in a lot of pain. We'll get to that afterwards. Okay, now it's the next person's turn, who's going to take a shot. Mikhail also moved to cover. He moved to cover. That leaves one exposed to open target that's there. They're going to take a shot at you, Koa.
How high up in the trees have these guys been so far?
Because of how tall Koa is, his big sword, and the fact that he's on the back of a horse, he should be able to hit them. They're not super high up because you are now elevated, right? Okay, actually, I think good news for you, Koa. I take a shot and my total is an 11. I'm pretty sure that misses you.
It does.
Okay, yeah, I miss you. So,
Finally happened.
So no damage against you, sir, and you know where they are. It is now Aldo's turn. I imagine, unless Jaaek comes back, I'll give him a few moments, and then I'm going to go ahead and just do his turn for him.
I'm assuming he would shoot at the guy that just revealed himself in the tree.
I believe so as well. Let's give him an extra 15 seconds or so before I fully lock that in, though. I don't want to screw Jaaek over.
Yeah.
I think we're kind of getting to that point where I'm gonna have to call it. Cool, we'll call it here, and I will open up his character sheet. Aldo. No mods on him. Let's go ahead and have him reload as a swift. Take a shot, and then maybe he can do something as his... There it is. 17. It's a really good chance to hit. That is going to do damage. Where is it? There you are. 6 points of damage is really solid too. He takes a shot and actually hits the person, and the person like cusses and tries not to fall out of the tree. But like the shot was just too much. They're too much pain, so they start slipping and like hitting and grabbing branches on the way down into the front of on the ground down below. It knocks them out of the tree. That will go to the person that was knocked out of the tree before. They were knocked unconscious from your spell, fell, took 3 damage, woke up. It's now their turn. They're gonna they're awake. They're gonna stand up as their move action, kind of like shake their head, and then they're gonna turn and start running.
Okay.
It's now Koa's turn.
Is the one that Jake shot? Oh, Jake's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
Jake's back.
Sorry about that. An extremely important phone call that went really well. So,
That's good.
Hey,
Good.
Hell yeah.
congrats, and/or I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
oh, thank you.
I'm very happy and/or understanding of your situation.
I'm glad. I'm very glad.
God, I'm so good at diplomacy.
He got hired. He's now going to be a lead manufacturer of the coal cars of Australia.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a top job right there, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's future proof. You know. Like,
Listen, anything to do with that type of stuff in Australia, mate. I mean, you can hold a stop sign out the front, and you're on $60 an hour. So that's big money. That's a big money industry.
I'm in the wrong industry.
The amount that
You
cops
gotta-
get paid to
you
stand
gotta
there
get
and
to
go like
Australia.
this
Goddamn.
in the street is crazy. Like when they do their detail work, they get paid insane amounts just to do detail work.
Mm.
You have,
Well,
you have
that's
cops
a
doing
sore
that?
subject in Cincinnati because we just had a nasty incident with that.
With cops waving people
Oof.
along.
There was an incident of a kid who got killed by a cop who shouldn't have, and his dad, in retaliation, ran over a cop who was doing that, who was actually retired.
Ugh. Okay,
Whew.
I feel horrible for that family.
You didn't know the situation. It's just
Yeah. No, of
it's
course.
like Harambe and the pets getting eaten. It's just an Ohio thing.
but it's like especially that cop could have been a good dude, you know? Like
He was a retired guy who was just volunteering. Yeah.
oh my god, like I mean if he was retired, that means he's old, so he probably wasn't a good dude. We're talking old school cop. Yeah. But he could have been.
You heard it here first, folks. If you retire, you're not a good person.
No, I'm just
Work till you die, or Scott will judge you.
reputation of an
He is American.
old Ohio cop. Reputation of what that is. Like that's a cop throughout the 70s.
Tell me what's the
and
reputation of an
80s.
old Ohio cop. You feel bad for the family, and then you immediately are like, well, at least he was a bad person.
Ugh. Anyway, well, I just
Well, to segue from Ohio for a second, what did I miss just quickly?
You shot a
shot.
guy in a tree and knocked him out of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
cool. Koa, it's your turn.
Is that guy? Are both of those two still up?
They're on the ground.
Well,
One's
the
running.
one that I put to sleep, yeah, he fell, woke up, and then he
he's
started running.
But the other
Yeah,
two
he's-
are on the ground.
So if I were to grab Earthbreaker instead of my sword, can I non-lethal one of these guys?
No, non-lethal requires a non-lethal weapon, or you to take a -4 to your attack
Isn't a
roll.
blunt? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say it's a blunt weapon with a -4.
-4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can do it just with a -4.
Yeah. Unless you have that bludgeon or feet, which then you don't have to take the negative.
Okay, I do not. So I think with a -4. Can you rage and take the -4?
I mean,
Technically, yeah.
Oh wait, does rage allow for non-lethal attacks? That's the question.
It doesn't. It doesn't say either or.
I mean, that's the question. Does rage allow for negative attacks?
I'm just trying to stack.
That'd be a
my
question for
chance
you,
to hit.
Scott. By raw, yes, but
Hold on,
How do you interpret
Pathfinder rage, because I think it does. No, not reach powers, just rage.
it doesn't allow for intelligence, wisdom, or charisma-based skills except intimidate and perception. But that's the restriction. Or anything that requires like intense concentration.
Patience.
If I
or
try to non-lethal
concentration.
this guy, but I deal too much damage, would it still
Yeah.
it'd still kill him, wouldn't it?
I think
You'd have to do a
non-lethal
lot,
damage
but
does
yeah.
not require patience or concentration. You can just go ahead and smash somebody in a non-lethal way. I think that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
you'd have
can
to do a
absolutely-
shitload of damage to go over enough to kill him in one shot, but it can happen.
Is he in a position where I can charge him?
Yeah, yes. I would say you have to do a ride check. No. I would say yes, he is.
Okay. I will rage. I'm mounted and I will charge.
That's already so terrifying to imagine falling out of a tree. There's a dude on a horse with a fucking earthbreaker charging at you.
That would be a 12. 14.
That is oh, okay, gotcha, because it's 12 you bumped it to a 14. Understood. It's actually a 15 because you have higher ground because you're on a horse.
Okay. So that's
This
a
dude
15.
prone that he's swinging at too?
No, the guy
this
got
is
up
the
and was
guy.
running.
This is
that
the guy
was
who's-
running.
Oh, the
Yep.
running guy. Okay.
You
okay,
hit him
got you.
for 10 points of non-lethal damage. You just more or less like boom and just kind of like slash. So when you hit him, it's like you're trying not to hit him hard, but you're also raging, so you don't have like a lot of clarity of what it is you're doing. You literally just kind of like smash him in the ass with a hammer, like blow out one of his glutes. And so he just kind of like careens to the side and he's like grabbing his leg, and like, it's enough damage that he's technically unconscious, but or removed from the fight. So he's kind of like writhing around in pain and whatnot from it. Fun fact about non-lethal damage. Hey, welcome Raiders. Fun fact about non-lethal damage is, let's say somebody has a health pool of 6 and you do 10 points of non-lethal damage. They take 6 points of non-lethal and then 4 points of lethal after that.
Yeah.
So that's an important distinction because they took 3 points of lethal before, meaning they have effectively 3 health points left. And then it's like, so this person is pretty fucked up, let's just say.
Yeah, that's fine.
So they're taking the grand total of 13, even if some of
The
it's
math equals pretty fucked up.
Yeah, but we need
Yeah.
someone alive to figure out who the fuck organized this. Not that we already don't know, but like, I want to hear it.
Mhm.
Yep, understood. All right, cool. Yeah. And I imagine you guys go ahead and are looking to like move in on these targets or see what's going on, and you're welcome to go ahead and do so, like move in on them, and you find out like, okay, the one that Aldo shot first, that person, when you check them, clearly dead. The one that Aldo shot next, shallow, they're unconscious, very injured, but savable, with a decent check. The one that Koa just hit, oh boy, that person is writhing in serious pain. They're not going to get any details from them. Again, the negative HP. You're not going to get any details from them until they've had some time, like, because they're in. You probably like fractured a hip bone and like completely destroyed a glute. It's going to take them a while to recover from this. They probably heal 1 health point a day.
Trying to find the fucks I give. Where did I leave those?
But they're not going to be able to speak because of how much like pain they're writhing in for a while. So,
Okay. I'll try to stabilize the one who's actively dying.
They
sure.
must have gotten offered a lot of money or had a lot of blackmail against them to take on the valiant few with 3 weak ass dudes. I expected.
So we
I
got
was like,
all of
okay.
them.
One's dead.
Oh, nice.
I truly
Yeah.
expected like each one of these to represent like 4 or 5, or them like to have a leader. I thought this would be a tougher fight. This is a weird ambush.
I mean, they figured they have the element of surprise, Only takes
If it was
one bolt.
Beltran,
Really.
though, he knows what we did in the cave. You'd think he'd send more than like, unless he wanted these dudes dead, you'd think like he would send more than this. So why are they after us? I guess that's why we have 2 alive.
We'll find out. Yep.
Yeah.
I'll roll heal. You said they're really shallow breath, so I guess I'll use a.
I can
I'll use
try
it in
and
my kit.
assist you.
Don't forget Dwayne's with
Okay.
you.
Well,
Well, actually,
yeah,
Dwayne's not
I'll
going to be
ask
helping you in this.
I was gonna say he
Dwayne's
just got
80% of his health is gone because like
Yeah, I was gonna say
NPCs don't
Dwayne,
get
no.
max health at level 1. You have to roll, and so my rolled health for him is he has 10 HP and he took 8 in one shot, so he is
Ooh.
fucked.
Hmm.
So
Yeah. But
Alright,
he's
so
still
do you want me to
conscious, so-
try and assist.
Yeah, if you want to, then I can hopefully save a use out of the kit.
Which one are you
Oh,
helping? The one who's
actually-
unconscious, the one I dragged back.
fun fact, you say save a use out of the kit. This is a perfect time to say this. So Dwayne, as a member, as when he travels with you, Dwayne is not just any NPC. He's actually a special NPC as exists in the game. There's a bunch of them about here and there. Some of them are just leftover NPCs from Aurora 1.0. Some are Patreon created characters for Aurora 2.0. Some of them are characters that I have put in there that are of significance. when you come across these PCs, you befriend them correctly and then unlock certain aspects of them through choices that you've done. And so you've done that actually very recently with recent sessions. There are 3 tiers of like companion ability that they offer to you when they're traveling with you. And Dwayne has 2 tier 1 abilities. One of them is the Lindra provides. And this is, as long as Dwayne is traveling with you, the party does not need to make survival checks to avoid starvation in the wilderness terrain. You can, but you don't have to, even under harsh conditions. You will always scrape by, only suffering non-lethal damage for the first time between proper recoveries. Meaning, like, if your characters are starving or dying of thirst and he's with you, you'll have enough that you'll take non-lethal damage once and not recover from the fatigue, but you won't continue to take that damage to inevitably kill you because he'll get you enough to survive, right? Which is cool if you're going through like extreme scenarios. The second ability he gives you is called Survivalist's Toolkit. When Dwayne assists with the heal skill, he may always contribute as if using a healer's kit, even if none is available. So more or less his bark splints, boiled water, and linen scraps always count as 1 kit use per day. So he provides you with a free use of kit each day as long as he's with you. So you can actually use the kit right now without using one of your resources.
Okay, perfect.
And that's his tier 1 ability.
It's too bad we're using it on the bad guys, not him, huh?
Unfortunately, he can't use it on himself.
Yeah. I guess that's a +2 from Aldo as well. So yeah, total +4. Let's see my keyboard. That's what I needed for a first aid to stabilize.
Perfect. So you're able to clean up the stuff or whatever it is, and so you're using the supplies that you have available, so on and so forth, and get that taken care of. And I think it's funny that you run over and you're doing that, and you grab it like Dwayne's like, I got these supplies here, and like kind of like tosses like a pack your way, bundled up, and you're like, what is? Oh, okay, yeah, and like you're using these items or whatever as they are to go through because you've used some of his similar stuff before.
Yeah, and
you're going through it. And it's one of those things where after you're like, I've done what I could, you think you've got this guy stable, you're not going to bleed out or whatever. Then you look over at Dwayne, and he's like leaning heavily to the side, on his to the side. He's leaned up against a tree, taking most of the weight. He is injured, and you're like, maybe I did my focus wrong, because he is eyes half closed, slow blinking. He is hurt.
I'm gonna give Dwayne a cure light.
I was about to do the same. I have an extra one.
I'm tired of giving mine away.
I have one in my bandolier, and then I have one that I didn't put in there.
So to give him the cure light wounds, I imagine it's almost one of those things where you're like, Dwayne, I'm sorry, and you're like gonna go behind him. So you'll want to like snap the arrow, and like you're gonna want to go behind him and pull out the arrowhead that direction and pull the back end out this direction. And then either he'll drink or you'll pour into the wounds the thing that's there.
Yeah, but you pour alcohol on the arrow first, so before you pull it through, it's sterile. You don't want to pull the whole thing through while it's dirty.
Oh no,
gross and bacterial.
I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, that makes sense. But
and then you give him a drink. You pour it on, give him a drink, then pour it onto the wound, and then.
Now
Aldo's doing that part, right?
Of course.
Yeah, he's the doctor who's like, actually,
we need alcohol for this. Oh, you're right.
He's
okay,
like,
anyway, so.
My hand isn't stable.
All right, cool. So you guys are going to remove the arrowhead, the arrow from him, and then you're going to go ahead and just pour the cure light wounds. You're welcome to roll.
Please roll better than I do with this.
Okay.
I did not.
Well, that's
for his health pool, that is significant. All right.
You've doubled his current health points.
Yep. He got more than he had before. That's crazy. Chat, I just can't see chat anymore. It's just gone. It's gone forever.
A total of
wonder why that happened.
2.
It's weird. Oh well, probably not missing anything.
That's okay. All you missed was that you have a vendetta against 2s. I got you.
Thanks, Wade. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Always looking out. Always
doing something.
All right, back to the game. So you characters are able to brains not working. So your characters are kind of stabilize that one person. You smash the other one, and they're rolling around on the ground in immense pain. I imagine you probably, it's up to you, Wade, for how you do, but I imagine like you dismount from Nightstorm, throw them on like flopped over the saddle and lead them back, or however it is you're going to bring them back over to the others.
I drag them through the leaves to where the other person is.
You want to do that?
Koa's upset, yeah.
Okay. I failed my reflex save. Somebody in chat want to go ahead and roll me a D3?
You take damage from being dragged through the dirt?
I mean, no.
I think they're already at negative. Yeah.
Non-lethal damage from being dragged across because you're in woods, like branches and so on and so forth. Does D3 not work
0
here?
is the result.
God damn it. I guess just do a
There's no
D2 then. You get away with it. It's going to be a D2 instead.
Watch there be no D2.
No, there's a D2. We put it there. 2. Okay. This person is, as previously stated, has been very injured for a lot of stuff. You end up, Koa is angry, grabs them and drags them through the dirt and everything that's over there to bring them. And by the time you get them over there, they've gone limp and quiet.
We know they're unconscious, but like he's awake and writhing, which to me says he's in better shape.
And
Koa, I mean,
now, I understand what you're doing. You don't need to defend yourself. He's now gone limp and unconscious.
Okay.
I'll get that one too. We'll go over and check. First check, is he like breathing or is he dead now?
This person is closer to the edge than the other one was. I'll actually have to require a heal check from you to confirm that. That's technically a heal skill to identify that. The other one is just you had enough time that you could have figured it out.
Yeah, no kit use for this one, because obviously.
Well, that's just to figure out the thing, right?
I believe
just to see if he's alive.
I believe it's still a DC 15 to identify that, right? Isn't it just still first aid?
I don't know. I don't know if there's like a hard DC on it. It's one of those like I always expect there to be, and I've never seen it.
I'd say it's fine. Because I don't think there's actually when you treat deadly wounds, I'd say it's probably a 10 to find out whether or not they're alive.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I usually do
15
10
to help them, so 10 would make sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
I usually do 10 unless it's like super borderline, then I do like 12. But
yeah, or something that's like something that like genuinely should be hard, like they've been like Romeo and Juliet poison, right?
Right. Yeah.
But anyways, so no way, don't do your monologue. And go ahead and roll your first. Because my apologies.
Wound, but soft with light on when it breaks. 'Tis the east, and joy does the sun. Arise first, and Achilles, who was already sick and pale with grief, that thou her maid art far more fair than she. Be not her maid, since she is envious. Her vest deliveries, but sick and green, and none but fools do wear it. Cast it off. Sorry, you said no. Don't do it or do it.
Your mom is very proud of you. Kiken, they are alive, but we're talking barely. This person has taken some serious licks. You actually think what happened was when they fell from the tree, they probably hurt their neck or their head or whatever it is, and then being dragged across the dirt is probably like worsens that injury. This person is borderline. You get one shot, do not miss your chance to save.
There's like a moment where he's just kind of like, like there's like a look on his face where he's like, okay, they're probably not gonna make it, right? There's like for a second. But then he like, there's like a second where he also looks up and sees Koa and realizes like, oh, then he's gonna feel like he killed them. So he'll very quickly grab the blood block off of Simon and try to stabilize them.
Okay.
I guess.
He was going to do it, but then he saw Koa looking, and Koa, roll sense motive. I'll set the DC at 18. I'm sorry, at 20. Hunch, like a good old-fashioned hunch.
It said 18, I rolled 18.
How do you say 18 and as he rolls the 18 you go, nah, 20?
Oh, but I didn't see the 18 when I said it. 20 is the rule.
Here, you know what? I'll roll against it just to make it more fair.
Oh, come on. You're going to roll like a 700.
I'll roll
I had to take skill focus to be better at bluff than you, right?
It's supposed to be a DC 20. I said 18 by accident.
Okay, fine.
Okay, roll your bluff. No, you're welcome to.
Here, I'll roll an actual bluff, not even my perform. I'll just roll the bluff.
Wow.
'Cause I'm not even. I shouldn't have bothered. Why? Why do I try to help?
What number is that, Lance? Can you help me out?
Why do I try? Why? What do I do? Why do I do anything I do?
All right, Wade. To you actually see Mikhail, like it's something you saw him contemplating letting this person die. That's not what you get. What it is he checks the person out and he seems like resigned for whatever it is. Like he just seems like maybe I saw that this person's probably already passed. But then you notice that when he looks at you, he realizes, oh shit, I've got to try. So it might be one of those things like it could be that, like, just try to put a positive spin on it. It could be that he's actually assuming the person died, but then after he looks at Koa, he's like, God damn it, I'll try. You know, and so he grabs the blood block and immediately starts getting to work. You know, mouth to mouth, tongue and ass. He's got this. All right, you roll your.
No, neither of those, but a plus 5.
Is anybody assisting on this one?
Dwayne is not.
Aldo in a med kit, or just for all?
He has a plus 5. And he has a
And
Aldo will assist.
Okay.
I'll try anyway.
Right now, he's already rolling with a pretty nasty bonus. Like it's like a plus 9 or something.
The plus 5 from blood block. Yeah, it's fine. And then plus 2 from the medical kit.
Aldo kicks some dirt on it. Truth be told, Aldo is probably a little bit
crazy.
Oh, wow, Jesus, fuck.
The gods themselves have noticed your heel.
This guy was on the brink. He's not anymore.
What's the Sleepy Queen's name? The Sleepy Queen is like
this.
I sense
The
a
Sleepy
presence.
Queen.
I imagine Aldo's a little.
This guy opens his eyes. Come on.
As he's starting to realize that the other person, the first person he shot, is dead. It's like one of those. Like,
Yeah, I know what I'm gonna do with that.
Yeah. It's like I imagine that settling in, which is why you were a little too striking. He's like, Aldo, give me. Aldo, never mind, and he gets it himself. You know what I mean? But he does a miraculous job. He actually does the work, and you get him braced up. You get everything set up where it needs to be, so on and so forth. And after you do so, you know, it's one of those, like, whether it be smelling salts or whatever you might have, you are able to bring them to consciousness. They are in negatives. To be clear, they're at -1 shy of death. But with your 32, I will say that they are able to communicate a little bit. Not much. Certainly shouldn't shake or nod, but little mumbles. Simple questions, simple answers.
Yeah. So as they wake up, Mikhail like keeps his hand like on their chest. Says, "I'm trying to move. You're not dead, but it's close. We're gonna have some questions. Be still."
They like try to move, but like you're like you know, be whatever it is, and then they're
Like,
like
firm hand on chest.
they understand like okay, and that's probably also when they feel like whatever's around their neck, like a collar or whatever it's called, cholera. I can't remember what it's called, the neck brace. Can't remember.
Yeah, I don't either. I forgot what else he was gonna say. I was gonna do something else, but I don't remember what it was. Anyway, so he'll say, "Who hired you?"
I don't know. I got coin from him.
Let me guess. Coincidentally, the dead one.
No.
Wow.
The other one that
who did
fell.
a fortune's favor for that?
Nobody. I had
Thank
numbered,
you, mysterious benefactor. I know someone did. Thank you. whoever it was.
No, I had numbered them, and I was curious if you were going to kill the one that knew.
I don't believe you.
I mean, I'm already mean and saying only 1 in 3
Thank
knew.
you for admitting it. We appreciate that.
It was a 66% chance of it useless, and you got the 33. All right, go ahead.
Then I'll describe the other one who's currently unconscious that I stabilized first, checking that's the one who knows.
They like go to nod, but like can't, and so they're like, Yeah, yes.
All right. Be still. Make sure he doesn't go anywhere. To the others. And then I'll go. I'm going to grab the smelling salts off of Simon and go over to the other one who's unconscious.
Yeah, this one went down because of an arrow in their chest and hit the ground on the way down and all that stuff. This person is not going to wake up this easily. They're going to need a few hours to kind of like wear this one off, unfortunately.
Where are we right now relative to Westwood and Hodgwin and the crack?
Yeah, you're only a couple miles away from the crack. I hate that we call it that. We need a better name.
Me too. It was Jake's fault. That was Jake's thing.
Jed is crack.
No.
That's
So
it.
even with smelling salts, it won't wake him up?
I wonder if there's like Aussies that listen to the show and work in the mines. I went into Jordan's crack to work today. Anyway, so you smelling salts will not wake him because you guys don't have the actual. I don't think you have purchased proper smelling salts, have you?
Yeah, we never used them. We still have 2.
Oh, you actually do have smelling salts. Oh, give
Mhm.
me 1 second.
The one time they got used weren't ours. Somebody else used them on Dan, I think.
All right, the way smelling salts work, in accordance to 1E, these sharply scented regain and the inhaling smelling salts give you a new saving throw resist exposed to smelling salts while dying. You immediately become conscious and staggered, but must still make stabilization checks each round. If you perform a standard action, if you take 1 point of AK, yeah, no, they'll wake up. Rules are they will wake up.
So I am curious because it says while dying, because he's not dying.
They're
He's
not
already
dying, they're
stable.
stable, so you don't have to worry.
So he'll just be staggered until
Yep.
he gets.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I'll use them once and then stopper them again, just to get him awake.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously,
He'll-
like kicked
he'll-
his
he'll
weapons
jump
and
awake.
stuff awake.
Of course.
Yeah.
And there's an arrow in them still. Oh,
Yeah.
no, you stabilize them. You would have pulled the
Yeah, I
arrow
would have had to
out.
remove it,
Yep.
but they have an arrow wound.
Yeah,
So-
they're very injured. They took, I think they took 6 from the shot plus. I don't think we actually rolled. Can somebody chat roll me a d6 from the fall? You die at negative your con, so if you assume a 10 con, which is average, they would die at negative. There you go. 5.
Damn.
So I can just flat out tell you these NPCs had 6 health points. So theoretically they could have stayed awake with the 6 points of damage, but they're at negative 5. So they're 5 more they die. Anyways, so you you wake them up smelling salts, and then oh fuck, that hurts. Ugh. He looks at you and he's like,
Yeah, it fucking does.
all right, I'm fucked.
Got a fucking arrow sticking out of my armor.
Yep.
Who hired you?
Someone I know in Hod Glen. He's one of the guards. Ugh.
Does this guard have a name?
Yeah.
Is it worth your life?
Yep. Like
Damn.
say
I
no
draw
no
my
no no
rapier.
no no. Say that like they're trying to negotiate like
Uh-huh.
are you like I'll give it to you that for my life, like it's worth my life to me. Like
I still draw the rapier and say, at least you're good at negotiating. Go ahead.
yeah, it's went.
I yell back to the others, went?
We know it went.
hmm?
That thing doesn't sound familiar to me.
Yeah, no, it doesn't to you guys. You say went, and
Yeah.
they don't know who that is. None of you guys know who that is.
Clark
Dwayne either, I'm assuming.
Dwayne shrugs. It winces from pain after shrugging.
Huh. Guard.
Yep.
What's
It's
Ask
what's
him
the-
what he was hired to do.
I imagine you can hear Aldo.
Yeah. He goes, we were told to head out this way. Scout. Word was a group of people would be coming up this way. Probably from Westwood. and to keep an eye out. We'll know who they are, because there should be, at least 3 of them. One's got a loot, got a bunch of horses with them. Mentioned a couple of marks, like his hair. He says, kind of like motion to Koa, things like that. We were supposed to. Well,
Yeah.
When were you
How
hired?
many of you are
Aldo
there?
Yells out.
Oh, he said, when were you hired? I'll let it.
he says, it was about a week ago. Less than. No, 4 or 5 days ago. We head out pretty quick after, us and the other crew.
There's another crew?
Yeah, we were here in case you rolled in from Westwood. The other crew is in case you came down from the river.
3 of them as well?
No, that was the more likely path. It's 5.
Which way did Leon come?
What did you? Leon came down this way,
Okay.
but he would have been through here before they got here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like a dog.
You can cast questions, Jake, while you're reading.
Yeah. Aldo actually doesn't address the guy, but he looks over to Koa and he says, we're gonna have to deal with that before. I mean, we could stop by, where, drop these guys off, but they'll have to be taken care of.
What do you mean taken care of?
Well, hopefully not like that guy. And you see, Aldo doesn't even look, but he kind of gestures, like with his head, to the dead one.
Don't be upset at yourself for being a good shot. We didn't know the situation whenever we were under attack. It was a good shot.
Conversation for another time, I guess.
But yes, hopefully not like that guy. If nothing else, perhaps if we show some amount of kindness, they didn't know what they were getting into clearly. We may be able to learn more. But what comes next is going to be much more difficult if it's what you're saying that I think you're saying. We'll talk later, away from everything.
Aldo looks at you and he says, these guys are opportunistic. If they seen an easy mark that wasn't us, well, things wouldn't go like this, I'd say.
I don't disagree, but it almost seems like they were set up. I mean, with what we've done before, they would have had to truly overwhelm us.
Mhm.
How did they know? How did they know when we were
Yeah.
on our way here? If they were hired days ago, it was before we even got to Westwood. So they found out from someone whenever we hit the Forvin. So someone must have told them
like
after
you
we
said,
left
let's
Lachette.
talk
It's
about
a-
this
It's a bird.
once we get rid of them.
He says,
What's a
Bird?
bird?
it's a bird.
Bird told you
What's
when
a-
we were on our way here?
No, went. He knows a guy with birds.
Where?
Hod Gwen.
Oh no,
Carrier birds?
A bird.
That still means someone told him when we were coming.
Yeah, but that's how he knew. A guy got birds.
And you don't
No, we
know the name of this bird guy?
Fuck no.
Where he is?
Hod Gwen.
Fucking bird.
I mean,
In
for fuck's
Hod
sake,
Gwen, you
I don't-
fucking moron.
listen, I don't.
It's
I
a
don't, I don't
whole ass
know.
town.
Went is in Hod Gwen, so I imagine if you got fucking word from a bird, they're in Hod Gwen too.
Okay.
Who's done that?
And went as a guard. What's his rank, position? Is he somebody important? I don't know that fucking name.
Oh, I don't know if they're important. He's been a guard for, a few months now.
It's recent.
Yes.
Shows the rest of it. How much do they pay you for this?
He winces in pain, like he can't talk.
Do I need to repeat
Aldo will
myself?
start going through his pockets.
Yeah. So yeah, you start going through his pockets, and you're able to pull out from his pockets 2 gold from his pocket. Just 2 gold and a couple of like copper and what are they called? Slivers. So let's say like 4 copper, 3 slivers, but 2 gold. And if you go through the other 2 pockets, you'll find 2 gold and a couple copper and slivers. Let's say in total 10 slivers, 10 copper, and a total of 6 gold, 2 gold each.
Yeah, 2 gold each.
So
Just
he's
to
able to,
note,
like-
Aldo will ask Koa to go through the dead ones. He doesn't do it himself.
But
Thanks,
he
man.
says yeah, it was the 2 gold, but they also gave us each really good hunting bows and boots and stuff.
You done this kind of work before?
He's like, not exactly, no.
Did you know who your
I got a
targets were?
sense motive.
You said you know who targets were? He says, description, yeah, but now I do.
You didn't know you were going after the valiant few.
Now I do. Sense motive, sorry. You do not think that, you think he's being honest. You don't think he was lying about doing. So doesn't this kind of work before? Maybe he's like gone and helped guards grab somebody before, but not fucking murder or kill. But the fact that he got a bow and they're all good shot means these are likely huntsmen or so a huntsman or archers. They have some past where they would have been trained. Knowing how to use a longbow is not just something that you can do instinctively, especially those kinds of shots. That's a skill.
Yeah.
It's a trained skill.
Oh yeah, can we gather
Yeah.
their weapons? Are they in okay shape?
Their weapons were brand new prior to this. Their weapons are a week old, a week out of the shop.
Okay, I'm used to Mass Effect where someone fires a pistol and it drops 3 feet and it explodes.
Yeah. That's Mass Effect. These were purchased like a week ago out of the shop.
These will make great contributions to Jurda's crack.
They will be, because longbows are expensive too.
Yeah.
They're as powerful
Yes,
as Sans the special abilities. They're as powerful as Jake's crossbow.
Did you say they had new boots as well?
Mhm.
Yeah, actually, they do
He
have
did
new
say that.
boots.
I'm taking the 2 live ones boots. I'm not, like once again, Aldo is not. He doesn't want any part of the dead guy.
Okay. You take the living
Mhm.
people's boots.
Was it
Okay.
copper and silver or was it copper and slivers?
Copper and slivers, and there was 10
Slivers.
total from them. Anything else?
I'll take. I'll motion for the other 2 to come aside. I want to get far enough away from the 2 dudes on the ground. I don't think they're going anywhere right now.
Dwayne can keep an eye on them, ish.
Yeah.
He's injured, but at least he's
I'll
not
have
bleeding out.
Nightstorm watch 1 too.
Dead.
Okay. Mikhail is just glaring back at that dude until like we're far enough that you start talking.
Where do we take them? It's a ways away to Hot Gwyn. If we take him to Jurda's crack, then we're giving up the position.
I mean, Beltran knows anyway. Let's be real.
He knows it exists. I don't know if he knows it's being used.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't, but I get your hesitation.
I just wonder why he wouldn't have taken his army there and done something about it already.
It's pretty
Maybe too
defensible.
obvious.
He doesn't necessarily know that we haven't fortified it. You know what I mean? Hard to get in and out of.
Yeah. I'd rather
can-
not have intel on the inside.
2 gold is a considerable amount of money to a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's what they were paid. I mean, it could have just been out of desperation if you believe them about them not doing this before.
Hmm.
Imagine how easy taking that stronghold would have been if we paid people 2 gold. Wouldn't have had to kick him out of the cart.
You think
Yeah.
if they failed and were alive, Went would have them killed. Or whoever is above Went.
I don't know who the hell Went is.
I don't either, but can we convince them that they should turn a new leaf and join our cause because they were set up to fail? I mean,
I don't know if that's something that
Want
we can
them?
convince.
it's either that or else we take them to judges, they get healed up, and then they just know about it. And then they're free to divulge that information right back. If Wint and Beltran didn't know, then they would moving forward. That's the problem with taking
You might be able to convince them, but not. It's going to take a while. We'd have to take them to Jurdas and look after them. And after a while, we may get one.
We don't have to take them anywhere.
Mikhail.
We can just leave them, is what I'm saying.
You cannot.
How far is it to Harrod?
Farther than it would be.
Oh, we're
to
not on the map
Westwood,
anymore.
I imagine.
Yeah.
Give me one moment.
Yeah, because I imagine there's not like a jail or really anything in Westwood.
Mikhail, I saw the look in your eye whenever you were hovering over him.
As a crow
I
flies,
dragged-
it's like 48 miles, by the way. So over 50 miles for a path that you would take. You know, I do curbs or whatever. Over 50 miles. Sorry, Wade, continue.
Sheesh.
I dragged him I wrongly dragged him through the mud instead of putting him on the horse as well. I understand in the heat of the moment, but we are past the heat of the moment.
Look, I didn't think he was going to make it. I didn't want to waste the supplies on it. But I didn't want you to have that on your conscience. So, figured it was better to get him breathing again.
Killing someone who attacks you wouldn't weigh heavy on my conscience if it wasn't for the way I dragged him back over. That was indelicate.
I know.
If anything here, Aldo was the one who acted the best of all three of us. I mean that, Aldo. I'm not just saying that because there's a body. The way I treated the
suppose.
man when he was hurt was wrong, and hesitating or threatening to leave them behind is also wrong.
I'm not going to debate you on that, other
They're
than
fools who were paid a lot of money to put their lives on the line.
not to put their lives on the line, to kill us.
That is true. But 2 gold.
Yeah, they're not good people.
A lot
Let's
of
be
people would take 2 gold in Hotgwin for this.
Well, these ones did. They had skills, right? Look at these
I'm not
bows.
saying that
Look
they
at-
should be let off scot-free. We could turn them in. I'm just saying if we take them to Hotgwin and turn them in, they're going right back to the people that they could report to.
Yeah.
Well,
be
either
killed.
die or we're returning assets to Hodgwin. That's not an option.
So therefore, it's either Westwood, which could be the same thing, or Judge's Crack, where we risk them knowing everything about what we're doing. We have to decide now how we're moving forward, and we don't have a lot of time to stand here and debate it.
Then we go where we have people we trust. We can blindfold them. They won't know the way. They won't really get to know anything. They'll go in the cells.
All right. I can agree to that.
Yeah, I agree. But then we're gonna have to take care of the other group. We have to.
Or else someone else could take the fall if they misidentify.
He's going to call back to the guy who's up. Says, "You, what's your name?"
Oh, the one that was that's currently conscious, yeah?
Yeah.
You know what? I will let Lancelot can name them.
Red Robins.
Or I can just name them Lance. Just kidding. But while we're waiting for Lancelot, you go ahead and continue with what you're saying.
Listen, I don't need his name just so I can call him something. But we'll say, how long is that other group supposed to wait where they are?
He says, we're supposed to wait for a few weeks. That's what the pay was for. A few weeks. It should only take, with the expectation that it would be 2 weeks tops. But wait 3.
Do you know exactly where they're supposed to be waiting?
He shakes his, doesn't shake his head, does he? He says, oh no, that one can. He shakes his head.
Yeah.
No. Whereabouts, but not exact. Branch? I want to say that's pronounced Granch.
Greensh? Greensh?
I've never
You're a
seen
mean
a-
one, Mr. Grinch.
I've never seen a word like that before in my life.
Oh god, I don't remember that. I'm gonna go ahead and kill him. That way we don't have to worry about that name.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? It makes you miss what was it, Gargalith?
Greenwich.
Gargamash?
That's not Lance.
Gargalith? Yeah. At least we can pronounce that.
Guys, can we get some solidarities in chat for Grinch?
Aldo says to Koa, though, he goes, if you think about where they're set up, were they expecting us? Is this a normal way to Hod Gwen, or is this on like route to you know where?
It seems as though this is on route to you know where. There's nothing from. This is not a typical.
That's what I.
Yeah, this is not a typical path. No, my apologies. No, that's not entirely true. This you are currently walking a path because you haven't gone off the trail yet. You are currently on the trail. You have not gone off.
I think
the trail
he's
yet.
asking where the other one would be, right? Is just about this one or where the other guys said?
I'm asking you to compare like both of them. Like, so does it look like they're ready, like set up for people going to Hod Gwen or people going to the place to Jurda's Crack?
It is vague enough that it could be either. If it was definitively Jurda's Crack, you have to worry about everybody that's there. If it was on the way to Hod Gwen, then it's just an ambush for you.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. We have to probably assume the worst to be safe, but it's so close to where we would have to go either way that I don't know. Let's get them loaded up. Dwayne could also probably use a rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greenish, you got family?
Yeah? You don't believe him.
Just shake my head. And I'll try to get the other guy who's in worse shape.
You can put him on Nightstorm.
Okay, with Koa's help then.
Yeah, we'll put the one in worse shape on the bigger, stronger horse.
The one in worse shape, you don't want to put on the horse. Apparently their neck is fucked up. And if you have them jostling around the horse, that could permanently paralyze them or some shit. Like they are.
I imagine this would be like a on horse, but still like.
Oh, you rolled a 32 for that
for
one,
the
didn't
weight.
you?
Yeah.
Or did you roll 32 for this guy?
It was for the other guy.
Okay, never mind. We'll assume that his neck has been stabilized and everything's done well enough that you can put him in the horse. We don't have to worry about it. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be penalizing for 32. Continue, sir.
Yeah. Put them up there and then.
We don't have
I
a
guess-
cart, right? So it's either a horse or what? Like, what's
Yeah.
the other way we'd move them?
Yeah. Yeah, we're not carrying them if we don't have to. So, and he's gonna be staggered this whole fucking time. So I guess he gets to be on a horse.
Yeah.
Greensh.
I'm gonna go over to Aldo's gonna go over
Downhands.
to Dwayne and see if he has a shovel.
He's got his supplies. It's not on him, it's on one of the horses, but yeah.
Greensh.
Aldo's gonna start digging.
Koa sees what you're doing. He'll assist. I don't think we have a second shovel, but he'll like move leaves and twigs out of the way to make it easier for you.
Yeah.
Thanks for moving.
He doesn't
things,
say
keeps
anything,
the
but-
twigs.
He'll
Yeah.
offer to like. I don't know if you would let him take a turn, but he would offer.
Yeah, Aldo would definitely let you assist. Kind of taking it in shifts almost, just so it gets done. But he's very quiet.
Koa would move the body once the hole's dug. He wouldn't make you do it.
Anything else?
Mikhail
we
probably
move-
checks on Dwayne, but like it doesn't have to be RP'd.
And so you guys are able to get everybody set up or whatever it is. And are you going to bring them with you to the crack?
We're gonna blindfold them and then take them to the crack.
Okay. Decision made. You are good to go. So you guys are going to make your way to the crack with the two of them there. It's not much longer of a travel from here. Dwayne is injured. He's still 4 out of 10 health. So he's going to sit on the horse and, be happy for the slow pace that we're going on. because it fucking hurts. But he's not going to bitch throughout it. Just occasional like, kind of a situation, and you'll make your way all the way when you get there. Obviously, when you get there, you now have to be concerned. Is it safe? Are they there?
Yeah.
Perception checks on arrival.
I'd like to stealth to get closer as well, Scott.
Yeah.
Yep.
We should have had a way of like announcing our presence, like was it in Band of Brothers, like thunder, lightning, or whatever they yell.
Oh yeah, call and response thing. Yeah. Those are.
What are we
pretty
rolling?
easy
Perception
to
and
snipe,
stealth?
though.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and stealth. Okay.
Well, he's stealthing.
I rolled stealth. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Well, I guess
I'm walking next to a horse, so yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably like leave. I guess Aldo and Koa would walk up since I rolled a stealth anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. And
Yeah.
so you guys are go ahead and you do that. And so, by the way, funny enough, Dwayne also got a 24 in perception. So you guys crush your perception. You guys notice that you're not alone out there. There are other people about. As a matter of fact, you can even see somebody is inside of a tree with a crossbow. But they're not just randomly standing in a tree like those other people. There's a small, very basic wooden platform that they're standing up on. And the crossbow they're holding is a heavy crossbow as they're up there. And you notice them because
killed them all and took our supplies.
they're standing up there and they're not very well disguised because they're not too good at doing this yet. But you actually notice that you have outside of Jorda's front door, which is the cave one as opposed to the stairs one. You notice that there is one of your people sitting with the crossbow, acting as a scout or a guard, and you guys sneak up and you notice them. And when you like point out to the others, to Dwayne and Mikhail, they notice him as well up there. And it takes a few moments as you sneak up a little bit more. And you look up and you're like, oh, okay. No, this is one of ours. Like, we know who that is. And so you can kind of like step out and say hi, or you can be pretty confident.
Whatever our code word is.
You don't have a code word
Right.
yet.
But we're going to come up with one.
Yep. Code word. Code response. And that's your code word.
Ugh, okay.
I guess Koa will step out and
Those are
motion,
set.
like he'll wave.
Yeah, you guys will be ahead of me.
Whoa.
Yeah,
whoa,
Aldo would have definitely said,
whoa, you
"Don't
snuck
startle
right
the
back."
guy."
Yeah. Like, you stuck right back. He's like, you snuck right past me. Whoa.
I love the position, but it could use a bit more cover.
Looks about and goes, huh, we were talking about that this morning. It was we were talking about getting some branches up here.
It's a good idea. We have a few injured with us. The 3 of us and 3 injured.
Oh shit. He turns aside and he does the 2 fingers in the mouth and does like this really loud piercing whistle. And after he does that, like 30 seconds or some odd later, a couple people come rushing in. They have like spears. I think one of them would have a crossbow with them. Another one would have a like a short bow with them that was left over from.
I really hope we
earlier
don't turn this
supplies.
group into the Seraphites.
The what?
Like a kind of out there faction in Last of Us.
Oh, I didn't play Last of Us. But they come back as they were out hunting. You know what I mean? So the 3 of them come back. So one like a crossbow, which is ridiculous looking. A person with a heavy crossbow out hunting is fucking ridiculous. And then one with a short bow, which is appropriate. One with a spear, javelin, or whatever, which is appropriate. So they come back and from where they were hunting, and they're going to provide help. They're like, what's going on? Oh, you guys are back. Hey, oh shit, what's going on over here? And you start filling them in or whatever before you're gonna go down. And obviously hearing the whistle echoing through the cave, whoever's inside that heard the whistle echo in is going to turn and give their own signal inside the cave to alert others that people are here. And so not long after those people come running out of the trees, you'll have first, what's his name?
Edric?
Edric, thank you. First you'll have Edric coming out of the cave, and then like another 30 seconds after that you'll have Leon coming out of the cave. So Edric's walking over and goes, "Holy shit, you're alive. It's been a hot minute."
It has. Unfortunately, we have some ill-bearing news. We should get inside as fast as we can and talk.
Looks about and says, "We ambushed."
We were. Yeah.
Looks over
Mikhail,
and
like,
sees the
points
injured.
at the two, and he's just like, yeah, they those aren't allies.
He nods and says, "I'll prep the room," and gives kind of like a wicked smile. You know he's just joking, but maybe you're not in a joking mood.
Because they're already really injured, so don't get too happy-go-lucky swinging them around.
He looks at him and says, "That's all right. That's how I like him. We'll hang him through. We'll hang him off the cave." And, give a couple orders to other people to go and grab them as Leon's coming out. And we'll look around and say, "You had company."
Indeed we did. And I'm assuming Dwayne's a little bit further back, so he'll motion toward Dwayne. He's a friend, but he doesn't know about all of this.
He met Dwayne before, remember? Because you guys have traveled with him a couple times now. And he gives Dwayne like a nod.
He doesn't know about all of this.
Because Dwayne was at the house when, so he gives Dwayne a nod, but, doesn't really regard him too much. And then he'll actually turn to somebody else and say, time to start working on those medic skill, the field medic work we've been talking about. And we'll have them lead Dwayne. And Dwayne's like, "Oh, I really don't want to be a test dummy." And he's like, "Don't worry, you'll be in fine hands." And Dwayne's like, I can walk." And they still go and will help him down. Edric's like, "Move it in." And she's like, have you guys step to the side as they're bringing the people in. And, your horses are very shortly after also going to be led down the cave. And we're talking within a minute and a half of you saying we should get inside. Everybody is inside except for you three and Leon, unless you also follow down.
I imagine we do, because we want to talk to Leon and Edric, I imagine.
Yep.
Yeah.
The next 5 minutes.
Jaden and 3 still here as well, out of
Yes, they
interest. Yeah, I just want to know if they were still here.
Yep.
Interesting.
3.
Yara.
Yara.
Oh, okay. I was like, a Star Trek character, 3 of 7 or something.
She's actually 3 of 3.
Yeah.
I forgot about the number system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just know her as the sex Koa turned down.
Yeah. Oh, now she's 3 of 1.
Yeah.
That's sad.
That's how I always remember people too, Wade. It is the sex
It
opportunities.
was a big moment for him. Okay, it was a big moment for him.
He's young, guys. Give him.
I remember her as number 17 of 400 that turned me down. Okay, and anyways, so you guys will go down. And the next 5 minutes are not very helpful for the sake of having conversation, because it's like a beehive here of people kind of going into action. Now, I don't want to make this sound like this place is this well-oiled machine. By no means is that the case. But the juxtaposition of what it was when you had left here some 2 months plus ago and what it is now. Now, it can't just have been Leon. He's only been back here for a week or 2. This must have been either he works fast or there was already some foundational stuff starting along the way, because they're moving together. Again, it's not fluid, but they all have purpose and know how to move around each other to get that job done. It's from what you saw before to now, it is night and day. It's like, holy shit, this is actually taking that moment to appreciate it, kind of getting out of your own head for the arrow sticking out of your side or whatever it is that you're like, wow, this is incredible. But then quickly, you are also going to be kind of swept away to a room to have a conversation, which that room is going to be the alchemy chamber, where you guys are. That table has been cleared off. There's seats around it, whatever it is.
Is Elliot, Ashanti, are any of them here, or is it?
So Elliot, Elliot and Ashanti would not have stayed. They would have gone back with what's her name, Gwen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense. I just thought I would double check.
Yep. They would have gone back with Gwen, but Jaden and Yara absolutely would have stayed. You'll find out over time that Jaden and Yara actually went back with the 3 of them to make sure they got back safely, and then came back themselves. Because the 3 of them aren't exactly warriors, right? Anyways, so you have inside this room, unless you invite others, the 3 of you, Edric and Leon. You have 8 seats around this table of, varying quality, whatever it is, but they can always grab more seats from the other tables throughout the place.
I think that's good for now.
Sure, just the 5 of you then. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So we'll get out the map where like they kind of have the rough idea of where the 2 ambushes were. And if you want to start talking while he's like straightening it out or whatever, you guys are more than welcome.
Mikhail seems a little bit restless. He doesn't even sit right away. He
Okay.
seems kind of distracted.
Sorry, headphones died for a second. We're in a room.
We're in a room with Edric, Leon. There's a bunch of open seats, and then it's just us.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's saying if we want to invite other people in, we can, but we
Yeah, Yara and Jaden are nearby, but they're not in the room right now, I don't think.
Right.
Yeah.
that
Aldo
right,
doesn't.
Scott?
Aldo will actually sit, and he looks pretty dejected, but he'll sit.
Okay, well, if you 2 both look like you're not going to jump in once Koa gets it straightened out, he'll kind of look a little surprised that the conversation has already started, but he'll start going into it. We were ambushed just south of here, right around here, by some men hired by a guardsman named Went. And we were told there's another group of 5. There were 3 here. There's another group of 5 up
Wait,
somewhere around this
Went?
area.
Yeah.
That's what we were told.
Supposedly a guard
I
in
know that
Hodgwen.
fuck. He's a lowlife. He got joined the guard. Fuck. Not long after Beltran took over. Shit.
No surprise.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
all
think
right.
he funded
well,
this
I guess we know who
operation.
did this, huh?
I don't think he funded this operation by himself because each of these 3 were given 2 gold apiece to
That's
kill
quite the
people
sum.
matching our descriptions. And we're assuming the other 5 up here were probably paid something similar.
They must have had some pretty. They must be aware of this location if they've been camped out for. There's no way of knowing how long it would take for you to return. Truth be told, when I encountered you in Leshev, I was surprised to see you had yet to return down this way. They would have been very patient.
4 or 5 days, apparently, they've been waiting.
That's a
Yeah.
fucking tight window. Leon says,
Well-
that means they knew you were coming.
Apparently, there's a man with birds in Hodgwen.
Birds?
Received word.
Somehow that
messengers.
they get their information. Yeah, messengers.
It's not an
Um,
uncommon tactic. We have many aviaries scattered throughout the Paradel for the sake of communication. There is the rare communication passed through the use of the Arcane Congress, but it's rather expensive, and an aviary does the trick well enough. But moving on.
Well, that's what we know about the hiring. Went, someone with birds that knew that we were coming. 3 men here that we've taken care of. 1 dead, 2 we brought in. 5 up here that are still waiting for us, and apparently they're supposed to wait a couple of weeks.
I think
Yeah.
The only thing
I
that
think we
makes
could
sense
make a
is
surprise
that
for him.
somebody from Leshev told them. Like, if we look at the timing, that's the only thing that works.
Dwayne would say, I agree. It would have to be somebody from Leshev.
Why is Dwayne
I
here?
said Dwayne, sorry. Leon says,
Yeah.
I agree. It would have to be somebody from Leshev. I mean, there's a possibility it could be somebody from Forvin, because I assume you passed by there on the way, but that's going to be hard to believe. With Leshev, it would give opportunity for the bird to fly the distance and the job to be made and so on. As a matter of fact,
How
it's a
many-
good thing you know that there was an aviary. If you didn't, I'd be scratching my head.
How many days did it take to get here? We spent a full day or day and a half in Westwood, and we spent 1 night in Forvin.
It took 7 days to get to Westwood. Then you spent an extra day there, and then you
Mhm.
came here. So 8.5 days.
And they've
Yeah.
been in the woods for 4 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So within 3 days, they both received the bird and got into position, and got hired and got into positions.
So getting into
Mhm.
position would only take a day or so of travel, or
Yeah.
maybe a day and
Yeah.
a half of travel. But receiving the bird about a day and a half for the bird to fly that distance does make sense. It's a tight window, but that means they probably had people on standby or ready to hire anyways. You know what I mean?
hmm
So
Yeah, but that still means that it had to have been sent from either Leshev or right away when we got to Forvin, like pretty quick.
Yeah.
Can I make a memory check, Scott?
sure, go right ahead.
I want to. I don't know what sort of check is that, and I want to make it for that guy, the guy that
Intelligence.
really knew who I was when knew who we all were when we were leaving. The guy with the wife that wants to watch Mikhail perform. You know what I mean? That guy.
Yeah, sure.
Have I actually seen him before?
God, you don't remember. You genuinely don't. You don't need to make an intelligence check. I already defined this to you beforehand. You genuinely don't remember. But then again, there was also that young, seemingly well-dressed, well-paid, that the others didn't seem to listen to at all. Who was that fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows?
It's hard to say in Leshev because everyone knows us in Leshev too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And if it was known you were leaving, they could have sent word 2 days before you left because they knew you were leaving in 2 days because it'd been talked about and understood that was going to happen. You planned your departure.
And we did have our one crazy ass blackout drunk day. We didn't have the second one, but we did have one. So it's like, fuck, that might be in that memory gap.
There is someone that does have a vendetta against at least one of us.
Yeah.
The cook again.
How far? Yeah.
Yeah. That's a lot, though.
To ally
Food is
himself with
an
the
chef.
person who was responsible for his own boss's son being kidnapped and tortured that is a pretty far way to turn.
Yeah, especially after getting your job back.
How did he support himself for so long, though, as well, after?
I'm sure
that's
he was paid
true.
somewhat handsomely as a private worker for a counselor.
Yeah,
Gentlemen,
and there's no guarantee he knew everything.
There's not going to be any value in our speculating on this right now. Like, fuck it ain't. We start plotting revenge. Edric, there's no value in this right now. It is important that we discover who it was that was in Leshev, but unless you have somebody in Leshev that's going to look into this for you right now, and a means to contact them, we're wasting our breath and our mind on it. Our concerns should be about whether or not we are safe here. Let's go with the assumption that we are not. We need to post appropriate guard. We need to be in appropriate positions for this. For the interim, I need to assume that I can't take the... he says, I need to assume I can't take this the group here outside for training. I'll have to dedicate an area indoors for that training. We'll have to ensure that we take more breaks because exercising inside isn't going to be the best for the lungs, but we'll prepare accordingly. We don't want to expose ourselves if they happen to be meandering about the area. And let's assume that an assault is on its way soon, right? But at the same time, we need to get to the source of this. We need to know what's going on in Hodgwen. Now, if we're going to try to send a message, I think your arriving in Hodgwen is the good idea. We shouldn't have you sticking around here and letting them think that they won, because then they might send more or continue searching. If you show up in Hodgwen, well then they're going to stop trying to search around here at least because you're the target, right? Assuming you're the target.
It's a dangerous proposition to be in because we still have the 5 men up here. Do we take care of them?
Yes.
I thought so as well, because if they mistake someone else for us, then that group will pay the price.
I will send the few that have already showed a degree of promise. I had some training first. Yes, Edric, you did well in my absence. I genuinely appreciate what you've done.
This place is amazing, the turnaround, by the way.
Yes.
You actually see like a rare smile from Edric. It's a smile so wide, you didn't know he was missing one of his back teeth. And now you see it. Like his second to last molar, it's missing, and you had no idea before. He's smiling, and Leon just gives an appreciative nod. Not to himself, but about what Edric did in his absence, seemingly taking no credit. He says, they will go with you as a backup. They're not the intention is not for them to engage unless you need them to. But it's good for them to see how a cohesive unit works.
Right.
Yeah, I guess you could call us that.
I mean,
one other matter
unorthodox, but cohesive. Go ahead.
One other matter that we were going to discuss later, but I think time is pressing now. Dwayne, Aldo had the thought, and I think Mikhail and I agreed. If Dwayne is willing and we can afford to hire him for his services, he has a lot of survival talent. He knows how to cook, he knows how to mend, he knows how to tend. He kept us alive in a very dangerous predicament with his ability to keep a fire stoked at a high rate. I think he offers a skill set that could be very valuable. And he's shown his mettle. He can be a bit tentative at times, but whenever our lives were on the line, he stood firm and was a good ally.
Are you trying to sell him to me? Leon says, not meaning like purchase, but like the concept of having him add to the team.
To some extent, yes, because I feel like whenever we're putting anyone here, we're putting people at risk, and we need to have a good reason for trusting people.
Yes.
Right now, anybody could be working for Beltran with the amount of coin he has to send.
He says, this is your unit. You will add to it as you see fit. I'll give advice, but this is your decision to make, not mine.
Well, I don't disagree entirely, but you two have overseen these men more than we do, and you could understand whether they'd be more accepting or not. And even if it is our decision, I think we all trust your instincts and judgments.
He looks to Edric. Edric says, I know him. He's all right.
We'll still have to talk to him to present the idea, but what time of day is it getting to be? Or is it still early enough where we can go hit this other ambush?
Yeah. Your trek from there to here was, what did I say? It was like 16 miles or some shit. So even with the ambush and the side trekking, it's only like, it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. It's still relatively early.
And this ambush is how far from here?
The one you're going to, or the one you're
from? The one we're going to.
You don't know for a fact. They said north,
right,
heading in from the river. If you had to guess, maybe hour or two trek from here. Like
okay.
Like even if it's an hour trek, because you move slower when you're off a trail, which theoretically they'd be off a trail. You're talking like closer than the first ambush that you just dealt with was, closer than you're comfortable with. Like one of those where you genuinely are concerned. Do they know that we're here? Continue. Sorry.
We'll have a quick conversation with Dwayne, I suppose, but we should get moving and take care of this during the light. Now, as far as strategy goes, do we just approach them from this direction? Do we try to go around and give them the targets they expect? Do we approach them from behind? Do we split up with the group you're sending with us? What do you?
No, we should. If what I'm thinking is right, they wouldn't have expected us to be coming from this direction. They're probably set up like the others were. So we should try and, see if we can catch them from behind. We know they're using trees. We're quiet enough. We could get the drop on them.
Assuming we can find them, yes.
If I may.
Yeah.
It's more than likely that they have one who's in a forward position looking for the targets, a scout. They would fall back as soon as they were aware of their targets coming in and give everybody the opportunity to get into their positions. They're going to sit squat in trees for dozens of hours straight. So it's more likely they have one in a forward position. So let's assume there are 5 and that the intel that you got is accurate. That means you'll probably run into 3 or 4. 3 of them almost definite. A 4th one, if there isn't one out trying to gather supplies, hunt, or is just bored meandering in the woods. And then the 5th one, as stated, would be a scout. It would be a head. They'd be by themselves. You might not be able to catch that one, because where they're positioned, how they're about, good luck. But even if you took care of it,
you might. Your group might. If you position yourselves,
you're going to be in a
way
forward
back
position
to
where you're
Hodgwen.
attacking from. We would have to effectively flank from the front, which is, I don't know if we want to expose who we have here. If that
One
person
gets away,
sees,
that could be problematic.
exactly, and then they get away. It'd be one thing if you go and you encounter them, and so you go and you encounter these other 3 or 4, you resolve the situation. Those that you're going to bring with you witness how it is you do things. They then collect the living or dead and bring them back here, and then you can go looking for that last one. Whether or not you find them, if they see you, all they know is that you were the one that took care of the rest of the camp. They can go and report it. Let them report it. If you can capture them, great. That's another mark in our belt.
We'll do what we can. 3-on-5 is a bit worse odds than 4-on-3 was. But we will definitely try to keep them alive if we can. But we will do what we have to survive and make sure we come through first.
You'll get the drop, and at worst, it should be 4-on-3. And you'll have the drop.
Yeah. Can we spare an hour for me to get this treated to my arrow wound?
Edric goes, hands getting soft again, huh?
Am I supposed to be building a callus in my chest cavity?
He goes, well, he doesn't say that, he just chuckles. Leon says, of course. You don't even need to head today. I understand you're anxious. You want to get this resolved. But if they were told to wait for a couple weeks and they don't have word that you've already done the one, you can go tomorrow or the next day. Sooner is better, but safety is first.
If we can hit them
Agreed.
today, I still think that's best in case they have any kind of communication to make sure that they're reporting with one another, both groups communicating with someone. As well as, I worry for our friends in Hotgwyn. If they're setting up ambushes like this for us, if they have any indication, Elliot, Ashanti, and obviously Guinevere could be used against us very easily.
Nobody says anything.
Yeah, I agree. Let's get this done sooner than later.
It is.
Okay. See if you can see what you can do within an hour, and then we'll head out.
Yep. He gets up and we'll go find the people who were practicing their medicine skills.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, Scott, while he's doing that, I'm going to take time and I'm going to disguise myself as one of these dudes that we brought back.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Just in case you get caught or whatever play you want to make or so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Yep, you look like the dead one, right?
No.
All right, cool. So you go ahead and you go about that process. So the people that are helping with the heal, they're obviously not going to be as good as Dwayne is. He's just the best one that's around. But you also get the potion, so he's able to help. They can provide him aid so that he can get a +2. Dwayne normally has a +5 to his skill. I actually have a sheet prepared right here. The thing I'm missing on a sheet, just as a quick question, as an aside. So he's a 2nd level human, right? So as a human, he has 1 feat, and I said it as point blank shot because that makes sense as his primary thing. What would his 2nd feat be? What's an appropriate feat? Survival list or whatever it is gives like what, heal and survival. I think is a good one.
That one's what the hell is it called? Self-sufficient, I think.
Self-sufficient. That's what I'm saying. Survival is self-sufficient would be what it's called. Then there's also what's the other there? Weapon finesse. If I went combat, but like, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's I think self-sufficient might be a good one because it allows his heal skills to be even better. And his survival to be even better than what I've given him credit for, but I'd never applied feats to him before. So, well, point blank shot obviously is one. Anyways,
self-sufficient makes a lot of sense for him for how he's been shown so far.
Yeah,
it's +2 heal and survival. Yeah,
and if he's about to help teach them these things, like that's also very
cool.
helpful.
Applying it. And self-sufficient is +2 to heal and survival checks. So that means those skills are even better than what we were giving him credit for before. So he actually has a 7 in heal because he has 1 rank. Where is it? 1 rank, 1 from his ability score, 3 from class, and 2 from that. And his survival now is rolling an 8. He has 2 ranks in there.
I should be assisting him on survival from now on. Then.
I'm actually going to reduce him down to only 1 rank in it, because that gives me back a rank I want it somewhere else. So that actually works better. Give me 1 second. And it's right here. Boom. Cool. So it actually gives him a 7 on survival then. Cool. All right. So Dwayne is going to get a +2 from NPCs. So he's rolling with a +9 for his heal skill to assist you. Oh, do you want? He doesn't have any left over. Do you want him to use a kit use to get the +5?
Yeah, just because we're trying to hurry. So yeah.
So sorry, he gets an additional +2, right? So it's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm rolling with a +11.
It's technically 2 uses because it's treat deadly wounds, which takes 2 uses out of the kit.
Yeah, but I also
it would still be. I think it would be a +11, right? That's not.
Well, I have to use a third.
The bonus is the same.
I have to use a third use to use to get the bonus from the kit, though, don't I? 2 to treat deadly wounds, +1 to get the +2.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's how it would be.
So for me to use a +11, I have to use 3 uses, unfortunately, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that only leaves me with
I
one
have great
use.
news for you.
Yeah.
I rolled a 19 + 11 is 30. That means you actually healed a fuck ton. Give me 1 second to find the.
How
This
hurt
is
were
great
you?
news.
I think it just adds his wisdom.
Ah, fuck! That's only a 1. It doesn't do it again when every time you beat it by 5.
I don't think so. I think
So
it's
you're
just the
level
one.
what? 3. So you heal 3 health points, and if you beat it by 5, you add the wisdom modifier if positive.
Yeah.
Ah, damn it! All right, so that's a 1. He does have a +1 because I use NPC members for characters.
Yeah.
And so his stats are NPC basic NPC numbers are your stats are 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then I guess you only get +2 to one of those.
+2.
If he gets a heal like that in 5 more places, he gets a hero point.
No. Oh, all 3 characters in a row. No, so
So I heal 4.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, that's still
A lot-
better.
it's more than you healed him.
That's with the
double
magic,
double. Yeah.
the potion. Yeah, that's more than half of the wound I took, so that's helpful.
Yeah. You healed 25% of his wound.
What were we offering Dwayne to join? Koa can talk to him while you guys are doing your thing. But like, what should we offer him?
I think we should leave it now, like until we've dealt with this and come back, because that way he can not be injured and stuff. You know, while we're talking to him about it.
I guess we would come right back here. We're not going straight to Hot Gwen from that fight. We'd come back here.
Yeah, we are
first.
coming back here.
Yeah, I give him a chance to rest and like see how the place is and whatnot. That way, when we're asking him like, "Hey, we kind of want you to train these people," he'll have like a good idea of what he'd have to do. So yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Cool. All right, so Dwayne is good to go there. So you just don't get the little benefits, but you don't really need them for what you're doing anyways. Cool. So that is that. You got characters are going to kind of like head out maybe not even 2 hours after getting back here. They're like, fuck it, let's head out. Let's see if we can hit them right as the sun's getting low. So like the bright enough that we can see what we're doing, but dark enough that they might be caught a little unawares. You know what I mean? And and start heading in that direction. As for finding where it is that they are going to be, why don't you go ahead and roll me a survival check for finding it? He's actually really good at tracking. I mean, but you have a 17. Are you happy with this result? I don't know if any of your friends are trying to assist you. And I assume you're leaving
Will
your horses
trainees be
behind.
doing it? Would the trainees be trying to help do the survival part?
Oh
Or
yeah,
hanging too far back?
good call. I forgot you're bringing those NPCs with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, you get actually, funny enough, I rolled a 19 again. This person has a +1 from 1 rank. And so you have a 20, you get a +3. That's actually a 20, your total. My 20 gives you a 20. Hey.
Yay.
And so you do a pretty
pretty
good
good.
job of finding them. Again, it's like those, like, the sun is high enough that it's full brightness. And you can wait before you, like, try to ambush or whatever it is. But you're close enough, you're seeing tracks around here. Enough tracks to suggest they're here. We know that they're here. It's just a matter of like sneaking up on them. And as you're coming up to the point where you're like, okay, you 5 wait here and only come for us if we give you X call. The 3 of us are going to move forward. And by the 3 of us, we mean us 2 are moving up like 50 feet and Aldo's going the rest of the way. And with your characters, kind of like the 3 of you slinking off into the woods, leaving the other 5 behind, we're going to fade to black and end the session as it is.
All right, bonus session tomorrow.
Yeah.
And this weekend I'm doing Girl Scouts camping.
I can't
You
do
know,
this
it's
week.
Girl Scouts and it's always me. And you can be like, well, Brittany has the baby. No, it's always me for years now. It's moms, daughters, Scott. Like, God damn it.
All right, we'll see y'all next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I can't this weekend. I'm going to be camping. So I don't even have a
I have
tent.
a thing anyway.
Like, we legitimately don't have a tent. I usually borrow one from Nick, but Nick's literally moving his house right now. So I couldn't be like, hey, I know you're in the middle of moving. But can I borrow
What, he's
your
sleeping in
tent?"
a tent? He just has to give you a tent. Or get your ass to Walmart and get a fucking tent.
Yeah, we're buying one. I just did it. We've been borrowing one
Okay.
every year for 3 years because like we use it 2 days a year. And I couldn't justify buying one for 2 days a year. But I guess now technically it's the 7th and 8th day of sleeping in a tent total. So I guess now it's worth the price. So I couldn't justify
No.
buying one. But here we are. Okay. Keegan, anything exciting going on over on your channel?
Yeah, over on twitch.tv/unnatural_1s
Tues.
on Tuesdays,
C2s.
not twos.
Tuesdays.
Well, they're unnatural ones, so they could be twos with a -1 modifier.
It's true. That's right.
No.
-1.
No,
Yes,
no,
yes,
no.
Yes.
That's not
Yes!
how rolling an unnatural one works.
Yes,
has
it
to be
is.
one total,
Yeah, the
Okay.
2 -1 equals.
which means the number on screen would be a 1.
the number on screen would be a 2. The number in chat would be a 1.
I hate all of you. Anyway, so
And you do it on Tuesday. Yes.
which is a different kind of 2. I accept that kind. But yeah, roughly same time slot. We usually end a bit earlier because everybody else is old people and lame.
I'm old.
But-
Lame.
Yeah, that's true.
I have no dispute. So I forget what they're doing. I think Giselle's character just went to her hometown for the first time since the campaign started, but her character's dead, so she's purple now. And so she doesn't want to go see her parents because she doesn't want them to see that she's purple.
This looks like that girl from Willy Wonka.
Afraid. No, no, not quite.
Violet.
Right.
Pilot is the one who turns.
So the rest of the party went and checked on her parents and had a whole RP. And I think they're going to leave next session and hopefully get to kind of the final stage of things. So we're rolling on towards the last stretch of that campaign.
Wait, I thought you
So you
said
want to be along
she's
for the ride?
dead.
Check it out.
I know she died and
Mhm.
came back, but now you're saying she's still dead, and it sounds like she's animated in purple.
Yeah. Those are all true.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Those are all true.
This sounds like some kind of Scott bullshit revival mechanic. What did you do?
Listen,
You want to find
I
out
had-
what a unnatural underscore?
I had a whole resurrection quest in mind. The players, unprompted by me, beseeched an evil deity that rules over lies and secrets. All right? So
Careful what gods you ask.
now their friend's purple.
I mean, it's my favorite color, so that'd make me happy.
And has to drink blood.
That makes me less happy.
You lost me at purple. You have me at blood.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got powers. But she's not in the chat to say anything, so you'll just have to come check it out on the channel.
Okay, well then. We're going to call it a Giselle fail. Wade, anything happening over in, is that just fail, Rick? No. That was really bad. Wade, take over, talk.
You attached your name to that somehow, too? Like, why?
Because you guys said fail, Rick, in the beginning, and it's 2 a.m.
No, my name's actually Michael, and I am here against my will, and I don't want to promote anything and have it attached to whatever sentence Scott just said. Absolutely nothing.
Listen, I will just say this instead of Jake talking because he's not important. On June 18th, the session on June 18th is going to be a bit of a special session. Details.
Special.
Details coming out in the near future, but the June 18th session, make sure you put it on your calendar, you mark it down, you put a reminder on your reminders app in your phone, you set an alarm that day, you put in your Google Calendar, you call out of work sick, and you feed your dog early. Okay, leave the door open; they can take care of themselves. You're going to want to hang out for that session. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be so crazy. Am I playing up way too much? It's going to be like just me sitting here eating chips.
You're just asking a lot for the premiere of Only Feed or whatever. Like,
okay, listen. I should have bought that URL. I should have.
probably, yeah.
It was so
I get
cheap.
Failric.
Now I can have
Probably could.
Failric.com.
Give it a shot.
Failric.com. Do I spell it Fail or Feel?
Fael. It's like Daelric with an F. Are we rating yet? Oh god, we're not.
That the day you get a
No.
cooler DM? I mean, Valerie, yes. Let's just say yes and hope that that's true. Let's get your hopes up.
It's probably true.
It's probably true.
Every year we have
So
to
just get your
accept the
hopes
fact that Scott's going to hijack longer and longer each session to tell us a pointless story that has to do with one offhanded comment one of us makes that could have been done in 2 words.
2 words. Who's streaming? Hey, wait, why is Pat streaming? I thought he rated us.
He did.
He did, but that was hours ago.
Did he go back up?
I guess so.
He's definitely live again.
Huh.
Okay.
Just got bored.
All right, let's send him his way.
You bored him.
And then at 6 in the morning we'll go live again and he can re-rate us.
Okay. What's our raid message though for Pat?
We know what you did.
See you at 6.
Oh. See?
Okay, yeah, that's great. See you at 6. All right, everybody, raid message for Pat. See you at 6. I don't care how you spell it. Doesn't matter to me. See you at 6.
What kind of what?
We'll give you the letter
fuck does
C,
that
letter
mean?
U, at symbol number 6. Like it could be again, like you know,
because pirates love R, but their first love is the sea. Therefore, see you at 6. It makes sense in Scott's head.
SICKS. That spells 6.
letter C, letter U, at symbol 6. No spaces. See you at 6.
If you all left, I forgive you.
Well, let's just go right now.
Thank God.